Macmillan Audio presents The Golden Gate, written by Amy Chua, read for you by Rob Moreira, Suzanne Torin, and Tim Campbell. All the dust the wind blew high appeared like gold in the sunset sky. But I was one of the children told some of the dust was really gold. Such was life in the Golden Gate. Gold dusted all we drank and ate. And I was one of the children told we all must eat our peck of gold. Robert Frost.
Prologue. Deposition of Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge, having been duly sworn as a witness, taken on the 15th of March, 1944, commencing at 10 a.m., by District Attorney Dugan. Good morning, Mrs. Bainbridge. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Genevieve Hopkins Bainbridge, 2907 Avalon Avenue, Berkeley, California.
And your age?
62.
Thank you. Do you understand why we've asked you to speak with us today, Mrs. Bainbridge?
I wasn't asked, Mr. Dugan. I was subpoenaed.
You were indeed, because you refused to speak with us when we asked. Mrs. Bainbridge, do you understand why you're here?
I do. You want me to help you hang one of my own flesh and blood.
If you could please stick to the facts, Mrs. Bainbridge.
I'm doing just that, Mr. Dugan.
Mrs. Bainbridge, I'm giving you a chance to help your family. We know one of your 3 granddaughters is a murderer. I can convict all 3 as co-conspirators, or you can tell me which one did it, and I'll spare the other 2. No response from the witness. Did you hear me, Mrs. Bainbridge?
I heard you, Mr. Dugan.
Part 1. Chapter 1, 1930. Inside an alabaster palace one January afternoon in 1930, a 6-year-old girl hiding inside a closed armoire felt truly alone for the first time in her life. Just seconds earlier, Issy, short for Isabella, had been in that tingly state of anticipation, half excited, half fearful, awaiting the moment when the door would be thrown open and she would be found by her sister, Iris. Issy loved these special Sundays, when she and Iris and Mommy would put on their nicest dresses and go to the White Palace, where Mommy would change into her all-white skirt and stockings and bandeau and play tennis with her best friend, Mrs. Von Urban. On those days, Mommy was always beautiful and nervous in a giggly way and smelled a little different. She would give the girls the whole afternoon off, and while she and Mrs. Von Urban had their tennis game, Issy and Iris would have the run of the hotel, which Iris, the older of the 2 by 18 months, seemed to know like the back of her hand. Yet there was always more to discover. Secret stairways, the 7-story spiral slide, hidden turrets, ballrooms that appeared out of nowhere. Iris, with her jet-black curls, and Issy, with her blonde ones, did everything together. Issy couldn't remember a day of her life when she hadn't been with her older sister, which is why, until this moment, she'd never felt alone. But now, suddenly, she did. She was curled up in a ball, arms around her knees, in the bottom quarter of a decorative armoire in a long hallway. It was a clever hiding place, but not her best. Iris should have found her by now. Issy should have been able to hear her sister's light limping steps, one foot just a little heavier than the other, or her sing-song whisper, "I'm going to find you. I know where you are." Instead, everything was silent. Issy's legs were starting to stiffen. She didn't know it, but she'd been in the armoire for almost 30 minutes. She pushed open one of the doors and, seeing that the hallway was empty, stepped out. The palace no longer felt right. Even the silence sounded different from other silences she'd known. She made her way back to the hotel lobby and went to their palm tree, the spot they designated in case they lost each other. The lobby was bustling as always, with men looking smart in their fedoras, bellboys overloaded with suitcases, women in pearls and fur collars. But Iris wasn't there. Issy went next to the tennis courts, even though she knew her mother wouldn't be there either. She checked all the courts, with their soft red clay and balls flying through the air and grown-ups running back and forth. There was no mommy to be found, and Issy felt even more alone. The little girl returned to the lobby, checked the palm tree again, then decided to go down to the enormous kitchens in the basement. She knew Iris loved the kitchen, its chaotic order, the steaming vats of soup on the stove, the loaves of bread on metal trays sliding in and out of the ovens, and the frenetic brigade that made it all work. Chef, sous chef, and pastry chef, bread bakers and potato peelers, waiters, porters, and dishwashers. Issy saw all of them that day, as well as the eggman delivering his crates, the milkman delivering his jugs, and the hooded man who delivered honey. She didn't know why, but suddenly she felt a scream welling up inside her. That's when she heard the actual scream, a woman's scream of terror. For a moment, the kitchen froze. Lips and hands stopped moving. No one took a breath. Then the entire staff ran in the direction of the awful sound, overturning carts and knocking plates to the floor, oblivious to their shattering. Issy followed them, dread rising within her. A crowd had gathered in a low-ceilinged concrete passage near the laundry bins. The air was heavy here, steamy, oppressive. Issy wove her way numbly, without will or thought, past knees and hands. She was so small no one even noticed her. She finally broke through to the front line, where a circle had formed around a pile of soiled sheets and towels on the floor. The effluvium ejected from 8 floors of laundry chutes. It smelled carnal, of sweat and other human fluids. The grown-ups, paralyzed, were staring in horror at that pile of laundry, too frightened to step forward. On top of it lay Iris, like a broken doll, face up, dark curls strewn, one eye open, her bare neck twisted at a terribly wrong angle. My Didy doll died twice, once when I snapped her head off, and once under the sun lamp trying to get warm. She melted. Encircling Iris's grotesquely bent neck was a laceration, fresh and thin and red and angry. Chapter 2, 1944. Friday, March 10th. 1. When I was a kid, before they took my dad away in 1931, we used to play ball on a patchy field next to the municipal dump. Home plate was across the road from the 3-mile-long Berkeley Pier, where trucks and autos would line up for the ferry to San Francisco. I always looked out for the cars with New York plates, weather-beaten and mud-crusted because they'd been on the road for weeks. These were people who had crossed the country on the Lincoln Highway. The Lincoln Highway was the first coast-to-coast road in America. It started at the corner of Broadway and 42nd Street in Times Square, New York. And from there, intrepid motorists in their Fords and Studebakers would set out on the 3,000-mile journey to San Francisco, guided by rough maps and by red, white, and blue signposts along the way. The highway, really a series of interconnected country byways, traversed the nation in the shortest possible route, avoiding big cities like Chicago or Denver in favor of smaller towns like Fort Wayne and Cedar Rapids, Omaha and Cheyenne. People had to get out of their cars when they came to streams or river crossings so they could wade in first to make sure the water wasn't too deep. They also had to bring camping gear. In the deserts of Wyoming and Utah and Nevada, they'd likely pass more than a night or two without a roof over their heads. My dad used to say that someday he'd take us all on the Lincoln Highway in the opposite direction to see New York City and the Statue of Liberty. Never happened. Before there were any bridges crossing the San Francisco Bay, the Lincoln Highway ended in the reclaimed marshland of the lower East Bay, passing by what must have been some of the unsightliest spots of the entire journey, like industrial Richmond or the swampy lowlands of El Cerrito, where I grew up in a tenement house across the street from a tannery and a slaughterhouse. Soaring San Francisco lay just across the water, but it might as well have been a universe away. I used to watch the overdressed Easterners get out of their cars to stretch their legs, grimacing at the heavy odor of the cracking plant and the stink of fish. Sometimes they'd point at the shoeless, shirtless, brown-skinned little boys, casting their poor fishing lines into the water. I could tell they felt like they were in a foreign country. English wasn't prominent down by the pier. In fact, few white people lived in the East Bay lowlands. Instead, there were Italians and Greeks and Portuguese on their way to being white, Chinese and Japanese, Mexicans and blacks, all poor, all living in their own separate enclaves, all dreaming dreams of a better life. Often the Easterners, on discovering that the next ferry wasn't leaving for a few hours, would get back in their cars, pull out from the ferry line, and tool around a bit. If they headed off toward Oakland, they would probably have seen Miseryville, where, in the wake of the crash, hundreds of homeless men were living in surplus concrete sewer pipes, one man each to a 6-foot section of pipe, subsisting on produce discarded by local vegetable wholesalers, boiled into a communal stew, larded with lint or sawdust to make it more filling. Sometimes I felt like a foreigner too, but not at the pier. It was when I took the Key train that ascended the Berkeley Hills, which I did whenever I could, that I felt like a stranger. The train took people to the white neighborhoods dotted with middle-class homes and small shopping streets, past the university with its famous campanile, climbing up and up until the air smelled of sage and eucalyptus with hints of honey and mint and sweet oleander. High up in the hills, the train came to its terminus at the foot of the splendid, many-winged Claremont Hotel. The Claremont was the largest hotel on the West Coast, and its entire exterior, not only walls and shutters, but tower and gables, and even the roof, was painted dazzling white, so that the structure seemed to float cloud-like in the fresh and fragrant air, an alabaster palace in the sky. The crash of 1929 hadn't been an equal opportunity wrecking ball. Like the Spanish flu epidemic only 10 years earlier, it hit those on the lower rungs incalculably harder than those at the top. At the bottom, millions went hungry. Children scavenged garbage cans for potato peelings, fresh meat trimmings, or other lucky finds to contribute to a family dinner that might otherwise consist of ketchup sandwiches or a single loaf of bread and a can of beans. During rough spells, siblings took daily turns eating. Countless families were put out on the street, unable to make rent or pay their mortgage. Within a few years after the crash, half of all Black Americans were unemployed. But at the top, it was a different story. While a few gaudy fortunes were lost, for the most part, those with $1 million in the bank before the crash still had it after. For them, the Depression was a time of lavish spending. Maybe even more lavish than before, if only to distract themselves from the general unpleasantness out on the street. The panhandlers, the homeless, the mass labor protests. In the wake of the worst financial collapse in the nation's history, the California rich spent like there was no tomorrow. They threw ever more extravagant parties. They dined on Russian caviar and Hungarian goose liver. And they packed into luxurious hotels like the shimmering white Claremont, hobnobbing with Barrymore and Garbo, dancing to Count Basie's orchestra and Louis Armstrong's trumpet. When I was a boy, I wouldn't have dared set foot in the Claremont Hotel. The first time I went inside, I was already a cop. Not a detective yet, just a patrolman. Called in because some rich kid had walked out on a massive bill. After I found the kid and made him pay up, I became something of a regular. I learned a ton at the Claremont Hotel. I learned how the rich drink their cocktails, how they sit. A rich man on a sofa or armchair always crosses his legs. What they say by way of small talk, how they smoke. I guess for me, it was like finishing school. And now, by complete accident, I happened to be at the Claremont again on the night Walter Wilkinson was murdered twice. 2. The maitre d', Julie, with his affected French condescension. The condescension was real enough. It was the French part that was fake. Glided over to my table and asked me quietly if I could assist with a matter in one of the guest rooms. I knew Julie wouldn't interrupt a customer in the middle of a drink if it wasn't important, so I told the young woman I was with I'd be right back and followed him. Julie handed me off to the Claremont's night manager, a young, sallow-faced guy I didn't know, who lacked the maitre d's aplomb and instead looked like he was so nervous he was going to throw up. "It's Walter Wilkinson," he whispered to me while we were waiting for an elevator. "Do you know who that is?" How could I not know who Wilkinson is? I asked him back. What about him? The elevator door opened, and the manager put his finger to his lips, meaning he didn't want to talk in front of Pounds, the elevator operator. Pounds and I said hello. Everybody knew Wilkinson was in town. An industrialist who'd made a fortune in Midwestern power and light, Wilkinson had come in second to FDR for president in 1940. Some people said he was going to beat him for sure this time. They were dreaming. "Shots were fired in his room a half hour ago," whispered the manager as we hurried down a long corridor on the 6th floor. He was so nervous his mouth kept moving even when he wasn't talking. "He hasn't answered his door since." "Who says shots were fired?" I asked. "Guests. 3 different guests. They heard the shots and called down to the front desk." We stopped at room 602, and the manager gave a tentative knock at the door. "Mr. Wilkinson? Are you there, Mr. Wilkinson?" No one answered. The manager turned to me in despair. "Open the door," I said to him. "I can't. Mr. Wilkinson left specific instructions not to disturb him under any circumstances. If something's happened to him, it will be a calamity." I took it he wasn't expressing a political opinion. He meant a calamity for the hotel, or maybe for him personally. "I'll tell you what'll be a calamity," I said. "The man bleeds to death in his room because you're so solicitous of his privacy. Open the goddamn door." The manager nodded, swallowed hard, and used a skeleton key to open the door. Walter Wilkinson was sitting on the edge of his bed, motionless but unhurt. He was dressed for a formal dinner. Black 3-piece suit, bow tie, shoes polished to a high shine, hair impeccable. But his face was as white as his cuffs. I don't think I've ever seen a man so ashen. He didn't speak. He didn't even look at us. I could smell his expensive cologne. Penhaligon's. The bed he was sitting on was nicely made, and the room showed no signs of disturbance, except for a bullet hole in a wall near a standing lamp. "Please pardon the intrusion, Mr. Wilkinson," said the manager abjectly. "The detective ordered me to. Thank heavens you're all right. We thought you'd been murdered." "I have been," said Wilkinson, his voice deep and low, still without moving. I introduced myself and asked him what happened. His reply was to stand up, walk into the bathroom, and start running water in the sink. It sounded like he was splashing it on his face. The manager glanced at me, nervous as ever. After keeping us waiting a couple of minutes, Wilkinson returned, ready for business and toweling off his cheeks as if we'd simply caught him shaving. He wasn't ashen anymore. Now he looked more like his pictures. A lot of people said he was the handsomest man ever to run for president. He was 59, over 6 feet in height, solidly built, with a broad chest, brill-creamed salt and pepper hair, dark eyebrows, and a commanding demeanor. "It was a communist," he said. "A young man, shabbily dressed, foreign accent." Wilkinson shot a furious look at the manager. How does a ruffian like that get into one of your guest rooms? The manager was in agony. It's a terrible breach, Mr. Wilkinson. We're so sorry. He was waiting for me. I came in, shut the door, and started toward the lamp. Before I got there, I felt a gun between my shoulder blades. He told me to stand against the wall, called me a blood-sucking capitalist, an enemy of the working man, the usual rot. What did he look like? I asked. I didn't get a good look at him. It was dark, and he had a flashlight pointed into my eyes. He was shaking. He could barely keep the light trained on me. He may have been drunk. Height, weight, hair color, age, facial features, anything you can remember would help, Mr. Wilkinson. I told you, I couldn't see him. Because of the flashlight. All right, what happened next? I went to the wall, as he told me to. He took a few steps backward until he was at the door. He said I deserved to die and fired right at me. Then he fled. That's the whole of it. You're a lucky man, Mr. Wilkinson, I said. There's no such thing, he replied. Men make their own luck. I nodded to avoid having to disagree with him. You mentioned a foreign accent. What kind? If I had to say, said Wilkinson, I'd say Russian. I turned to the manager. Put Mr. Wilkinson in a different room. Don't tell anyone where he is. Not anyone. You hear me? Understood, said the manager. I told him I'd station a uniform outside Wilkinson's new room for the night and have some boys come by first thing in the morning to pull the bullet out of the wall and dust for prints. In the meantime, I would interview staff and the other guests on the floor to see if anyone saw anything. Which I did, but only after first returning to the bar to tell the woman I had been having a drink with not to wait for me. I didn't have to. She was already gone. Next, I called Chief Greening to give him a heads up. He told me to come to his house and brief him when I finished, no matter how late. 3 hours later, having learned exactly nothing more, I drove to Chief Greening's house. The only thing still playing on the radio was the news, and the news was bad. The Japanese had invaded India and were supposedly about to make their move on Australia. The Germans were pounding Anzio. Another battered hospital ship had heaved into the port of San Francisco, carrying home 300 boys with blown-off limbs. Meanwhile, down in the Tenderloin, Shore Patrol had tried to arrest a couple of drunk and disorderly Marines, which ended up sparking a riot between cops and servicemen that left a dozen injured and twice that many in military jail. It was almost midnight when I got to Greening's house on Shasta Road, but the chief had on his usual double-breasted suit. He was a short, portly, friendly man with a shiny bald head, glasses, and 2 ballpoints always sticking out of his jacket pocket. He'd had the misfortune of taking over from the legendary August Vollmer, who'd been chief of the Berkeley PD since before I was born. Vollmer practically invented forensic science. He practically invented the lie detector. His methods were copied all over the country, and folks were already calling him the father of modern policing. You had to sympathize with Greening. Nobody could have filled Vollmer's shoes. He poured me a cup of coffee and offered me a piece of his wife's Lazy Daisy cake, which I accepted even though I didn't feel like eating because I didn't like the way his house smelled. Like cat litter and stale candy. We sat down at his kitchen table, and I gave him a full report. A communist with a Russian accent. Obviously a Jew, said Greening with distaste. Tell me how a single race can both control the banks and be behind all the Reds. I despise Hitler and everything he stands for, of course, but sometimes one understands the outrage. Like a lot of senior officers, both military and police, Greening had been an admirer of German efficiency and had opposed going to war with them. He thought banker Jews were pushing FDR into a war that was none of our business. It was only when Hitler started bombing London that he turned. He didn't know I was a quarter Jewish myself, which was just as well, given the other strikes against me. My dad was from Mexico, and my mom was an Okie from the Dust Bowl, the very bottom of it. I ended up taking my mom's last name, but that's a long story. I'm not sure I buy the Russian communists, sir, I said. What do you mean? Wilkinson said the man who shot him was shabbily dressed, I answered. But then he said he couldn't see the guy. Couldn't tell me the first thing about him, not even how tall he was. So how does he know he was shabbily dressed? Why invent a detail about the man's clothing? Asked Greening. Maybe the whole story's wrong. You think he made it up? Why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe he had a girl in his room and something happened and she took a shot at him. Or he took a shot at her. Wilkinson's married. He's running for president. Better to say a Red tried to kill him than a hooker. Chief Greening shook his head sadly. For all his years on the force, he still genuinely expected the better sort of people to be, well, better sorts of people. He said he'd been murdered, asked the chief. He used that word? Yes, sir. Why? I've been wondering the same thing. The phone rang. Greening went to his living room to take it. Yes, I heard Greening say. I know all about it already. No, Mr. Wilkinson is not dead, and if you spread that rumor to anyone else, I'll have your badge tomorrow. What's that? Are you sure? He listened a minute longer before coming back to the kitchen. Someone tried to kill Wilkinson again, he told me. And this time they succeeded. What? Wilkinson's dead. It's a mistake, I said. Somebody heard wrong. Exactly what I thought. But it's no mistake. He's dead. Shot in the head. When? I asked. Where? Just a few minutes ago, at the Claremont. That can't be. I had his room under guard. You had his new room under guard. Apparently, he was killed in the room where the first attempt took place. Son of a bitch. I grabbed my coat and hat and was almost out the door when Greening stopped me. By the way, Sullivan, he said. What were you doing there? At the Claremont? Me? Having a drink. I see. Isn't that a little beyond your... Beyond my station? I asked. Beyond your means. I left for the hotel. 4. I walked into room 602 again and stopped short. Wilkinson was dead all right. But not just dead. He was spread out on the king-size bed, face up. Statesman-like just a few hours earlier, now he was exposed from the waist down, genitalia limp and hairy nakedness splayed out. His black trousers were crumpled down to his ankles, and his legs were half on, half off the bed, bent at the knee, his polished black shoes a few inches off the floor. He still had on his white dress shirt, bow tie and vest, which made the whole thing more disturbing. Like accidentally catching someone in black tie on the toilet. I could still smell his lavender and musk cologne, but now it was mixed with the scent of sulfur and metal from the gunshot. That wasn't all. His mouth was stretched open in a silent scream, preserved in that position of terror by a profusion of objects crammed into and overflowing from it. A camera flash exploded behind me, blinding me and fixing on my retina the image of the dead man's stuffed mouth. The flash came from Johnny, the police department photographer. Next to him was Dickie Ogar, the officer who was supposed to have been keeping watch over Wilkinson. Do me a favor, Johnny, I said. Hold off until I have a look around. Go stand in the hall and make sure nobody else comes in. Dickie, you stay here with me. I went up to the body. Wilkinson's lips were bloody and torn at the edges because they were so overstretched. Without removing any of the objects or touching them with my fingers, I used the blade end of my jackknife to get a better look at what was inside his mouth. It was hotel room detritus. A pen, unsmoked cigarettes, a bar of soap, a paper doily, crumpled stationery, flowers, and, apparently, a piece of chocolate. He had been shot only once, in the forehead. Blood and brain matter were splattered all over the pillows and the headboard, and the wall above the headboard, too. His eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling. What the hell was he doing here? I asked Dickie, who had been on the force as long as me, but had never made it past patrolman. I told him to put him in a different room. They did, said Dickie. But then he forgot something in his old room and he had to go back to get it. Didn't you go with him? No, sir, said Dickie, proud of himself. You told me not to budge, not for nothing, not even if I had to go to the John. I hate to say it of a fellow Berkeley officer, but Dickie Ogar was so thick he couldn't tell which way an elevator was going if you gave him 2 guesses. He had fallen out of the stupid tree and hit every branch on the way down. For Christ's sake, I said. Light slowly dawned. Oh, jeez. I should have gone with him, shouldn't I have? Who found the body, Dickie? I did. The manager and me. We were the first ones in. Anybody move anything? No, sir. But when I opened the door, that sheet of newspaper blew off him. It was covering his privates. Next to the bed, on the floor, there was an open double sheet of newspaper, the front and back pages of today's Chronicle. The rest of the newspaper was lying on top of a dresser. Any sign of forced entry? I asked. No, sir. What's that over there? At the foot of the dresser, on the floor, was a small black box lying on its side, its hinged lid open. I went over and had a closer look. It was 2 by 2, black velvet on the outside with a white satin interior. Whatever had been inside, it was gone. I didn't touch that, boss, said Dickie. I didn't take nothing. I know you didn't, Dickie. I stood up and looked at the dead man again. Based on where he lay, he figured to have been shot while standing at the foot of the bed, facing his killer. The bullet blew through the back of his skull, causing the spatter on the pillows and headboard. He would have died instantly, and his body would have fallen backward onto the bed. Maybe his pants were already down when he was shot, or maybe that was done to him afterward. So what do you think? You figure it was a robbery? Asked Dickie. Somebody killed him for whatever was in that box, like a diamond ring or something? Could be. Except robbers don't normally cram their victim's mouth so full of crap their lips rip open. You check the bathroom? Yes, sir. Closet? Not yet, boss. I opened the closet door, using my foot in case there were any prints on the knob, and shined my pen light at the rack and hangers. The closet was empty. All of Wilkinson's belongings had been moved to his new room. My damn light was flickering on and off. I had to shake the thing to get it to work at all. So I almost missed the 2 glinting pinpricks near the floor. I kneeled down, gave the pen light a good shake, and almost jumped out of my skin. A dead baby was staring right at me. I shouted a curse all the way to heaven. What is it, boss? Said Dickie, lumbering up behind me. Nothing, I said, exhaling. It wasn't a dead baby. It was just a doll. A glass-eyed doll with tight curly dark hair, a cracked porcelain face, and a tiny red mouth in the shape of an O. One eyelid was half closed. Her hands were reaching out to me. It moved! Cried Dickie. It didn't goddamn move. It's my light that's moving. It moved! Dickie said again. I banged my pen light into my palm and finally got a steady light and held the beam on the doll for 10 seconds. Well, it's not moving now, I said. The doll stared at me with her one open blue eye. She was wearing a faded, old-fashioned dress and had discolored age spots on her painted face and rubbery arms. What was an old doll doing in Wilkinson's closet? But then she might not have had anything to do with Wilkinson. Tucked away in a corner, she could have been there for years. I told Dickie to make sure he tagged and bagged the doll when the room was cleared, and I told Johnny he could start his photography now, reminding both of them not to touch anything until prints were taken. As I was leaving, something caught my eye in the door jamb, a couple of feet up from the floor. It was a yellow thread, stuck on a splinter no more than a quarter-inch long. I tweezed it out and put it in an envelope. Down at reception, the front desk clerks told me they hadn't seen anyone unusual or agitated or even in a hurry leaving the hotel after midnight, which meant that the killer was either a pretty cool customer or hadn't left the hotel. In an office behind the front desk, I found the night manager just getting off the phone with the hotel's owner. If he was nervous before, now he looked like he was going to have a heart attack right there in his office. I reminded him that Wilkinson's other room, the one I'd shifted him to, was part of the crime scene. Nothing was to be moved, and nobody was to go in except police. "Can we keep this out of the papers?" he asked me, pleading. "Not a chance. I'm going to need a list of every guest in the hotel, with their home addresses." "Whatever for?" "Because the killer might be one of them." "One of our guests? You heard Mr. Wilkinson. His assailant was a ruffian, a communist." "I want the names of everyone who ate at the restaurant tonight, too. Ask Julie. He'll know. And if there were any meetings or gatherings yesterday evening, I want a list of the people who attended them." "We have 276 guest rooms, the best restaurant in the East Bay, and several conference rooms. You're talking about over 500 people, possibly 1,000. Just get me the list." I said goodnight and looked at my watch. It was 3:30 in the morning, and I planned to be back at the hotel by 6. "Listen, I don't want to be trouble, but I could use room to get a couple of hours of sleep and work out of tomorrow. I'll need a place to meet with my officers anyway. You don't want us standing around your lobby." "No, I don't," he agreed. "But I'm afraid we're fully booked." "All right, I'll figure something out." "There is room for 22, I suppose, if you don't mind." "Why would I mind?" "Well, it hasn't been stayed in for some years." I didn't know what he was talking about, but I didn't care. If it has a bed, I'll take it. Chapter 3, 1944. Saturday, March 11th. 1. "Here's what you're going to do," I said the next morning to a hotel room so thick with police officers it was standing room only, most of them from the Berkeley PD, but some borrowed from Oakland and Richmond. The Bay Area forces knew how to help each other out when we needed it. Dawn was just breaking. "You're going to interview every single guest in this hotel. Nobody checks out without being talked to." The men grumbled. "There must be hundreds of them," said McRae, who was smart but lazy. "And there's a dozen of you boys to interview them," I said. "Take a maximum of 15 minutes per interview. Do your jobs, and you won't even miss lunch." "But what if they got business, Detective?" McRae persisted. "The people here ain't bums. They're big shots. What if they won't talk to us?" "I don't care if they're Eleanor Roosevelt and they have to attend tea in the White House. This is the biggest crime the Bay Area's ever seen. Maybe ever will see. Which means our jobs are on the line. Every one of us. Anybody refuses to talk with you, you take down their name and report that to me pronto." I wondered if the feds were going to swoop in and try to take the case away from us. I didn't think so. First of all, the FBI didn't have the manpower out here. Back east, sure, but not here. Second, they didn't really have any jurisdiction. Homicide was a state crime, not federal. It didn't matter if the victim was a presidential candidate. Hell, you could try to kill the president-elect of the United States and you weren't committing a federal crime, which we all learned in 1933 when that son of a bitch Zangara fired 5 shots at FDR, but missed him and killed the mayor of Chicago instead. Even killing the actual president wasn't a federal crime, although people said Congress was planning to do something about that. But the point was that Wilkinson's murder was our business, not the FBI's. They'd be breathing down our necks, no doubt about it, but either we solved this murder or no one would. "Okay, but say they do talk to us," said Dickie O'Gar. No more words came out of Dickie's mouth. It was as if he thought he'd asked a question. Okay, say they do, I said. What do we ask them? I was about to curse, but checked myself. It was a good question. Good question, Dickie, I said. You ask them 5 things. Name, where they're from, purpose of their visit, what they were doing at midnight, and did they see anything unusual last night. And you don't answer any questions. You do the asking. Got me? Now listen, this story's going to break any minute. When it does, reporters will be on us like flies on an open sewer. Don't talk to them. Don't confirm anything to anybody. That's the chief's job. I'll get going. Not you two. Tankersley and Polk. You're interviewing hotel staff. Make sure you talk to the old elevator man, Pounds. He sees and hears everything. You're looking for anything out of the ordinary. Any new hires in the last week, anything unusual happened last night. 2. There's 3 components to a criminal investigation. Interviewing, working the physical evidence, the fancy word for which is forensics, and thinking. That's it. I had the boys doing the interviewing, so the next thing to see to was forensics, beginning with the autopsy. I drove to the Alameda Coroner's Bureau in Oakland and was told that Coroner Emerson was down in the examination room. In California, we have county coroners, and they're elected, which is not exactly a recipe for competence. But Dr. Emerson was a good one. He was an old fellow, a talker who knew what he was talking about. Wilkinson was lying on an autopsy table. The coloring is the thing that changes most dramatically in the recently dead. Wilkinson wasn't human-colored anymore. Now he was gray with bluish streaks where blood used to flow. He didn't look peaceful or asleep either. None of those myths. He looked more like frozen, turned meat. Your shooter was standing directly in front of the deceased, no more than 2 feet away when the fatal shot was fired, said Emerson. The nitrite residue on the hair and face tells me that. I can't determine caliber from the entry or exit wounds, of course, but I'll bet you a wooden nickel it was a .38 or better. Why's that, Doc? Because his brain was so lovely and largely intact that the bullet couldn't have been smaller. Smaller things do more damage than bigger things. Keep that in mind, son. It's an axiom of all medicine, all life if you ask me. It's the microorganisms that kill us, and we didn't even know they existed when I was a boy. When a smaller projectile, a .22 caliber, say, enters the forehead and hits the back of man's skull, it ricochets or curves around the cranial interior, turning his brain to soup. In this case, the bullet exited cleanly. Ergo, it was medium to large caliber. I liked Emerson. I always learned something from him. There's something else you should see, he said. Look at this. Using a forceps, he picked up a small dark green object, cubical in shape. I could see minute carving on it. This I extracted from the back of the deceased's mouth, along with the numerous other items you undoubtedly saw. It appears to be stone. Jade, by the look of it, but I'm no geologist. Oriental writing is etched into it. Whatever it is, it was found deep in the victim's throat. It may have been the first object the murderer put in. You need to keep that, or can I take it? It's all yours, said Emerson. 3. My next stop was our forensics lab at Berkeley Police Headquarters. This was another Vollmer creation. Back in 1923, he'd set up the first crime lab in the country, along with the first fingerprint filing system. We detectives rotated through the lab in our first year on the force, to be sure we understood the basics. A gift from the coroner, I said to Jim Archambault, who ran the lab, as I placed on a counter an evidence box containing everything found in the dead man's mouth. I fished out the sealed bag containing the green cube. Found in Wilkinson's throat, some kind of Oriental writing on it. Can you handle it? Of course, said Archambault, who was peering into a microscope. He was the best forensics man west of the Appalachians. Tell me you've got something for me already, Archie. I do indeed. To begin with, your doll has a club foot. The doll was lying on its back on a stainless steel counter, both its eyes now wide open. Archambault had stripped it naked. I saw what he meant. While the doll's right foot had ordinary toes, its left was a bulbous, ugly mass. What happened to it? The foot was subjected to intense heat, said Archambault. It melted. I was looking right at the doll when its left eye closed lazily, then reopened. Are you kidding me? I asked. About what? Could there be an internal mechanism in that doll? Something that makes it move? That doll is hollow inside, apart from a tube connecting mouth to buttocks, an innovation apparently patented by its manufacturer. It's called a Diety Baby. Turn it over, you'll see. I did. On the doll's back it said, F&B Diety Baby, along with patent numbers from the US, England, and France. Any prints on it? Excellent prints. Unidentified as yet, but excellent. There is something odd, though. There's an incision or abrasion on the doll where the skin, if you can call it that, has been scraped away, on the left arm. See for yourself. Just below the doll's left shoulder, a shallow groove had been carved into the hard rubber skin, about a 1/4 inch long. Any idea how it was made? With something sharp, like a scalpel or the edge of a scissors, but it would have taken effort, repeated strokes, a lot of them. Could it be a voodoo doll? No idea. Motives are your department. Come look at my microscope. He ceded his spot to me. I had to twist the focal lens before I made them out. 3 infinitesimal braided filaments, lemon yellow in color. This the thread I found? I asked. Correct. Silk? Very good. Silk of the highest quality, which happens to be in very short supply these days. If I had to guess, I'd say it came from a skirt or dress belonging to a wealthy woman. How about the bullets? I asked. Same gun? Looks like it. Both are Colt 38 specials. I'll know for sure when I've run ballistics. If I can, that is. The one that went through the wall hit a steel stud. It's a mess. On a white marble counter, I saw the small black velvet box we'd found on the floor of Wilkinson's hotel room. You find any prints on that box? I asked. Unfortunately, no. Fabric's a poor surface for fingerprinting, and velvet's worst of all. Feel free to pick it up. I'm done with it. You can tell the purveyor with the naked eye. I held the velvet box up to the light. Inside, on the white satin, barely visible lettering said, Shreve & Co., San Francisco's ritziest jewelry store. I'd have to pay them a visit.
Deposition of Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge, having been duly sworn as a witness, taken on the 15th of March, 1944, commencing at 10 a.m., continued, by District Attorney Dugan. Mrs. Bainbridge, I asked you a simple question. Instead of answering, you've treated us to a history of your family, but we're here today to talk about the present, not the past. So I ask you again, where were your granddaughters on the night of March 10th? Pause.
Are you aware, Mr. Dugan, that my granddaughters were all born within a week of each other?
No, Mrs. Bainbridge, I was not aware of that.
Yes. Cassie and Nicole are twins, and they were born in January of 1924. And by coincidence, their cousin, Isabella, was born 6 days later.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bainbridge, but of what possible relevance is that?
That depends on your view of relevance. Yours, Mr. Dugan, appears to be quite cramped.
Mrs. Bainbridge, I know you think you're helping your granddaughters by evading my questions, but I assure you you're mistaken, gravely mistaken. I don't need your evidence to convict your granddaughters. I need your evidence to save them.
Save 2 of them, you mean?
Yes, save 2 of them.
Mr. Dugan, you've asked me, strong-armed me, to help you understand my granddaughters. But nothing about my granddaughters can be understood unless you start with their childhood.
Inaudible. Very well, Mrs. Bainbridge. You may proceed. But please try to keep it succinct.
Chapter 4, 1930. 1. For 3 months after the tragedy, Issy didn't speak a word to anyone. Other changes, too, came over her, anomalous and troubling. Her school teacher reported that the little girl had begun falling asleep during class while sitting up with her eyes open. When approached, Issy would snap out of it, unaware she'd been unconscious. Then came the inexplicable alphabet practice sheet. Issy had been having trouble learning to write, losing her way completely when she came to letters for which the capital differed from the minuscule. But then one day, on Issy's desk, the teacher discovered a perfect alphabet, 26 flawless letters in both upper and lowercase, all of them gracefully rendered. The handwriting was utterly new. Moreover, Issy denied having written it. The teacher was baffled, as was everyone else. It was the little girl's grandmother, for whom graphology was something of a hobby, who pointed out that the alphabet had clearly been written by someone's left hand, and that while Issy was right-handed, Iris, by contrast, had favored the manus sinistra. All this should have engendered care and concern from the little girl's parents, Roger Stafford and his wife, the famously beautiful Sadie Bainbridge Stafford. But it did no such thing. Iris's death had plunged Sadie into an impenetrable darkness. Part of this was grief, and part the tormenting rack of guilt for leaving her little girls unattended in the hotel so long that awful day. But there was something more besides. Above all else, Sadie craved being coveted. She needed desirability as others need air and water. And having children hadn't advanced that goal. Before the tragedy, she would often remark on having lost her figure to childbearing, which wasn't true, and just as often betray annoyance when her captivating little girls, like dolls come to life, one with dark tresses, the other blonde, drew all eyes to themselves, eliciting oohs and ahs, including from men. The truth was that Sadie envied them. Isabella with her fawn-like limbs, Iris with her crooked smile, neither having any need of lipstick, rouge, or girdles, both sparkling naturally, as Sadie herself felt she once did. And now Sadie resented Iris for dying, for commanding even more attention, and for casting a pall over the family. Sadie began drinking excessively, and having fits of hysteria. This is what led to her suicide attempt 5 weeks after Iris's death. Coming home late from work, Roger found Sadie passed out on the bedroom floor, an empty bottle of sleeping pills near her outstretched hand. He rushed her to a hospital where they pumped her stomach, and the doctor grimly reported that the evacuation revealed no pills, suggesting that the drug had already been digested, and hence that it was too late. But she lived. When she came home, her hysteria only intensified. It became violent, especially when she was drinking. A slew of physicians were consulted, and a slew of prescriptions followed. Cold baths were tried, then fever treatments, then sleeping salves. Nothing helped. Roger began spending more and more nights away from home. He was a junior partner in the firm of the renowned female architect Julia Morgan, who was building Mr. Hurst's spectacular castle in San Simeon. In a desperate frenzy to forget, Roger threw himself into the engineering of that 115-room cathedral of capitalism, dubbed by George Bernard Shaw, the place God would have built if he had the money. Roger took to spending entire weeks at a hotel nearby the construction site. A change was coming over him as well. As with Sadie, his grief was compounded by something more. In his case, it was growing rage at his wife. He had begun suspecting her of deception, manipulation, and the worst of all vices. Sadie's first trip to the sanatorium, right after Iris died, had been voluntary, but the second was not. Roger called the hospital, saying his wife was threatening self-destruction again, and soon men in white coats appeared. They put Sadie in a straitjacket and took her away, screaming. Roger did not accompany the ambulance. From the living room window, he watched, cold-eyed, as it drove away. Isabella had heard Sadie's screams as well and taken frightened refuge in her bedroom. But Roger gave no thought to her or to what effect her mother's violent extraction might have on her. Once the apple of her father's eye, she was now, for practical purposes, an orphan. Turning from the window after Sadie had been taken away, Roger withdrew to his study and did not emerge. One flight above him was a high-ceilinged bedroom wallpapered with miniature red roses that looked like blood clots. In that room, 2 child's beds with matching canopies and floral quilts stood side by side. In one lay Issy. The other had belonged to her sister Iris, with whom Issy was speaking. 2.
Issy? Stop talking to me, Iris. You're dead. Don't be scared, Issy. I'm here. The dead lie there like ice babies. Frozen, like popsicles. Issy? What? Remember what I was wearing that day? Your blue dress with the white flowers. Yes, but what else? I don't remember. Try harder. Do you remember what game we were playing? Hide and seek. Yes, that's it. That was so fun. You're forgetting something, Issy. No, I'm not. Red Riding Hood. What? Red Riding Hood. Except the cloak wasn't red. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Iris. It was so much fun that day. We were playing hide and seek. I was hiding and you were supposed to find me, but you never did. That's not right, Issy. It is right, I was hiding. Yes, Issy. You were hiding. But not from me.
Chapter 5. 1944. Saturday, March 11th. 1. After leaving Archambault in the crime lab, I went up a few flights back to my own office. It was small, but at least it had a window, and I kept a row of potted paperwhites on the sill because they made the air fresh. There were piles of paper all over my desk, and even on the floor, but I knew what each pile contained and exactly where every single thing was. In the center of my desk was a stack of newspaper and magazine stories I'd made Holly, the secretary I shared with 6 other officers, collect for me on Wilkinson. I had opinions about the man, but when you think about your political opinions, you realize that 90% of the time, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. The truth is, I didn't know a thing about Wilkinson, and if you want to solve a homicide, you better know your victim. Especially a homicide like this one. It looked to me like whoever killed Wilkinson hated him. So the question was, who hated Walter Wilkinson? You can't trust newspapers, but there's one subject they're good at. Hate. First, they whip it up. Then, they report on it. I put my feet on the desk and began reading. Wilkinson was Indiana-born, and it turned out his dad was a serious progressive. Wilkinson had been a Democrat himself until the presidential race of 1940, when, depending on who you believed, he either had a change of heart or saw a window of opportunity and jumped through it. He became a pro-war, pro-business Republican, going around the country decrying the New Deal as big government socialism, and he ripped FDR for his neutrality on Hitler. I didn't leave my party, he said about quitting the Democrats. My party left me. Wilkinson fever swept the country. He made the cover of Time magazine and Fortune. 70,000 people went to one of his speeches in Los Angeles. 70,000. Nobody minded that he was a married man carrying on pretty brazenly with a divorcee from New York City's literary circles. When he made his play for the Republican nomination in 1940, the GOP muckety-mucks he was shouldering out of the way tried to tank him. One senator said it was all right with him if the town whore joined the church, but she shouldn't be leading the choir the first week. That would have sunk most candidates, but Wilkinson's fans didn't seem to care what the muckety-muck said. When he won the nomination, 150,000 people came out in 100-degree heat to hear his acceptance speech in Indiana. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. But in the campaign, Wilkinson's advisors told him he needed to tone it down, and he began trying to present himself as a candidate for everybody on both sides of the aisle. Later, he said he was furious he'd listened. In any event, FDR was either too beloved or too crafty and spanked him in the general. After Wilkinson lost in 1940, he stayed in the public eye, publishing a book that called for America to be a champion of freedom all over the globe. It sold 1 million copies in its first month. He was especially tough on Japan, arguing way before Pearl Harbor that we should starve the Japanese of oil. But he wasn't a hate-monger. If anything, the opposite. He blasted Charles Lindbergh's anti-Semitic rants as un-American. He led a fight to oust the Ku Klux Klan in Ohio, and he called for the armed forces in Washington, D.C. to be desegregated. As chairman of 20th Century Fox, Wilkinson had pushed all of Hollywood to give better roles to black actors. The NAACP loved him, and the KKK didn't. Bottom line, Wilkinson was a strange combination, a ladies' man and a flamethrower, a man of passion and an opportunist, with points of principle thrown in for good measure, all of which meant that a lot of different types might have hated his guts. Just then came a familiar knock on my office door. Tappity-tap, tap-tap. And Miriam walked in. "Hi there," I said. "Oh, shit. I forgot to pick you up, didn't I?"
No sweat, Al. I hitched a ride here, on the back of a scooter.
Miriam looked like a girl growing up on the frontier, which made no sense since she'd lived practically her whole life in Albany, a gritty town in the East Bay lowlands where Berkeley's rich used to dump their garbage. She was scrawny, with freckles, and an unruly mop of curly dark ringlets. She wore the same pair of overalls every day. She smoked and could cuss up a storm. She was also 11. Miriam was my half-sister Rosemary's daughter. I was supposed to have lunch with her before dropping her off at the Five and Dime on Shattuck Avenue, where she worked in the back. I didn't love it that she was paid under the table, literally in nickels and dimes, since I was supposed to be law enforcement. But I'd learned a long time ago that when there's no leeway, survival comes first. And with Rosemary, there was no leeway. Rosemary always had a man in her house, but they never lasted. A few of them had been decent guys, but lately, they'd been getting worse and worse. When the last one bailed a few months ago, she went into a real tailspin. She was drinking again and got herself fired again, this time from the Hotsy Totsy Club down on San Pablo. If she could just pull herself together, there were plenty of other dives looking for barmaids. But for now, Miriam was picking up the slack, taking odd jobs when she wasn't in school. Miriam never complained about it, even though she was probably the breadwinner at this point. She was a good kid, level-headed, and quick as a whip. My intercom buzzed. It was Holly, telling me there was a man wanting to see me with information he claimed I needed to hear. "Give me 5 minutes," I said to Miriam. "Go talk to Holly for a while, okay?"
Sounds great, Al. Don't mind me.
And she disappeared. The man who walked through my door introduced himself as Clark Collinson. He was maybe 32 or 33, blonde, athletic, open-faced, but already losing his hair. He looked like a lot of the fraternity boys I knew at college. "I know who killed Walter Wilkinson," he said. "Who says he's dead?" "It's in all the papers." He handed me a copy of an extra the Berkeley Gazette had just put out. Wilkinson's murder was the headline in 64-point type. They had my name in the story, too, as the detective in charge. I handed it back to him. "Go on," I said. "Did you know Wilkinson was in a satanic cult? They call themselves the Temple of the Holy Grail. There was a disappearance there a few years ago. Still unsolved. Wilkinson was a member." "How do you know?" "I saw him there." "Where is this place? Who's in charge?" Collinson leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. "I'm happy to help, Detective, but I would expect to receive something from my services." "Oh, yeah? What?" $50. No one else is going to come forward with this information. They're very secretive, and they punish anyone who turns against them." "When did you see Wilkinson there?" 3 nights ago." "Wednesday? What time?" "Between 8 and 10. "You sure about that?" 100%. 3 nights ago, Wilkinson was still en route to California from Wisconsin. I pressed my intercom. When Holly came in, I told her to wire a flag on Collinson's name to every station house in Contra Costa, San Francisco, and Alameda counties. Then I turned to Collinson. "If you go to anybody else with this cock and bull story, you'll be arrested for obstruction. Now get out of here." Collinson left my office without protest, but also without embarrassment. People doing wrong always feel on the inside like they're somehow in the right. No exceptions. There were going to be a lot of these cranks and fraudsters. The worst thing about them was the amount of your time they wasted. I put on my coat and hat and collected Miriam so we could grab lunch, but stopped in at the Claremont first to check in on the boys, leaving Miriam in the car. 2. Just like the front desk clerks, none of the guests interviewed so far had seen or heard anything unusual the night before. Which made me think whoever killed Wilkinson knew their way around the Claremont, knew how to get in and out of the place without being seen. Maybe someone who'd scoped out the place beforehand, or maybe an employee. In the lobby, I found Tankersley, whom I'd put in charge of interviewing staff. Tank was one of my best men, and just the 4th black officer to serve on the Berkeley PD. His grandfather had escaped slavery in Alabama, fleeing to the supposedly free state of California. A few years later, he was found hanging from a tree, which they called a suicide, but it was obvious what had happened. Tank's dad was doing time. There hadn't been a lick of education in that family, same as mine. But Tank was a Berkeley grad, like me. "What have you got?" I asked him. "Nothing that stands out, Detective," he said. "No recent hires. The only thing out of the ordinary last night was an appendicitis in the laundry and 2 kitchen guys getting in a fistfight over some burnt carrots, plus a lot of complaints about working double shifts without overtime." "You talked to everybody working here?" "Everybody, from the maids on up." "Okay. Let's try something else." I asked a front desk clerk to get Chick Uhalt for me. Chick was the weekend day manager. I liked him. He was an ex-ball player, pitched for the Cardinals for 10 years, and he didn't have the Claremont attitude. It was Chick who'd arranged for me to be served for free at the hotel bar ever since I got that deadbeat rich boy to pay up on his $200 hotel bill back in '39. Chick came out, and I asked him if any staff didn't show up for work today. He picked up a house phone and started making calls. A minute later, he cupped his hand over the receiver and said, "There's a Mexican basement girl, Juanita Juarez. She mops floors, iron sheets. She worked late yesterday and called in sick this morning. Lives out in Richmond. You interested?" "Would she have had business on the 6th floor?" Chick put a couple of questions to the receiver. Then he said to me, "Yeah, she restocked the linen closets just before she left." "When did she leave?" "A little after midnight." "I'm interested," I said. 3. "Do you smell something, Miriam?"
You're always smelling something.
"No, seriously, is something rotting?"
It's your car, Al, and I don't smell anything.
We were in my unmarked detective's car on our way to the address in Richmond that Chick gave me. I drove a '36 gunmetal LaSalle coupe. a beautiful machine that I bought for a song because she'd been banged up in a bad collision and it was hard to get parts. They stopped making LaSalle's in 1940. I'd fixed her up and installed a police radio and taken out the inside door handles and window cranks in the back. I'd also juiced her up with a V8 engine. A hidden talent of mine is that I'm good at teaching myself stuff, like repairing things, whether it's a Colt police official or a burnt-out carburetor in a 1936 LaSalle. There's a book you can check out for free on literally any topic. The experts don't want you to know it, but anyone can become an expert at anything if you're willing to educate yourself.
It's fun to be around you, Al.
Miriam said.
I think you're the tiger's spots.
I glanced over to see if she was teasing me, but she wasn't. Miriam was a mutt, like me, and people were always trying to figure out what she was. Her skin was brown. Her dad, whom she'd never met, was a boxer who'd passed through San Francisco a few times and might have been a heavyweight champion if blacks had been allowed to fight for that title. She had dark, wavy ringlets down to her shoulders, a small, slightly upturned nose, and huge, wide-set eyes too big for her face. Her eyes were blue, though, the same as mine. We both got that from my mother, who was her grandmother. Miriam always wore a pocket square with her overalls, right in the middle of the bib, which she fashioned out of cloth scraps she got for free in the remnant bin at the 5 and Dime. Every day, the pocket square would have a different pattern. Sometimes it was checkered, or a splash of daisies, or lots of little hammers. The address Chick gave me led to a collection of old red boxcars off the highway in the Richmond lowlands. There were no streets, no house numbers, just the shacks alongside a stream, each with its own little vegetable garden. On a patch of dusty land, barefoot children were running around kicking an old football with a pack of bony hounds yapping and chasing after it. In front of one of the boxcars, an old woman was sitting, smoking a pipe. I got out of the car. Miriam did too. "You got the cards?" I asked.
Right here,
she said, tapping her back pocket. "Stay out of trouble," I said.
no problemo, Al.
I went up to the old woman with the pipe and told her I was looking for Juanita Juarez. She pointed with her pipe at the next shack over. I knocked at its door, and an even older woman with a sleeping baby in her arms opened it. When I asked for Juanita, she spoke Spanish to someone inside, and then a younger woman took her place. This one had a blanket clutched around her shoulders. She was maybe 5 feet tall, if that, with alert eyes studiously not making contact with mine. "Juanita Juarez?" I asked. She nodded. "Detective Sullivan, Berkeley Police," I said, showing her my badge. "I have a few questions for you, ma'am. May I come in?" She didn't look happy about it, but she let me in. The place was crowded but tidy, and there was a good cooking smell in the air. We sat down at a small wooden table in a room that functioned as kitchen, living room, dining room, nursery, and everything room. I had spent a lot of time in everything rooms. I took out a pen and notebook and made her confirm that she worked at the Claremont Hotel. She had a heavy accent, but no problem understanding me. She also didn't show any signs of being sick, apart from the blanket. "Last night, you worked the 6th floor at the hotel, is that right?" She nodded. "What were your hours yesterday?"
I cleaned the whole day.
I had to prod her to be more specific. It turned out she was on a 14-hour shift, 11 in the morning to 1 in the morning, and then they expected her to come in for a morning shift today. The usual, in other words. Work till you drop. "Do you know what happened at the hotel last night, ma'am?"
No?
I showed her a photograph of Walter Wilkinson. "Have you ever seen this man?"
I don't know nothing. I didn't see nothing.
"Did you work on the 6th floor last night?"
Yes, but I don't want no trouble.
I took out a pack of cigarettes and offered her one. She shook her head. I lit one for myself. Then I told her in Spanish that the arepas smelled good. For the first time, she made eye contact with me, startled. I asked her, still in Spanish, if the baby in the arms of the abuela was hers. She told me yes, and that one of the boys running around outside was hers too. I'd played this card 1,000 times. All it took usually was a couple of sentences in Spanish. Not white people's Spanish, but good Mexican Spanish. And I became a different person in their eyes. Actually, I became a different person in my own eyes, too. It's funny what a bond it can be, language, when you live somewhere you don't belong. Juanita, though, was still guarded, and I didn't blame her. Apart from my hair, I don't look Mexican. Like I said, my eyes are blue. I'm pretty tall, and I'm only 10 in the summer. So I explained that my father was from Guadalajara, that he'd come to the U.S. as a boy and worked 20 years at Standard Oil in Richmond, but they took him away in 1931. Pulled him right out of our house and put him on a bus to Mexico. Every Mexican in the United States knows about the so-called repatriations after the crash to open up jobs for Americans. White people have already forgotten it ever happened. The papers said about 250,000 were sent back, but Mexicans believe it was 1 million or more. The papers also called it voluntary, but there was nothing voluntary about it. They not only took my dad, they took my 2 half-brothers too. They would have taken me, but I had a different mother, an American, from Nebraska. Listen to me, senora, I said. I know you saw something last night. There won't be any trouble if you talk to me. There may be trouble if you don't. She hesitated, but a second later, words started pouring out. I think it was a relief to her. At first, I couldn't understand what she was talking about, but eventually, I got the picture. She'd started at the Claremont over 10 years ago as a maid. The hours were long, but the Claremont was beautiful, and she liked making beds so crisp you could bounce a coin off them. Then one morning, she was called into the manager's office, which she'd never set foot in before. She was terrified. A well-dressed woman in a fancy hat was there. "Is this the girl you saw?" the manager asked the woman.
How on earth should I know?
The woman replied.
Do you think I can tell them apart?
It turned out the woman had claimed that a housekeeper stole her jewelry. Juanita said she had never taken anything from anyone, at which point the woman grew incensed and started yelling, objecting in particular to the fact that Juanita had dared to look her in the eyes. After that, they put Juanita to work ironing, cleaning floors, and setting up tables for afternoon tea, which was a demotion. Her pay went down. From that day to this, Juanita had kept her head down and mouth shut. "Good policy," I said in Spanish. "But you need to tell me the truth, Juanita." I pointed to Wilkinson's photo, which was still on the table, and switched back to English. "Did you see this man last night?"
Yes, senor.
She said reluctantly, in a low voice.
I saw him.
In his room?
No.
In the hall?
Yes. He come from the elevator and go to his room. Room 602.
When?
12 o'clock.
Midnight. You sure?
See, I hear the big clock.
There was something she wasn't telling me. Was he alone? I asked. She shook her head. Who was he with?
A young lady. She go into his room with him.
What did she look like?
Very beautiful, senor. Hair like Miss Jean Harlow.
Blonde, you mean? She nodded. What was she wearing?
A nice dress. Very nice.
What were they doing? She and Mr. Wilkinson.
Talking?
Just talking? How about laughing, arguing, kissing?
No, just talking.
About what?
I don't know.
What age was the young lady, would you say? Juanita didn't answer. You can guess, I said. It's okay to guess. She looked away from me. What is it? I asked. She remained silent. I had to repeat myself.
I know her, Senor Sullivan. I know this young lady.
You know her? Who was it? She looked down at her feet. I promise you, Juanita, you're not going to get in any trouble. Who was it?
I know the young lady from afternoon tea. I know her since she was small. She always come with her grandmother, the old lady, Mrs. B, we call her. The family with the little girl who died, the ghost child.
I knew exactly who Juanita was talking about. Anyone from Berkeley would have. People had been saying the Claremont was haunted ever since a little girl had died there back in 1930. Over the years, guests had supposedly heard a girl crying faintly inside the walls at night, or seen something white and formless pass through their room like a chill. I always figured the hotel made the whole ghost thing up because it was good for business, even if the folks at the Claremont pretended otherwise. "You're talking about Mrs. Bainbridge?" I asked, switching back to Spanish so there would be no mistake.
Yes, Mrs. Bainbridge, that's her.
Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge lived in Berkeley and was the matriarch of one of the oldest blue blood families in the Bay Area. She had 3 granddaughters. 4, actually, counting the one who died in 1930. Everyone had heard of San Francisco's Bainbridge girls, famous for their supposed good looks. "You're sure the young lady you saw last night with Mr. Wilkinson was one of her granddaughters?"
Yes, I'm sure.
"Which one?"
I don't know.
"You know Mrs. Bainbridge has 3 granddaughters, right?"
Yes, sometimes she bring one, sometimes 2, sometimes all 3.
"So which one did you see last night?"
I don't know. They always look the same to me. They all have yellow hair. I'm sorry."
"That's okay. Listen, don't go anywhere. I'm going to send one of my boys here with some photos of the Bainbridge girls. Maybe if you look closely at them, you'll be able to pick out which one you saw." I thanked Juanita and headed out. This was a bombshell. A double. If Walter Wilkinson, presidential candidate and married man, was with one of the Bainbridge girls at midnight last night, that was explosive enough. But if that Bainbridge girl was also his killer, well, even I had a hard time believing that. Outside, Miriam was sitting on the stoop next to the old woman with the pipe. "Hey, Miriam, you smoking again?" I called out.
Nope, I quit.
"Come on, let's get going." I didn't know which of Mrs. Bainbridge's 3 granddaughters Juanita had seen. 2 of them I'd never met. But the third one, I had. She was the girl I'd been having a drink with at the Claremont last night. Chapter 6, 1930. The wealthy gossip as much as anyone else, but never about their help. This is because they don't care about them as human beings and take no interest in their personal lives. But for the help, the opposite is true. The households they work for are the center of their world, and they have the strongest opinions, almost invariably unfavorable, about every family member, which opinions they share with one another every chance they get. This imbalance of attention, which is generally unhealthy for all concerned, was on full display one brisk October night in 1930 in the kitchen of the Bainbridge Stafford House on Nob Hill, where a cook and housekeeper in black dresses with white aprons were complaining and clucking their tongues. In this particular household, several especially lurid tales were circulating. Of the dead daughter, not even in the ground a year, who had worked with the devil himself to put a hex on this house. Of the surviving 6-year-old who, upon being asked her age by a neighbor, put up 8 fingers, the age her deceased sister would have been. Of a scullery maid at the Claremont Hotel who claimed she saw the same surviving daughter push her sister to her death. And of the girl's lunatic mother, Sadie, who had opened the silver drawer and started throwing knives and spoons at the cook.
I'm telling you, I'm quitting,
said the target of those projectiles.
I'm fed up to my ears. There's nowhere to go,
replied the housekeeper, Mrs. Biddleston.
There's no jobs out there. Job? What good's a job if I'm dead in the grave? Better to work in a loony house than starve in the street. And keep your voice down, Mabel. Old Mrs. Bainbridge will hear you. She's sitting in the parlor.
The two were silent a moment, the dishes clinking.
I'm telling you, the cook went on, there's something not right with Miss Issy. She put her doll in the refrigerator. A headless doll. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Did you know, Mabel?
And here, Mrs. Biddleston lowered her voice.
Miss Isabella talks to her dead sister. One time, I heard the dead girl's voice come out of her. I swear it. Miss Iris was talking through Miss Issy's mouth. Oh, lordy me, Ethel. Devil spawn, that one. May the good Lord have mercy on us all.
Chapter 7, 1944. Saturday, March 11th. 1. After leaving Juanita's, I broke at least a dozen traffic laws to get Miriam to work in time. It was 1:58 when I pulled up at her Five and Dime in Berkeley.
I made you lunch, Al.
That's when I realized I'd forgotten to feed her. To be fair, I'd forgotten to feed myself too. Even though Miriam's my half-sister's kid, I'd never really thought of myself as her uncle. More like her friend, or maybe an older brother. Being her uncle would have carried way too much responsibility. It was too close to being a father, and given the wreckage I came from, I had no business going anywhere near that role. Besides, Miriam didn't need another parent to deal with. She was already taking care of her mother. Miriam, I
figured we might not have time,
she said.
Here, have half.
She had unwrapped the wax paper off something that looked like a stack of bread. She handed me a triangle half of it. What is it? I asked.
It's a 6-layer peanut butter and potato chip sandwich,
she said, taking a huge bite of her half.
It's my specialty,
she added, with her mouth full. I took a bite. Maybe I was just hungry, but it was awfully good.
How's your leg today, Al?
She asked, taking another giant bite. How's my leg? Oh, it's good. Thanks. I'd taken a couple of bullets in my left leg at Guadalcanal in '42, including one in my knee. They shipped me back to the States because it was supposed to take 8 months before I would walk again. I was up and running in 3, but they still wouldn't let me re-enlist. Staying over tonight? I asked her.
Nah, I'm fine.
Did your mom come home?
Not yet. I think she might today, though.
If she's not back, you stay at my place. You hear me, Miriam?
Okay. Maybe tomorrow night.
2. I spent the rest of the afternoon in my commandeered room at the Claremont getting status reports from my men. They were mostly useless, but not quite. A couple of guests said they'd seen a man in a hood, possibly a monk, walking late at night through the flower garden in the back of the hotel toward the winding back road that leads up to Grizzly Peak. That was something I'd have to run down. Of more immediate interest, a businessman named Jessup said he saw a young woman coming out of room 602 around 7:30 last night. I called down to the front desk and learned that Jessup was out but had a dinner reservation at the Claremont's restaurant tonight at 6:30. I was just hanging up when a call came in from the station. It was Dickie Ogar. He'd been to Juanita Juarez's place with photographs of the 3 Bainbridge granddaughters. "No dice, boss," he said. "I showed Juanita photos of the 3 girls, just like you said. She couldn't make an ID. For Christ's sake, do they really look that similar? Not to me, but Juanita can't tell them apart. She says American girls with yellow hair all look the same to her." Then how does she know it was one of the Bainbridge girls at all? I don't know, boss, but she was sure of it. She kept saying it was definitely one of them. But she didn't know which one. Nope. No, sir. I checked my watch. I still had a half hour before Jessup's dinner reservation. I figured this would be a good time to tell Chief Greening I was going to have to interview the Bainbridge granddaughters and put all 3 of them in front of Juanita to see if she could pick one out in person. 3. You want to interview the Bainbridge girls? Greening asked me, after I told him my plans. Yes, sir. You want to put them in a lineup? If we can, sir. Are you joking? No, sir, I said. Sullivan, my boy, we all have prejudices. Even me. But when you've been a police officer as long as I have, you learn to put them aside. You have to. I'm chief of police for all Berkeley, not for one class or segment. Vollmer gets the credit for doing it first. But I've hired more blacks in my 12 years than he did in his first 12. But this Jovita or Consuela of yours tells us it was a Bainbridge girl, and you take it as a God-given truth and start barking like a trained seal, and you're ready to launch a whole investigation into an innocent family on the basis of what? She admitted she couldn't tell American girls apart. Greening shook his head, but I could tell he wasn't finished. So I bit my tongue. I had my prejudices for sure. Greening wasn't wrong about that. If I had to choose who was more likely to commit a crime, a Juanita or a Bainbridge girl, I would have picked the Bainbridge girl every time because they could get away with it. Which is stunning, Greening went on. Appalling, really. These people just don't respect the individual. It's not their fault. It's part of their culture, the way they see the world. You know, when I was in college, I heard a lecture by a great man. And he said, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He said, we must be agents of progress for the uncivilized nations. It's our duty. They are our wards. We must take them under our wing and tutelage. We can't be complacent, he said. Today, they may not like us for it, but tomorrow, they'll thank us. I almost shed a tear just thinking about it. That man knew what America stands for, what we're capable of, what we're meant to be. I tell you, Sullivan, if someone just showed some spine, after this war is over, we'd send a few troops down to Mexico and take the place over. Everyone would be better off. We teach them to respect the individual, I said. Exactly. Which your chambermaid doesn't. I appreciate your sympathy for her, Sullivan, I do. I have great sympathy for Mexicans myself. Some of them are fine people. But we can't be at their mercy. Now, this Consuela, Juanita, sir, this Juanita knows she saw one of the Bainbridge girls. Ridiculous. By her own admission, it could have been any woman with blonde hair, and she wouldn't have known the difference. That's no evidence at all. Greening had a point. I believed Juanita, but a lot of other people wouldn't. The chief leaned forward and lowered his voice. I need to tell you something about the Bainbridges, Sullivan. People are out to get that family because they're wealthy and the women are beautiful. I remember when every woman in Northern California, even my own blessed wife, had her claws out for Sadie Bainbridge. It was all jealousy. I can tell you that in my encounters with Sadie, she was perfectly delightful, very considerate. She always noticed how well pressed I kept my uniform. I'd heard about Sadie Bainbridge, the mother of one of the Bainbridge girls. Years ago, she'd lost her other daughter in a tragic accident at the Claremont. Apparently, she was a shut-in now. No one had seen her in years. Now, it's the next generation they have it out for, Greening went on. Do you know, I actually heard someone say they thought Isabella was possessed? Possessed! That beautiful young lady? Jealousy all over again. The Bainbridge girls are charming young women, all three of them. Remember, Sullivan, the presumption of innocence. In those three words, you have the heart of our system, the value of the individual, the presumption of innocence. I kept mum. I hadn't seen much presumption of innocence when Greening had us round up the Japanese after Pearl Harbor. I'm not saying we were wrong. The Japs had made war on us, and once they took out our air and naval bases in Hawaii, the entire West Coast was basically defenseless. They could have bombed the mainland or even invaded any time they wanted. Maybe we had to move the Japanese off the West Coast, but let's not pretend we honored the presumption of innocence. So, Detective Sullivan, Chief Greening concluded, the answer is no. There will be absolutely no lineup of the Bainbridge girls. The very idea. And we will not bring them in for questioning. Am I clear? Yes, sir. That poor family has been through more than enough already. 4. I got back to the Claremont in time to catch Jessup having dinner in the hotel restaurant. He was alone, and wearing too much aqua velva. He offered to pour me a glass of his wine, which I declined, being on duty. Jessup was a wolfish-looking man of 40 or so, wearing an oversized suit with enormous shoulders and greased back hair. He was in town to do some steel plate strength tests for the Kaiser shipyards. Apologizing for making him repeat himself, I asked him to go over with me what he saw last night. With pleasure, he said. But, as I told your man, I don't have much to say. The woman was just leaving room 602 as I came around a corner in the hallway. She walked toward me, I walked toward her. We crossed paths. I turned around to get another look at her as she was walking away, but she'd already turned the corner when I did. I'm afraid that's all I have for you. What made you turn around to get another look at her? Oh, you would have too, believe me. Good looking? Sensational, he said, wiping his wine-rimmed lips with a white cloth napkin. Nice, tight dress, too. Form-fitting, with a slit up the side so you could see her leg. And what a leg. How old? Hard to say. Young. But sometimes they look younger than they are. Short, tall, medium. But she was wearing heels. 5'1" without them, I'd guess. Long, shiny hair. That enigmatic expression they all have. Enigmatic? Like you'll never know what they're thinking, not in 1,000 years. You know how they look. I'm not following you, Mr. Jessup. Who's they? Didn't your man tell you? The girl was Chinese. Chinese? High-class Chinese. Not one of your Chinatown girls. I've had plenty of those. And she was a lot more expensive, this one, believe me. I had just been getting ready to show him photographs of the Bainbridge girls. It seemed Walter Wilkinson had been a very busy man last night. Mr. Jessup, I said, you're saying the woman you saw was a prostitute? What else would she have been? I left Jessup to his wine. Talking to the man made me feel like I needed a shower. 5. When I got back to the hotel room I'd commandeered, I got them to let me stay for one more night. A woman was outside my door, smoking a cigarette, leaning back against the wall. She was a slim blonde, in her 20s I'd say, wearing a light blue button-up sweater, a long navy skirt, and a matching low-profile pillbox hat. She was making contact with the wall at 4 points. The back of her head, her 2 shoulder blades, and a right heel, while she cupped one elbow in the palm of a hand and smoked with 2 fingers of the other hand. Apart from a birthmark above one corner of her mouth, or maybe in part because of the birthmark, her face was pretty easy to look at. No wedding ring.
Detective Sullivan?
She said when I got to the door. That's me. And you are?
I'm a reporter with New York Tribune.
You got here fast?
Already in town,
she said.
I've been working on a story about one Walter Wilkinson.
Is that right?
That's right.
I unlocked my door and started stepping through.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
She asked. No, I'm not. I'm not talking to the press.
You've got it backwards, Detective. I don't want anything from you. You want something from me.
And what do I want from you, miss?
Information.
I smiled. The last guy who told me that tried to sell me a bunk story about a cult for $50. What's your racket?
Invite me into your war room, and you can find out.
I looked her over, and half of me wished I could. Sorry. No press, no exceptions.
Suit yourself,
she said, turning her back on me and sashaying away.
It's not my problem if you miss the Chinese angle.
Hold on, I said. She stopped and looked at me over her shoulder. What do you mean, Chinese angle?
Oh, now you're interested.
Maybe.
Well, my price has gone up. You'll have to buy me a drink to find out.
She set off down the hall again, this time knowing I'd follow her. 6. Down in the cocktail lounge, I found us a table in a dark corner where we wouldn't be seen or overheard. A waiter was on top of us before we'd settled in our chairs. I asked her what she was drinking, and she said whatever I was. So I ordered a couple of Manhattans. She took out another cigarette and waited for me to light it. I did, and lit one of my own as well. In the dark, she looked like Hedy Lamarr. Smelled good, too. Like orange blossoms. So, what's the Chinese angle? I asked.
Too aggressive, Detective. Much too. Go a little more slowly when you're with a girl the first time.
She looked me over.
I heard you're a college boy. With a degree in history?
You heard right. You?
Creative writing.
That about sums up the newspaper business.
Such mistrust for reporters, Detective.
The waiter slipped a couple of cocktail napkins onto the table, followed by our drinks. The more you know about a story in the paper, I said, the more you see how wrong they got it.
The more you know about cops, the more you wonder which side of the law they're on.
I nodded. So why the newspaper racket? I asked her. You don't need the money, that's for sure.
Why do you say that?
Because of that Tiffany cigarette case you keep your smokes in.
Observant, aren't we? I heard you were the youngest ever to make detective in the Berkeley Police Department. Protege of the famous August Vollmer, the father of American law enforcement.
Are you doing a story on Wilkinson or me, miss?
Maybe both of you.
I stood up and threw some money on the table. I'm a little busy right now to be taken for a ride. Enjoy your drink.
Madam Chiang Kai-shek,
she said. I didn't reply. But I didn't leave either.
Do you know who that is, Detective? The wife of the President of China, our ally in the war?
I know who Madam Chiang is. What about her?
Did you know she's moved here, and she's living just down the road?
Everyone in Berkeley knows that.
Doesn't it seem a little strange to you that the First Lady of China, the most powerful woman in the world, and probably the most ambitious, would move to Berkeley, California, by herself, without her husband, even as her country is fighting for its life?
They say she had medical reasons.
I'm not knocking Berkeley, Detective. It's a pretty little town. But if you were looking for the best doctors in the Western world, would you come here?
If you've got something to say, ma'am, you better get to it.
Madam Chiang is having an affair with Walter Wilkinson. Was, excuse me. That's why she's living here.
I sat down. Go on.
She told a confidant a few months ago that if Wilkinson won the presidency, they would rule the world. Those are her actual words. She would rule the Orient, and he would rule the West.
Where are you getting this, miss?
Do you give away your sources, Detective? Wilkinson met Madam Chiang in 1942, when Roosevelt sent him to China as his special envoy. It was billed as a goodwill trip, but I'm told the real purpose was to see whether we should keep backing Chiang Kai-shek in the fight against Japan or throw our weight behind the commander of the Red Army, Mao Zedong. Chang and Mao are mortal enemies. Only one of them will come out of this war the leader of China. Wilkinson was there to figure out which horse to back, but he lost his head for Madame Chang. Have you ever met her?
Me? No chance.
Men find her bewitching, hypnotic. She speaks perfect English, with a southern accent because she went to school in Georgia. She was Wilkinson's translator and host in Chungking, and soon they were having secret trysts. When they disappeared from a state dinner party held in President Chang's mansion, the Generalissimo went on a furious tirade. He stormed into Wilkinson's hotel with 10 men and turned the whole place upside down. But Wilkinson and the madam were at a secret apartment of hers, so the general didn't find them. After Wilkinson returned to the States, he wrote Madame Chang and begged her to come live in America. He said she should move to Berkeley because the Claremont is his home away from home. And she did. The only question is whether General Chang decided to have Wilkinson killed. Something Chang likes to do to his enemies, usually by firing squad. Or beheading.
What do you want, miss?
What do I want?
What's in it for you?
Why, detective. Can't a girl do her duty as a citizen without being suspected of ulterior motives?
You support Mao. Is that it?
Chang is a corrupt, bloodthirsty murderer. But no, I don't support Mao. I'm a reporter, detective. I don't take sides.
You're making Wilkinson out to be pretty reckless, miss. First, he sleeps with the wife of the president of China, who's famous for having his secret police take out his enemies. Then he invites her to come to America so he can keep carrying on with her.
Love makes people reckless. I would have thought a homicide detective would know that. Haven't you ever been head over heels?
No, miss, I haven't.
Then you haven't lived. I fall head over heels every chance I get.
With that, she finished her Manhattan, stood up, and started to leave. I didn't get your name, miss, I said.
You are a detective, aren't you? I'm sure you'll find out.
7. I liked his suits. Custom made by the looks of them. All wool, naturally, even though it hadn't been legal to make a 3-piece wool suit since '42. Of course, with a wool suit, you couldn't necessarily tell if it was new or old. The government had also curtailed style changes so that people wouldn't buy new clothes just to keep up with fashion. But in Wilkinson's case, I was guessing new. He'd been a good-looking man with a high-end tailor, and nobody expected the rich to follow the rules that applied to everyone else, whether it came to adultery or fabric. I was in his hotel room, his other room, the one I'd moved him to after the first attempt on him, fishing through the pockets of his clothes. We hadn't packed up his things yet. I'd had the boys do a search, but they hadn't turned up a date book or calendar, which seemed odd. A man as busy as Wilkinson had to have one. So I was double-checking, but I didn't find one either. On a dresser, my men had gathered the valuables. Wallet, keys, a Reverso watch, some fancy tie pins and cufflinks. I didn't find anything interesting in the wallet, but the car keys got me thinking. The boys assumed they belonged to some car Wilkinson owned back east, but they were Chevy keys, and Wilkinson struck me as more of a Cadillac man. We knew he had him valet a car, but he might have rented one and parked it himself. I decided to have a look in the hotel parking lot. It took me over an hour, but I found it. Wilkinson's keys fit a late-model Chevrolet Deluxe. In the glove box was a folder from a drive yourself at the airport and a leather-bound pocket calendar. It was a gold mine. There were notations showing all the meetings he'd had since arriving in San Francisco. Maybe that's why he went back to room 602 the night he was killed. He could have been looking for his calendar. On the day of his death, Walter Wilkinson had had a very full day. Breakfast at 6:30 in the hotel with BR and ST. Something indecipherable at 9. Radio interviews 10 to 12. A lunch talk at the Rotary in San Francisco. Tea with Mei Ling at 3. Another talk at 6 with some bankers. an 8:30 dinner with the Audubon Society he must have canceled after being shot at. And then the last entry, the most important one. Wilkinson had written down 12 o'clock and hotel and nothing else. Unlike all the other entries, he'd circled that one, double-circled it, but hadn't indicated even with initials whom he was meeting. Wilkinson wasn't looking for his calendar. The reason he went back to room 602 was because he had a midnight meeting with someone. Someone important enough to risk going back to the room where he'd already been shot at. 8. The phone was ringing in my temporary hotel headquarters as I walked in. It was the front desk, telling me that a Miss Nicole Bainbridge was downstairs, asking to meet with me as soon as possible. I figured Chief Greening's order, not to question the Bainbridge girls, didn't apply if one of them came to me on her own. "Send her up," I said. Given what Juanita had said, that she'd seen a Bainbridge girl with Wilkinson shortly before he was killed, Nicole was technically a suspect. I knew for a fact she'd been at the Claremont the night Wilkinson was killed because she was the girl I'd been having a drink with in the hotel bar when the maitre d' came to get me. On top of which, right when we first sat down, Nicole had gone off to the ladies, and she was away long enough that she could conceivably have gone up to Wilkinson's room, taken a shot at him, and missed. Then she could have gone back later to finish the job. But there were a lot of holes in this theory. To begin with, when she came back to the table, Nicole didn't look like someone who just tried to kill someone. Second, what possible motive would Nicole Bainbridge have for murdering Wilkinson? Third, what about Wilkinson's claim that it was a communist ruffian who took the first shot at him? I still found that story fishy, but why would he make it up if Nicole had been the shooter? Fourth, she hadn't been wearing any yellow silk when I met her. And finally, if Nicole had been planning to take a shot at Wilkinson, why would she have asked a policeman, me, to be here in the hotel with her when it was supposed to happen? There was a knock at the door, and I let Nicole in. Her face was square-shaped with prominent cheekbones, a kind of Eastern European look, apparently from her mother who, I'd been told, came from some kind of Polish nobility. Or maybe Czech. Her honey blonde hair was shoulder-length, and whereas she'd been in a dress last night, now she was wearing gray slacks and blue shirt. She looked like a college girl because she was one, a junior at Berkeley. She didn't smile when she came in. She hadn't smiled yesterday either. She also didn't smell like anything. Just kind of dry. "Okay to talk here, Miss Bainbridge?" I said. For my makeshift office, I pushed the single bed into a corner and converted it into an oversized table for all my paperwork. There was a desk, which is where I did my work, and an armchair that came with an ottoman which I'd stuck in the closet. "Would you prefer the lobby? Or one of the conference rooms?" She looked around wearily. "This is fine," she said, sitting down in the armchair. "Sorry about disappearing last night, miss," I said, taking a seat behind my desk. "Not at all. You obviously had something much more urgent." "Well, you can't tell someone you've got something important to say to them and then run out on them before you've said it. I should have followed up with you today. I meant to." "As a matter of fact, that's why I'm here," said Nicole. "You said a friend of mine was in danger. May I ask which friend?" "Salvatore Barra." I thought I saw her flush for a second. "Listen, miss, I'm going to come right to the point. We know you went with Mr. Ibarra to a Young Communist League meeting a few weeks ago. We also know he's in the Marine Union, which is a communist front, and that he was probably responsible for the bombing of a police squad car 3 years ago." "And how do you know all that, Detective Sullivan? Are you spying on us?" "Not me personally, miss. I'm just trying to help, that's all. It's actually you, not Mr. Ibarra, we're concerned about." "We?" It made sense that she wanted to know who was watching them, and the answer was the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which was tapping the phones of every known communist in the Bay Area, and a lot of other people besides, but that wasn't something I could tell her. Anyway, I wasn't privy to most of it. But Diarmid Dugan, the district attorney for Alameda County, was. Dugan was tight with Governor Earl Warren, and Warren was tight with J. Edgar Hoover. Both Warren and Hoover thought communism was an even bigger threat to America than Nazism. All I knew was that the FBI had picked up Nicole Bainbridge associating with a known communist, Salvatore Barra, and Dugan had asked me to take her out for a drink and have a talk with her. I think Dugan hoped she might fall for me, which sure as hell didn't happen. Regardless, if she had any solid information about Ibarra, I was supposed to get it. If not, I was supposed to warn her to keep away from him. But Dugan also asked me not to say anything to Chief Greening because Greening didn't know about the wiretaps. That put me in a tricky spot. But the DA calls the shots, so I did what he asked. He's a bad apple, miss, your friend Salvatore. I'm not anti-union. My dad was union. But it was one thing to be a communist stirring up a strike before the war. It's totally different now.
We aren't at war with communism, Detective,
she instructed me. It's an invariable rule. The younger you are, the more you know, and the less everyone else knows.
Without Russia, we don't stand a chance against Germany.
The Russians aren't our friends, miss. Anybody who thinks otherwise isn't looking. If you know anything about what Salvatore's been up to, you should tell me about it. Otherwise, you could end up an accessory.
I see. You're very kind to warn me, Detective. Thank you.
She paused.
I wonder, though, if you've ever considered whether you're the one who's an accessory.
To what?
To the exploitation of labor.
It sounded like Nicole Bainbridge was more of a true believer than Dugan thought. I smiled. I'm definitely an accessory to the exploitation of my own labor. I'll cop to that. She wasn't amused. On the contrary, a look of scorn came over her.
What about to the maiming and killing of striking dock workers, who were unarmed and defenseless? That's what the police do, Mr. Sullivan, at the bidding of their paymasters, the ship companies.
Classic. Perfect. A rich girl who never had to fear for her safety in her life giving me lip about cops. They weren't just striking, miss, those workers. They were rioting. They were preventing non-union men from working. They surrounded a police car and tried to turn it over, with the officers inside.
Which justified shooting into a crowd of unarmed people?
I gave her credit for not being a socialite who only thought about dresses and parties, but I knew her sort. I'd met plenty just like her at Berkeley. Kids who felt guilty, no, resentful, about being born with a gold spoon in their mouth. Kids trying to escape who they were, trying on different personas like normal folks tried on shoes. Should I be an archaeologist, a singer, a naturalist? Too many choices, that was the problem. They had no constraints, no debts, no need to work. They could be anything they wanted, barring only a total lack of talent, which was actually not uncommon. But the persona most grata was communist. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Democrat and a big fan of the New Deal, but communism is crap. You don't want to say to a starving man, "You've got no chance, pal, but don't worry, we're going to bring everyone down to your level." And I especially had no patience for rich kid communism. I'd never seen so many rich people so passionately committed to equality without giving anything up. They thought they were championing the poor, but it was all just talk and theater and self-indulgence. They had no idea what the poor really wanted, which was just to fucking rise and get some respect and maybe stick it in the face of their former bosses. Look, miss, I said, I'm not defending Bloody Thursday, but the war has changed things. The whole port of San Francisco is a U.S. Navy facility now. You can't try to organize a strike there anymore. That's a federal offense, a violation of the Espionage Act. You can get the death penalty for that.
Professor Radin doesn't agree with you.
I'm sorry?
Professor Radin teaches at the law school. He says the Espionage Act is unconstitutional. and that we have a right to express our opinions even in wartime.
Your friend Salvatore isn't just expressing his opinions, miss.
Why? What's he done?
Besides blowing up a police car which burned the face off a good cop?
How do you know he was good?
Are you effing kidding me, I thought? Now, I was getting mad. But I was also beginning to wonder how deep in she might already be. I decided to give her a little rope. That's a fair question, I said. There are a lot of bad cops out there. You think that one might have deserved what he got?
I have no idea, Detective. You tell me. I don't know anything about it.
She was no fool, this girl. And it was obvious that my warning about Salvatore wasn't going to have the least effect on her. I had the impression that he was more than a friend. Well, I suggest you tell Mr. Ibarra to watch his step. She nodded coldly and stood up to go, but I stopped her. Could you spare another minute, miss? She sat down again, impassive. Did you know Walter Wilkinson, Miss Bainbridge?
Just of him, what I read in the papers.
So you never met him personally?
No, why would I have? Wait, I beg your pardon. I was at a Christmas party a few months ago, and he was there as well.
Where was that, miss?
At Madame Chang's.
Madame Chiang Kai-shek?
Yes, her house on Avalon Avenue. My grandmother was invited. They're neighbors, and she brought me with her.
Did you speak with him there?
No. Well, he introduced himself to me.
He introduced himself to you, but you didn't speak with him?
No.
I guess his politics aren't exactly your politics.
I despise everything he stands for.
Okay. Did you have any contact with him after that party?
Certainly not.
Look, I'm sorry to pry, but can I ask you what you did after I left our table last night?
I waited a bit, then I left.
And you went where?
To my room, my dorm room.
Then what?
What did I do after I went back to my room? Why are you asking?
Because a witness believes she may have seen you back here at the Claremont, miss, with Mr. Wilkinson outside his room at around midnight last night. Is that possible?
Absolutely not. I wasn't even in Berkeley anymore. I went to our country house up in Sonoma.
Okay. I opened up a notebook so I could take notes. How'd you get to your country house?
I drove.
What time did you get there?
Around 10.
Was there anyone with you? Who can confirm what you're telling me?
My sister Cassie and my cousin Isabella. They can both confirm it. We stayed the night, went hunting in the morning, and came back this afternoon.
Besides the three of you, I said, was there anyone else at the house? Did anyone see you there?
No, I don't think so.
I put down my pen. I didn't like this convenient triple alibi one bit, and while I couldn't have proved it to a jury, I was pretty sure she was making the whole thing up. You didn't mention that to me last night, that you were heading out of town.
I'd forgotten all about it, honestly. I only remembered after you left.
Okay, no problem. By the way, why the Claremont?
I beg your pardon?
I was just wondering why you picked the Claremont as the place for our drink.
You told me to choose somewhere in Berkeley.
But why the Claremont?
I don't know. It was the first place that came to mind.
What gun did you use, Miss Bainbridge? Was it a .38?
Excuse me?
What kind of gun did you use?
I've never fired a gun in my life.
You just told me you went hunting this morning, up in Sonoma. I was asking what gun you used hunting.
Oh, a rifle.
But you didn't shoot it.
No, I didn't take a shot. It was my first time, actually. Isabella's too. Cassie's the hunter.
What kind of rifle?
I don't know. A Winchester, maybe? You'd have to ask Cassie.
Okay. Thanks very much, miss. I won't take up any more of your time. What were you hunting? Deer?
Yes, deer.
Anyone bag anything?
No. The hunt was a total failure. For the hunters, I mean. For the deer, it was a great success.
I said goodbye to Nicole Bainbridge. She was pretty impressive. I hadn't gotten a lick of information out of her, either about Salvatore Barra or Walter Wilkinson. One thing was clear, though. She had no problem lying to a police detective in a murder investigation. Nicole said herself she despised Wilkinson. Could she possibly have despised him enough to kill him? 9. I stayed up until 4:30 going through my men's interview notes and was just about to turn in when I heard a woman shriek in the adjoining room. It wasn't a terrible scream. Maybe an "I just heard a mouse scream," but under the circumstances, I thought I'd better check it out. Out in the hallway, at the end of the corridor, I saw Miriam. What the hell was she doing here, and so late, disappearing around the corner? I ran after her, calling her name, turned the corner, and practically ran smack into a little girl, standing still and staring me right in the face. But it wasn't Miriam. She was pale, with long dark curls, and in one of her hands she was holding a black velvet box. She spun around and took off down the corridor. I stood there flat-footed for a couple of seconds, not knowing what was going on. Then I followed. She turned another corner into the elevator bay. When I got there, she was just stepping into one of the cars. The door was closing as I reached it, but I stuck my arm in, and the door crunched on my wrist. I was going to have a nasty bruise for sure. Then it started opening again. And a second later, the little girl leapt out at me like a wild animal, shrieking, hands reaching for me. And as I fought off her scratching claws and yellow nails, I saw that her crazed face was the face of the doll from the closet with its shiny porcelain cheeks and glassy eyes and red lips frozen into a tiny O. I came to with my cheek lying directly on my desk. I'd had plenty of nightmares, but nothing like this one. I was glad it was my last night at the Claremont. Chapter 8, 1937. The grand opening festivities for the Golden Gate Bridge in May of 1937 were unprecedented in West Coast history. A fleet of United States Navy warships patrolled beneath the bridge, while 500 aircraft flew the skies above. Fireworks exploded every night for a week. International industrial exhibitions filled every square and park. Parades marched. 19 beauty queens were crowned. An illuminated nighttime pageant recreated the taming of the West, with world-famous baritones and a cast of 3,000. Instead of a ribbon cutting, a redwood trunk 3 feet thick was placed across the bridge, and log-sawing champions competed to see who could cut through first. On the last day before the bridge opened for vehicular traffic, pedestrians only were invited to cross at 25 cents a head, and 200,000 did so. Among these were stilt walkers, horseback riders, and young people on roller skates. 3 of those young people were Cassie and Nicole Bainbridge and their cousin, Isabella Stafford. Isabella had been asked to be one of the Fiesta's beauty queens. At 13, she would have been the youngest, but the idea was vetoed by her grandmother, the family matriarch, who was waiting for them at the end of the bridge on the San Francisco side.
Hi, Nana,
Isabella called out.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all, replied Genevieve Bainbridge. I wouldn't have missed this for the world. Why don't you girls get your skates off, and we'll all go home in my car? The 3 girls, exhilarated and out of breath, plopped down at a curb and unlocked their roller skates.
I'm starving,
said Isabella.
I can't wait to get home and have some of Mabel's pineapple upside-down cake.
Then she lowered her voice.
Although, Mrs. Biddleston will probably try to stop me. That old ogress.
At the mention of the Staffords' housekeeper, a serious look came over Cassie, the tallest of the 3 girls, and also the most responsible.
Issy, that stunt of yours this morning, you have to stop doing that. It's just a prank, Cassie. I think it's funny. No, it's not, said Nicole. You scared Mrs. Biddleston to death. She almost passed out. She needed smelling salts. No, she didn't. She was just putting it on. She hates me, and she always has. Besides, it's funny to see her get like that, all huffy and red-faced. It is a little funny. Cassie giggled. Where did you get that wig? Asked Nicole. My theater class. You're so dark, Issy. It really is a little scary, Issy. You mean because I look like Iris? Well, yes, actually, said Nicole. A lot like her, said Cassie. I'm just honoring her. Dr. Chung said that in ancient China, people used to dress up and impersonate loved ones who had recently died. It was a way of honoring the dead, and it helped them get over their grief.
Dr. Margaret Chung was one of the doctors treating Isabella's mother.
I don't know,
said Cassie dubiously.
Dr. Chung sounds strange. Doesn't she wear men's clothes and calls herself Mike? We're all strange inside. I'm strange. You're strange too, Cassie. You're just afraid to admit it. How about me? Am I strange? Asked Nicole.
Suddenly, she looked worried, almost hurt.
Maybe I'm just ordinary. Maybe I'm boring. No one's boring. Not deep inside. Not if you really get to know them. Mrs. Duncan, the spiritualist they sent me to, told me that all humans have a dark side and light side. I've done things that if I told you, you'd never speak to me again.
Cassie sighed.
Remember when you refused to talk, Issy? For months? I know, and now I can't stop talking. I'm worried that I'm ordinary, said Nicole, frowning. That I'll never in my whole life ever do anything special or important or shocking. That I just don't have it in me. Oh, you do, Nicole, don't worry. It's just that nothing really bad has ever happened to you. I broke my arm last year. That's not really bad. Oh. Like losing Iris? Who said I lost Iris? Issy? I'm just teasing. I promise you, Nikki, you have strangeness all bottled up inside you. It just needs to be unleashed. Hey, I have an idea. We should be the three witches from Macbeth. You have to be careful, Issy. People say there's something wrong with you. I don't care what they say. Nana says the best way to triumph over one's enemies is to not even acknowledge they exist. Anyway, the doctors say it's just my way of controlling my own thoughts. I don't want them to do to me what they did to my mother. What did they do to her? They did an operation where they cut into part of her brain.
Nicole looked worried.
They might do that to you if you keep talking to Iris. I don't think so. She protects me from evil. What evil, Issy? Evil is everywhere, where you least expect it. It can seep out of the radio or a lobster salad. Oh, Issy, why do you say that? Because it talks to me. What talks to you? Evil. Iris talks to you, and evil talks to you? Yes. Are they the same? No, not at all. They're opposites. Come on. Nana's waiting.
Deposition of Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge, having been duly sworn as a witness, taken on the 15th of March, 1944. Commencing at 10 a.m. Continued. By District Attorney Dugan. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bainbridge, but I'm going to have to interrupt you again. We've been here for upwards of 3 hours now. I have no more time for your family history, and neither does my staff.
I know what you want, Mr. Dugan. You want to reduce my family to a one-page police report, which will not only dehumanize us, but allow you to mischaracterize my granddaughters in furtherance of your outrageous allegations. I can't assist you in that.
I just want the facts, Mrs. Bainbridge.
Let me make a proposal, then. I will write it down for you. I will tell you all the facts, but in their proper context.
Excellent idea. You can start at the beginning and take as long as you like in the comfort of your own home. I'm sure we'll all be most edified. For now, however, I must insist that you answer my questions about the night of Walter Wilkinson's murder. Chapter 9. Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial, prepared for District Attorney Dugan in connection with her deposition taken on the 15th of March, 1944.
You advised me, Mr. Dugan, in the most condescending manner, to start at the beginning. But that presupposes there is such a thing as the beginning, when in fact, everything that happens is rooted in something earlier. In my family's case, nothing can be extricated from the terrible day 14 years ago, January 25th, 1930, when we lost poor Iris. What you are about to read you may find difficult to believe, or even preternatural. But I assure you that by the time you reach the end, you will see the grave injustice you are committing. Among the most obscene things about Iris's death was the lurid delight the press took in it, trampling on our dignity and twisting our suffering into a source of their revenue. The one that took the prize was from the Chronicle. I kept the clipping. Here it is.
Neck literally snapped in two in child's body. Grandniece of Mark Hopkins meets with tragedy at the Claremont. Little Iris and Issy. On Tuesday, a Chronicle scribe was detailed to Berkeley to report on the death of a little girl, 7 years of age, who had a few days before climbed into a laundry chute at the Claremont Hotel and plunged 9 flights to her death. The reporter wended his way to a leafy cul-de-sac in the Berkeley Hills, where stood, at number 2907 Avalon Avenue, a stately house, the drawn curtains of which testified to the bereavement within. Upon knocking, the door was opened by a maidservant dressed in black, and as a trusted friend of the family, the reporter was invited into the parlor, where he recognized at once many distinguished members of the Hopkins clan, for the deceased child, Iris Bainbridge Stafford, had been a grandniece of Mr. Mark Hopkins, one of the great railway men of the previous century. But the most touching sight was an even littler girl, only 6, sitting prettily with golden locks and bowed head, gazing upon a little white face upturned. The eyes of that upturned face were closed, the hands still, and the white serge and wreath told that life had departed. No trace of agony lingered any longer on the countenance, no sign was visible of the torturous severing of the neck which had brought life to an end. Had it not been for the tokens of death surrounding the little one clad in a tasteful white dress and pink bow, it could hardly have been believed that the child's stillness was more than a quiet slumber. The dignified whispers of the mourners were all that broke the stillness, until the seated 6-year-old told the reporter her story, in a quiet but steady little voice with surprising composure. My name is Issy, short for Isabella. Iris was my sister. We used to accompany our mother to the Claremont when she played tennis with her friend Mrs. von Urban. Iris and I especially liked to ride down the spiral slide that descends from the top of the tower to the grass below, which was originally built to let people escape from fires, but which everyone rides down now for fun. Sisters told of slides hidden in hotel. A maid we knew at the hotel once told us that many secret rides like the tower slide were hidden all over the hotel. That's what Iris was looking for when she came upon the laundry chute. She thought she had found another slide.
This report, if such it should be called, was a festival of impropriety. The brazen journalist was not a trusted friend of our family. He was an utter stranger who obtained entry into my house by false pretenses, impersonating a relative. Moreover, his conversation with Isabella was a complete fabrication. Isabella hadn't spoken a word to him. She didn't speak at all for months after the tragedy. Nevertheless, apart from the stupidity of making a 6-year-old sound 16 and absurdly calling Iris a grandniece of Mark Hopkins, I myself am Mark Hopkins's grandniece. Iris was his great-great-grandniece. The awful facts he reported were true. It was Sadie, my daughter Sadie, poor Iris's mother, who suffered most from the tragedy. But she was unwell long before. We just didn't know it. The illness wasn't in her body, it was in her mind. Outwardly, she was anything but sickly. Until she was 17, Sadie was vigorous and headstrong and hungry for life, perhaps too hungry. But perhaps she was ill even then, and I was simply blind to it, because, like the rest of the world, I assumed, from her ravishing looks, that she must be happy and healthy, when I, of all people, should have known better. In fairy tales, there are always 3 daughters, and the youngest is always the fairest. So it was in my own family, where I was the eldest. When visitors called, the same scene would invariably unfold. "My word, what a beauty!" they'd marvel upon catching sight of my youngest sister, Helena. Then, turning to Blanche, my middle sister, it was always, "Gracious, another beauty! And the eldest is—" That's when they'd see me, and the awkward disappointment would be palpable. No one could finish the sentence, but what everyone was thinking was the plainest. But I didn't mind that. It was actually a gift of sorts. Seeing my younger sisters, the catches, the desirable ones, turn themselves into delicate flowers for the opposite sex, always filled me with pity and disdain. It was so desperate, so demeaning. Have you ever seen a man playing the helpless ingenue? Of course not. I was the direct one, the one with an iron will who didn't care what others thought. My father always said I should have been a boy, which I took as a compliment. But when it came to suitors, well, they found me too intimidating, or perhaps too smart, and invariably preferred my more charming sisters. By the time I was 22, I was in the embarrassing position of being the only unmarried daughter left. And incredibly, whispers of spinsterhood had already begun. But I ended up with the best husband. There's rare consensus on that. My glamorous sisters had fixed their sights on, and were ultimately matched with, San Francisco's most dashing bachelors. Both their husbands turned out to be scoundrels. By contrast, no one could have been kinder or more decent than my dear, poor Lionel, even if he was never the handsomest of the lot. But fate has a wicked sense of humor. Who would have expected me and portly, weak-chinned Lionel to produce a daughter so radiantly beautiful? Sadie was born in 1904, a year and a half before the great earthquake crumbled buildings like biscuits and the ensuing fire roasted people alive. Lionel and I lived on Nob Hill, just down the street from the Hopkins mansion, built by my great-uncle Mark as a monument of love to his wife, which makes me wonder if he was unfaithful. The day after the earthquake, when we all foolishly supposed that the disaster was over, the hellish fire started climbing up the hills. We first took refuge in my great-uncle's house, but the inferno pursued us even there, and we ran, terrified, Sadie in my arms, to the flood's fortress-like stone manor across the street. I'll never forget seeing the Hopkins mansion engulfed in flames, and the Stanfords next to it, and the Huntingtons, and the Crockers, the greatest houses in the western United States, all built of wood, despite the exterior appearance of stonework, all ablaze, all disappearing before our eyes. We didn't know it, but that day marked the end of the era of the great families and their dominance over the city of San Francisco. It's astonishing how quickly the city recovered. New buildings sprang out of nowhere every day. The tectonic plates of power, wealth, and population shifted beneath our feet, even as those below the city itself had shifted. The class of people elected to office broadened, a good thing in itself, but corruption, widespread before, became endemic. Working men, so many of them homeless after the fire, were ruthlessly exploited for their labor, something the Hopkins family always stood against, setting the stage for the strikes and violence we all lived through before the war. My son, John, came a year later, during the financial panic, when we thought we'd lost everything but didn't. The post-fire years were booming times for San Francisco, and they were the happiest of my life. When the children were little, before they lost their father in the Great War. After Lionel's passing, my options were quite limited. There I was, a widow in her late 30s, with 2 teenage children. I had a fortune, but no prospects or inspiration, nothing to activate my mind. There were a few suitors, but in the end I concentrated on my children and giving them the best start in life I could. But Sadie, who was just coming into her womanhood when she lost her father, was too much for me. I tried to control her, but I didn't know how. I wish now that we hadn't made so much of Sadie's looks when she was growing up. Sadie's tantalizing beauty was forever being celebrated everywhere by everyone. And I was pleased about it, never thinking to highlight other attributes of hers or other accomplishments she could take pride in. The result, I think, was that her features and figure became her source of self-worth. She clung to beauty like a lifeboat, but also wielded it like a weapon. She needed all the boys, every last one, to fall in love with her, to be transfixed by her. And not just the boys. When she was only 13, grown men would stop in their tracks to stare at her. I should have been more alive to the danger, but honestly, I had no experience of what the combination of beauty and manipulativeness could do to a girl. And if I'm being honest, perhaps I took pride in having borne so alluring a daughter. Of course, Sadie was keenly aware of the effect she had on males. Girls like her always are, no matter how young. And she became, I think, addicted to it. Soon she needed stronger and stronger proofs of it. She needed to see men commit transgressions for her, such as betraying their betrotheds or gaping at her while on the arm of their apoplectic wives. At home, she would periodically fall into depressions or furies or both states at once, throwing plates and vases against the wall. The cause, it would turn out, was that some member of the opposite sex hadn't fallen head over heels for her. She had to conquer every single man. Even when she had a beau, and she always did, she flirted constantly with other men. It was around this time that she also started to use the threat of self-destruction as an instrument. One winter, when she was 15, she made a plan to go tobogganing with her then steady, a college senior who arrived late to their hillside rendezvous. He found her in a snowbank at the bottom of the slope, unconscious and bleeding badly from her head. Terrified, the boy picked her up and carried her all the way to our house, only to discover that her unconsciousness had been feigned. The blood, mercurochrome. She told me the story herself, laughing merrily at her prank. I was so ignorant and heedless then. When the family portraitist discovered that Sadie had drawing talent, I jumped at his offer to give her private lessons in his studio. One evening, a mink stole of mine went missing, and instinct told me where I would find it. I went to the artist's studio and found that Sadie wasn't learning to paint, she was modeling, and on this occasion was clad only in my mink, gracefully slipped down off her pretty shoulders and covering very little of the rest of her. One glance around the artist's quarters, at the savagely unmade bed, at the cocktail glasses with only ice remaining in them, confirmed my worst fears. To this day, I don't know which of them seduced the other. I believe this is a good place, Mr. Dugan, for me to reiterate our gentleman's agreement, which I am trusting you to honor. As you can see, the facts I'm recounting to you are of the most private and personal nature. I would not be revealing them but for your promise of confidentiality. I know you will be wondering how these facts relate to the death of Mr. Wilkinson. I can only ask that you be patient. I am not as modern as young people are today, Mr. Dugan, but neither am I a Victorian. To my mind, physical appetite in young women is as healthy as it is in young men. So I didn't judge my daughter for her license. I simply assumed that marriage would be the cure. Sadie came out when she was 17, and what a year 1921 was to debut. There was such prosperity back then, such mirth. The young people thought it would last forever. And golden-haired, tiny-waisted, full-chested Sadie was the belle of San Francisco. The papers actually called her that. There wasn't a man at her ball who didn't want her. Even the happily married ones, I'm sorry to say. I had my eye on the Getty boy as a prospect, not because of his fortune, we had no lack in that department, but because he had patience, which I thought Sadie needed. I approved of the Fisher boy, too, although he was perhaps a bit full of himself. His parents had just funded the symphony. But Sadie had no interest in any of the local young men, and certainly not Roger Stafford, a not particularly distinguished engineering student, although there was no one more besotted with her. Roger was a nice enough boy, polite, tall, upright, and he would have jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge for Sadie, had there been a Golden Gate Bridge to jump off. But she barely noticed his existence. Which is why everyone was surprised, including myself, when she chose him, accepting his proposal only a few weeks after her ball. And even more surprised when, not 7 days later, they were married. I'd always assumed we'd have a grand affair at the palace, but instead they opted for nothing at all, just a trip to City Hall. I soon understood why. I'm afraid this is indelicate, Mr. Dugan, but what is indelicacy given what my family has been through and the plight we're in now? In any event, Iris was born a scant 9 months later, rounding up. Nothing has ever been the same since. The delivery was normal, but Sadie wasn't. She wouldn't get out of bed. She simply wouldn't, for anything. She cried for days on end and wouldn't even look at her baby, much less hold her. She wouldn't eat. She only drank, cocktails for the most part. We had to bring in a nurse. 4 of them, actually. 2 for her and 2 for the baby. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong, and I thought Sadie was simply being melodramatic and self-indulgent. I even reprimanded her for it, quite harshly. I just didn't understand. I didn't understand how a mother could neglect her newborn. When I think how backward I was in those days, how unsympathetic, it shames me. I'm only glad my Lionel was no longer with us. He loved Sadie more than life itself. It would have broken his heart to see her in such misery and despair. Whispering began immediately, but not the whispering I feared about the timing of Iris's conception. Apparently, the uncharitable Mrs. Haas said to the chatterbox Mrs. Wilcox that she thought Iris was cursed. It was the widow's peak, barely concealed by all those dark curls, and why would an infant have so much hair? Later, after Iris had her bout of polio, thankfully mild, but leaving her with the slightest limp, the same dreadful women whispered knowingly to one another about the poor creature's hex. I will admit that Iris was not born under the same lucky star as her sister. She lacked Isabella's natural sweetness and charm. She could be quite unruly, and at times even I lost patience with her. Still, it angered me that grown women would say such monstrous things about an innocent child. When Sadie had been bedridden for over a month, a good friend of hers named Tilly, who had become almost a sister to Sadie, the sister she never had, made a suggestion. Tilly was quite modern, too modern for my taste. I don't think I ever trusted her. But she and Sadie had formed an instant bond due to the nature of Tilly's wedding, a story she and her husband loved to recount. 2 years earlier, Tilly had met a honey-tongued Viennese physician of aristocratic descent at a party in Los Angeles in the home of a movie star. She was only 18 at the time. Dr. Rudolph von Urban was in his early 40s, with supposedly movie star looks of his own. The next morning he offered to drive her on some errands she had to run. After she'd climbed into his Studebaker, he told her he had to stop first at City Hall to pick up a marriage license. "You're getting married?" she asked. "Yes, but one can't until 5 days after one has obtained the license, so I'm afraid we will have to wait until Saturday." "We? What do you mean, we?" "I mean I want to marry you, Miss Madison." "Are you out of your mind? I don't even know you." "You will by Saturday," said Dr. von Urban. "Listen to me. I could not have fallen in love with you last night unless we were made for each other, unless we were bioelectrically and mentally in tune. You're too young to know how unusual that is, but you'll see. I promise." And they were married 2 weeks later. A City Hall ceremony just like Sadie's. They settled in San Francisco and had been happy ever since. Or so they said. The point of all this is that after Iris was born, and Sadie fell into her misery, Tilly suggested that Sadie be treated by her husband. Dr. von Urban was a specialist in all the latest psychiatric techniques. He had studied under the famous Dr. Freud himself, and for years he'd treated the best families in Vienna. Tilly said that curing young women's depression was the new psychiatry's bread and butter. Sadie didn't act on this suggestion at first. It was only after Isabella was born, and once again Sadie lapsed into her catatonia, that Sadie agreed to see Dr. von Urban, That's the word they use to describe going to a doctor's house 5 days a week, lying on a couch and talking. Just talking. Incredibly enough, after several months, she was cured. Not gradually, but all at once. Dr. von Urban explained that she'd had a breakthrough. None of us knew what that meant. At least I certainly didn't. But we were all overjoyed. Sadie recovered her former vivacity and voraciousness, and she at last began to be a mother to her little girls. She also took up tennis and began playing with Tilly at the Claremont, which she loved and which I wholeheartedly supported. I had just moved to the bucolic Berkeley Hills myself, to a house only a stone's throw from the Claremont. Being out of doors and active is the best cure for most ills, in my opinion. For a few precious years, all seemed well with the world. In retrospect, however, it clearly wasn't. Motherhood was never the fulfillment for Sadie it should have been. It was closer to the opposite. Surely she was not unique in this. Many more women than care to admit feel their children to be intolerably needy, requiring too much patience, time, and energy. Sadie had bursts of rage so uncontrolled we worried she might hurt herself. And she took oddly little pleasure in her daughters. Sometimes she simply refused to kiss them good night, even when they were calling out for her. She would complain bitterly of the hours she had to spend at home, and of pains in her stomach, for which her doctors could find no source. Sometimes it seemed the only thing she really enjoyed were her tennis outings at the Claremont. Then came the cursed day, the blackest of all days, the day we lost Iris.
Chapter 10, 1944. Sunday, March 12th. 1. There's nothing better than driving over the Bay Bridge early on a Sunday morning. You're all by yourself. It's like flying over the water, especially if you're going close to 100, which is what I like to do. But then I can get away with it, because no cop gives another cop a speeding ticket. Today, though, Miriam was in the car with me, so I kept it to 80. Rosemary, Miriam's mom, hadn't made it back home last night and called me this morning at 6 a.m. I don't even know where from, with another crisis, something that made no sense and I'm pretty sure was made up. In any event, I had Miriam for the morning. I love seeing the metropolis rise up in front of me. It was a skyline of reinvention. No city more ruthlessly ripped away and replaced what came before than San Francisco. I majored in history at Cal, but I've been a history buff since I was a kid. In 4th grade, when we learned about Cortez and Pizarro and Balboa, a whole new world opened up for me. A world of faraway lands and adventurous explorers. A world of winners. These Spaniards, many of whom were born poor, weren't just braceros, farm workers and fruit pickers. They were conquistadores. What a great word. Who founded cities and built empires. Later on, I learned that most of these heroes of mine were more monstrous than noble, not to mention spindly-legged and inbred. A professor at Berkeley opened my eyes. They hadn't taught us in 4th grade that Cortez murdered Montezuma through a piece of nasty duplicity and slaughtered the Aztecs. And the idea that Balboa discovered the Pacific, in retrospect, it was pretty embarrassing that I ever believed that, even as a kid. But when I was a boy, those tales of conquest kept me going. They were my escape route from our overcrowded tenement house in El Cerrito. You had to hand it to white people. San Francisco was the living, pulsating proof of that. They were outsiders to California, but you wouldn't know it now. They came, they saw, they took, they built, and what they built was like nothing the world had ever seen before. But then, all Californians were outsiders. Even the native peoples had come from another land, crossing the Bering Straits far to the north and making their way down through Alaska. Dozens of tribes, speaking over 100 different dialects, had lived in California, foraging, fishing, and hunting back in the time when massive herds of wild elk and antelope roamed the savannas. I used to love learning the names of those tribes and of their languages. Names all but lost today, like Paiute and Washoe, Mojave, Miwok and Yurok and Yokut. They lived in peace for thousands of years, until the whites came. The first Europeans in California were Spaniards. Our history book said the Spanish conquered California, but that was a stretch. It wasn't until the late 1700s that the Spanish took any serious interest in California, and even then, Spanish colonization consisted of a few meager forts, or presidios, to defend the coastline and a smattering of Christian missions to convert the heathens. These were located in remote outposts along a 600-mile trail called the Camino Real, the King's Highway. San Francisco was one of those missions, founded in 1776, the same year America was born. And its presidio flew the flag of the King of Spain. But by 1808, California wasn't Spain's anymore, because way across the Atlantic, Napoleon was taking all of Europe, and he'd put the Spanish king in prison. Then, Mexico declared independence, and for some 25 years, California was Mexican. Whites finally started coming to California in significant numbers when they realized there was money to be made. And when they did, they were like a hurricane, clearing out everything that stood in their way. Before the white incursion, the indigenous population of California numbered some 300,000. Maybe a third of the natives of the continental United States lived in California. By 1900, only 16,000 remained. The first wave came for fur. Backed by financiers from England and Boston, these sea-toughened hunters and traders couldn't believe the treasure they found in the waters of San Francisco Bay. Otters. Countless otters, teeming, bobbing, defenseless. What's so special about otters? I'll tell you what. Their glossy, inch-thick, jet-black pelt is the thickest fur of any animal on Earth. You know who wore otter in those days? The emperors of China, and anyone else rich enough to afford it. Otter fur was so valuable, it was known as soft gold. Wading in to shore from their schooner, the hunters would set traps for otter pups in shallow water near the beach. The unsuspecting pups, with their white fur panda faces, would swim happily into those baited traps. When those traps closed their jaws, the pups' sudden terrified squeals would bring crowds of adult otters streaming in to save their young. Which is just what the hunters wanted. In short order, the whole romp. That's what you call a group of otters, unless they're floating in water, in which case you call them a raft. The whole romp would be dead, their pelts ripped clean from their bones in just a few deft strokes. The luxurious skins would then be shipped all over the world, but especially to China, where aristocrats would pay small fortunes for them. The English and Bostonian financiers got rich, but after a few reckless years, the innumerable otters were gone. After wiping out the otters, the hunters turned next to seals, then to beaver. And when these two were exterminated, the hunters too disappeared, just like their prey. By 1845, the fur rush was over, and San Francisco fell back into a lulling and deceptive repose. As late as 1846, the city of San Francisco wasn't a city at all. It wasn't even a village. It was a settlement, a ramshackle encampment still under Mexican dominion, ruled by wealthy rancheros, with some 200 inhabitants living among sand dunes around an inauspicious harbor beset by impenetrable fogs and summers as cold as winters. But then in 1848, two momentous events occurred within a week of each other. One was the signing of a treaty in Guadalupe Hidalgo, bringing America's war on Mexico to a successful close. For America, that is. and turning California into United States territory. The other was the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill, with San Francisco the nearest port. Within a year, 1,000 people were pouring through that port every week. By 1849, San Francisco's population had grown to 25,000. By 1853, 50,000. By 1869, 150,000. There was nothing on the West Coast remotely like it. San Francisco in 1869 was 25 times the size of Los Angeles. Over the next decade, the West's four greatest railroad tycoons, Stanford, Hopkins, Huntington, and Crocker, began erecting fabulous residences on top of the commanding California Hill, which from then on would be known as Nob Hill. Nob being slang for a grandee, from the Hindi word nabob. Of these residences, the Hopkins mansion was the most famous, staggering in its dimensions. They say its gallery rivaled the greatest cathedrals of France. Nob Hill's been the pinnacle of San Francisco ever since. Even during the Depression, as thousands of working men took to sleeping in flop houses, in pool rooms, and on the sidewalk south of Market Street, Nob Hill embodied the zenith of wealth and power. On the peak of Nob Hill rose the city's grandest hotels, like the Mark Hopkins, built on the site of the Hopkins Mansion, open only to whites, its most expensive apartment buildings, open only to whites, its most exclusive private club, open only to white men, and its soaring Episcopal cathedral, open to anyone who could afford to live on top of Nob Hill, meaning basically only whites.
You make history so interesting, Al,
said Miriam when we arrived at our destination, right on top of Nob Hill.
I told my friend Icehouse it's like watching the movies when you tell it. Not like school where it's so boring.
I'd given Miriam pretty much the unvarnished version. I thought she could handle it. Besides, why sugarcoat stuff that actually happened? I parked and told Miriam to wait for me in the car. Then I walked downhill a block to a stately four-story Beaux-Arts mansion. It was 8 a.m. on Sunday, and I was pushing it. Chief Greening had told me point blank I couldn't bring the Bainbridge girls down to the station for questioning. But he hadn't said anything about me talking to them in their own homes, on my own time. I rang the bell. 2. A stout housekeeper with a flustered demeanor opened the door. I showed her my badge. Morning, ma'am. Detective Al Sullivan. I'm here to see Miss Isabella Stafford.
Police? Goodness gracious.
Her eyes lit up with busybody interest.
What's that girl got up to now?
Is she in, ma'am? Looking wounded, she took my hat and invited me to follow her. As she led me over marble floors past a curving staircase, I could hear her muttering.
That's right. Don't tell Mrs. Biddleston anything. No one ever does. But do you ever hear me complain? Never.
How long have you been working here, ma'am?
18 years, if you can believe it. 19 come December.
You must have a big staff to keep a grand place like this going.
Staff? It's just me taking care of the whole house. Used to be 5 of us, but they all left. No one else could stand it.
Well, you sure keep this place spotless. The Staffords are lucky to have you.
Here we are, Detective.
Mrs. Biddleston was beaming now.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll go fetch Miss Stafford.
Thank you, ma'am. She deposited me in a living room out of Buckingham Palace. It smelled like gin, orchids, and expensive carpets, and something honey-like, probably a beeswax furniture polish. The ceiling was double height, the sofas pearl gray velvet. There was a grand piano and paintings of horses and landscapes with carved wood frames that must have been 4 inches thick. Grand as it was, everything was the right size, the right shade. Somehow not excessive. All the good taste that money could buy.
That was quick, Detective,
said a female voice behind me.
I'm impressed.
I turned around and found myself looking at last night's reporter, the one who told me about Madame Chang's supposed affair with Walter Wilkinson. She was wearing a knee-length skirt that hugged her figure pretty well from the waist down, with a white blouse tucked into it that did the same above. "You're Isabella Stafford?"
One and the same. You look much too dark and angry for a Sunday morning, Detective Sullivan.
Not dark or angry, miss, just surprised. Actually, I was a little rankled, mostly because it apparently showed.
Oh my goodness,
She said.
you didn't know, did you? In that case, I take it back. I'm not impressed. But then, what are you doing here?
I think you know exactly what I'm doing here, Miss Stafford. Kind of casts a new light on last night, doesn't it? With you being a suspect and pitching me a story about someone else doing the killing.
I'm a suspect? How thrilling. Tell me everything. How on earth am I a suspect?
A witness says she saw one of you Bainbridge girls with Mr. Wilkinson outside his room at midnight on Friday. But I'm guessing you already know that from your cousin Nicole.
What? No, I haven't spoken to Nicole, and that's absurd.
Even if Juanita Juarez couldn't tell them apart, Isabella didn't look much like Nicole. They had the same shoulder-length blonde hair, but Isabella's face was heart-shaped, nothing Eastern European about it, and she had violet eyes you couldn't miss. Unless, of course, you were trained, like Juanita, not to look into white people's eyes. Isabella also had that birthmark on her left cheek, and while Nicole was good-looking, Isabella was drop-dead beautiful. I'm going to need to ask you a few questions, miss. Is that all right?
It's more than all right. I've always wanted to be questioned by the police, and I get to see you in action. Shall we get started?
She took a seat on a sofa, crossing her legs. I was supposed to be the one in charge, but that's not how it felt. In fact, it felt like she had the advantage on me in about 4 or 5 different ways. I sat down in an armchair and took out my pen and notebook.
Ah, notes,
She said.
I do the same thing. When I'm interviewing people for a story, I mean. I wonder if I should get my notepad for my story about you.
Could you state your full name for me, miss?
Isabella Bainbridge Stafford.
You live here with your parents?
My mother. She's upstairs. She's an invalid and doesn't leave the house anymore. My mother has had a very sad life, Detective. She's been institutionalized many times. No doubt you've heard about our family's tragedy?
Yes. My sympathies, miss. And your father, is he here as well?
Oh, let's not talk about our parents, please. Nothing is less interesting. Come back to the murder, for heaven's sake. Can I get you some coffee?
I'm fine, thanks. So, are you actually a reporter, Miss Stafford?
Would you like to read my latest story? It's on the psychological trauma of children in war. See for yourself.
She was pointing to an issue of the Saturday Evening Post on the coffee table. On the cover, next to a Norman Rockwell illustration, Isabella's name appeared along with 2 other contributors.
I don't think I'll make a career out of it. Journalism,
She continued.
Really, I'm an aspiring failed poet. I spend most of my time writing poems that never get published, which is so much fun and so good for the ego. Speaking of ego, it was my therapist's idea that I start writing poetry. Isn't that interesting?
She uncrossed her legs, then crossed them the other way.
Do you know anything about psychoanalysis, Detective?
Regular people don't have time to lie on couches talking about their head problems, miss.
Oh, regular people. Is there such a thing? You don't strike me as a regular person, Detective. Anyway, you may be a skeptic about psychotherapy, but I highly recommend it. It's like being stripped of all your defenses. Nothing makes you feel more bare and helpless.
She paused.
May I ask why you became a policeman, Detective? You must deal all the time with the ugliest sides of human nature. Murder and rape, deceit and betrayal, greed, lust, envy, hate. I imagine you're immersed in sin day and night. Why choose such a profession?
She was flirting with me. Pretty brazenly. I figured it meant she had something to hide, but despite myself, I didn't find it unpleasant. You're always the most interesting person in the room, aren't you, Miss Stafford? You must have men eating out of the palm of your hand.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. But I think you're avoiding the question. Why did you become a policeman?
To catch criminals, miss.
So hard-boiled. Of course to catch criminals, but why? An analyst would guess it had something to do with your father. Freud believed all men want to kill their fathers. It's not conscious, and it's not something anyone can be blamed for. I've had fantasies of killing my mother. I didn't even know it until I was analyzed. I want to kill her so I can stop living in fear she'll kill herself. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? You're investigating a murder, and I'm telling you I have fantasies about killing people. I have an idea,
she said, rising abruptly.
Let's get some air. Shall we go out to the garden?
Sit down, miss. I need to know what you were doing Friday night between the hours of 8 and midnight. Sighing, she sat down.
If you're going to interrogate a girl, at least offer her a cigarette.
I held out a pack, and she took one. Then I had to light it for her, and she touched my hand as I did, which might have been the whole point. But I'll say this for her. She was one of those women who look good smoking. Pretty hands, I guess. Pretty a lot of things.
On Friday night,
she said, blowing smoke,
I was in Sonoma with my cousins at our country house. We had a plan to go hunting for the weekend.
So you weren't at the Claremont Hotel that night? Or any time that day?
No.
Did you know Walter Wilkinson? Did you ever meet him before?
I attended a party once where he was also a guest. It was last Christmas at Madame Chang's house on Avalon Avenue in Berkeley. That's where I learned about his trip to China and his... what's the right word? Liaison with Madame Chang. But don't ask me how I found out. I've already told you. I'm not giving away my source.
Your cousin Nicole was also at that party?
Yes.
Did she speak with Wilkinson?
I don't think so. She detested him.
Did you speak with him?
Briefly. I told him I was a reporter for the Tribune and asked if I could write a story about him.
And?
He agreed.
But you never did the interview?
No, I never saw him again.
I nodded, taking notes. How'd you get to Sonoma on Friday, if you don't mind my asking?
I drove up with Nicole that evening.
How was the hunting, miss? Did you land anything?
Not a thing. It was the first time for Nicole and me. Cassie's the hunter, and we weren't too impressive. I don't think either of us got off a single shot.
That was a mistake, miss.
I'm sorry?
When you're trying to coordinate an alibi with somebody, you don't want to tune the details that close.
I take it that means I'm still a suspect, Detective?
At this point, everyone's a suspect, Miss Stafford.
Do you have any more questions?
I think that's it for now. Actually, I do have one more question. Do you happen to know Madame Chiang Kai-shek's first name?
As a matter of fact, I do. It's Mei Ling. She's one of the 3 famous Soong sisters. Why?
So now I knew who Wilkinson had tea with at 3 o'clock the day he died. I thanked Isabella for her time, and she led me back through Buckingham Palace with its wide corridors and drawing rooms and oriental rugs. It felt more like a museum than a house. I was nearly at the front door, about to grab my hat from the stand, when I happened to glance to my left, and stopped dead in my tracks. Hanging on a wall of a library I hadn't seen on my way in was a large oil painting of 2 little girls. On the left was clearly a young Isabella, about 5 years old. Standing next to her and staring straight at me was a girl with long dark curls, just slightly older. It was the girl from my dream. Same pale skin, Same eyes. Same dress. How is that possible?
Detective? Are you all right?
What? She touched my arm, looking at me intently.
Is everything okay?
I had a strange dream last night is all, and there was a little girl in it who looked, well, a lot like the girl next to you in that painting.
That's Iris.
I figured. But you know, come to think of it, miss, it's not so strange. I must have seen photos of her at the time of...
The accident?
They must have stayed with me somehow.
Yes, that makes sense. There were photographs of her all over the papers. And if it's any comfort, you're not the only one, Detective. A lot of people have dreams about Iris. Especially if they're staying at the Claremont.
It wasn't any comfort. 3. Outside the Staffords, I tried to clear my brain. A clanging cable car was climbing up the steep street to the top of Nob Hill. One thing was clear. I had to pay a call at the Bainbridge's country house, and I had to do it fast if there was any chance of getting to the bottom of the girls' convenient joint alibi before they'd completely coordinated their stories.
Jiminy Cricket, Al,
Miriam said when I got back to my car.
What happened?
I started backing out. Jiminy Cricket? What kind of goody two-shoes talk is that? You used to swear up a storm.
That's when I was a kid, Al.
You're still a kid, Miriam.
I was just going through a stage. Things change, Al. People grow. No more swearing and smoking for me. Where are we headed, by the way? Don't forget, I have to work today. I gotta be at the 5 and Dime by noon.
Damn it. I did forget, I said, hitting the brakes. I was about to ask her why she had to work on a Sunday. The 5 and Dime wasn't even open on Sundays, when the radio crackled my vehicle number.
B Squad 6, come in, please. B Squad 6, do you read?
I picked up the receiver. This is B Squad 6, come back.
Detective Sullivan?
Said Jackie, our communications officer. I could barely hear her. I was too far away.
I have Officer Olgar for you. Do you read?
Dickie, I said. Put him through, Jackie.
Hi, boss,
said Dickie Olgar. What is it, Dickie? I don't have all day.
You know how you told Petrocelli and me to go through the list of all the people who checked out of the Claremont yesterday to see if there was anybody we didn't talk to? And, you know, I told you that we got them all?
Yeah? Well, we did get them all. Then why are you calling me?
Because there was this one lady we didn't interview because she didn't check out. Jane Chow, Chinese.
So if she hasn't checked out, go interview her now. What's the problem?
That's the thing, boss. She's gone. She checks in the day Wilkinson was shot, and when a maid goes in her room the next morning, she's gone. Just gone. And get this, the address she gave when she checked in is a Berkeley address. Why would she stay at the Claremont if she lived in Berkeley?
Okay. Go to that address, and if you find this Jane Chow, bring her to the station and wait for me there.
I already went to her address. It was the West Berkeley Library. What about that, boss? Her address was a library. So I asked the guy behind the desk if he knows a Jane Chow, and he says, let me think. And then he remembers there's a Chinese woman who comes in here all the time, and he gives me her name and address.
Dickie, this is good police work. Better than good.
Thanks, boss.
So did you find her? I asked.
Who?
The Chinese woman who checks out books.
No, it wasn't Jane Chow, boss,
said Dickie.
It was some other lady. I can't even pronounce the name. Chow Shi or something or other. It was a dead end.
Wait, you didn't go talk to her?
To Chow Shi? No, what for? It wasn't Jane Chow.
For Christ's sake. I considered telling Dickie to go there now, but I couldn't trust him. Give me the address. 4.
So who are you interviewing in that fancy house?
Miriam asked. I turned the LaSalle around and was heading back to the East Bay to take Miriam to work and follow up on Dickie's lead. Sonoma would have to wait. A possible murder suspect.
Whoa.
Miriam's eyes opened wide.
What was he like?
Annoying. She asked me why I became a cop. Miriam looked puzzled.
What's annoying about that? Why did you become a cop?
What was annoying was that, coming from Isabella, it felt like a classic rich girl's question, as if the world were my cornucopia and I'd had so many options. What else was I going to be? A nuclear physicist? But Miriam was right. It really wasn't such a bad question, especially after what the police did to my father. Up and down California, local police were the muscle who repatriated Mexicans after the crash. Immigration agents didn't come to our house and take my dad and brothers away. Cops did. So why did I become one? Because I was hell-bent on escaping my legacy. That's why. My freshman year roommate at Berkeley, a rich boy from a banking family, once said to me after I made the mistake, never repeated again, of talking about my family. "Oh man, you come from a long line of losers." I almost took a swing at him. But then I realized that would just prove his point. Besides, he wasn't even trying to be insulting. Plus, he'd nailed it. My mom's dad shot his own dad in the face and spent the rest of his life in the slammer. My mom's mom was a drunk who died before 40. Even my dad's father was a loser. What Jew in the 1880s goes to Mexico instead of America? There couldn't have been more than a couple hundred in the whole country. And what Jew loses all his money for Christ's sake? My dad's father, Moses Gottlieb was his name, earned enough as a peddler to marry a Mexican girl and open up a pawn shop in Guadalajara. But he did too well. Basically, he was a moneylender to the town's aristocracy, and when they couldn't pay up, he'd sell their pawned jewelry, which he had every right to do. But eventually, the rich turned the town against him, and his store was smashed to pieces, and they stole all the jewelry, and they even took him out on the street and cut off his beard and pissed on him. After that, Moses moved to a different town and opened a new store using his wife's, my grandmother's, last name, Gutierrez. His sons, including my dad, took that surname too. My dad would probably have been fine there, but in his teens, he went north to the land of opportunity where, no matter how hard he worked, everyone saw him as a lazy freeloader stealing jobs from real Americans, which is why he ended up being deported. That's my lineage. Generations of suspects. But I didn't say any of that to Miriam because a lot of it was her legacy too. Instead, I said, "There's a suspicion line in every society, Miriam, and you're either above or below it. The people above that line, they never even think about it. They walk the streets like they own them. They take for granted that the law is there to protect them, because it is. But if you're below the line, different story. Below the line, you're what the law protects against. Society has its constant eye on you, not just cops, but average people and people lower than you, everyone. You start to look and feel like you're doing something wrong, even when you're not. The reason I became a cop is that I wanted to be above the suspicion line. Cops are the opposite of suspects. They're the ones who do the suspecting. That goes double for detectives. We're the ones who can even suspect the cops."
Got it,
said Miriam, nodding. Then a wistful look came over her.
but I'm not sure I can ever be above the suspicion line.
What are you talking about? Trust me, if I can, you can.
I don't know, Al. I don't look like you.
I felt a rush of sadness mixed with anger at the world. I didn't know what to say to her. She noticed everything, that kid. And she was growing up way too fast. 5. We pulled up at Unit 167 in Coronese's village. a barracks-like public housing complex built by the U.S. government in the Berkeley lowlands, not far from the pier and the sandlot where I used to play ball as a kid. The Berkeley waterfront was nothing when I was growing up. The municipal dump, the ferry dock, and factories like the Heinz plant, filling the air with the smell of boiling tomatoes, which I liked. But the city, the whole Bay Area, had exploded with the war. It was a second gold rush. Overnight, San Francisco became the biggest naval port on the West Coast, and the East Bay, the biggest shipbuilding center in the history of the world. After Pearl Harbor, when they basically took out America's Pacific Fleet, the Japs thought we were done. We'd never be players in the Pacific Theater again. FDR thought otherwise. The U.S. Navy started building warships at a clip no one thought humanly possible. Over 1,000 in all: battleships, cargo ships, transport ships, aircraft carriers the size of small towns. And the East Bay was where it all happened, because warships from back east would have taken forever to get here, and because the San Francisco Bay was the biggest, best protected natural ocean harbor in the world. Colossal shipyards sprang up out of nowhere all over the East Bay, with the Kaiser yards in Richmond the biggest of all. Henry Kaiser, a high school dropout, figured out how to revolutionize the whole shipbuilding process, modeling his assembly lines on Ford's automotive factories. The Kaiser yards once built a warship from scratch in 4 days. And that meant jobs. All told, close to 500,000 people had come pouring into the East Bay. People who'd been starving for work for 10 years because there were finally jobs. Jobs everywhere. Too many jobs to fill. Jobs paying more than most working men had ever seen in their lifetimes. There was no place to put all the newcomers. Entire families were living in people's garages without a toilet or water. Landlords were renting out single beds to 2 different people, a day worker and a night worker, who would each get the room for 12 hours a day. Plenty were living out of their old rust bucket cars. Folks came from as far as Kentucky and North Carolina to find jobs in Golden, California. If they were white, people called them Okies or Arkies, no matter what state they came from. And those terms were not compliments. I remember my mom being called Okie. It basically meant dumb hillbilly. But the blacks had it worst, as usual. Before the war, there couldn't have been more than 5,000 blacks in all of San Francisco. In Berkeley, maybe 4,000, tops. Now the Bay was home to probably 60,000. They had come by the trainload. The Southern Pacific had a direct from New Orleans to San Francisco, full of hope. But instead of a promised land, they found themselves once more at the bottom of the heap, relegated not only to the most menial and low-paying jobs, but the most dangerous. The unions wouldn't even let employers hire them. At Port Chicago, just 25 miles from Berkeley, the Navy made black sailors load live bombs and torpedoes onto ships without even minimal safety precautions. Until one day, the whole facility blew up and 320 men were killed, 2/3 of them black. White officers got 30-day survivor's leave to recover, while black enlisted men were forced to clean up the wreckage, including the body parts of their fallen brethren, and then told to get back to work. A month later, when 50 black sailors refused to keep loading munitions under the same conditions, the Navy court-martialed them for mutiny and sentenced every one of them to 15 years hard labor. The reason for Codornices Village was that Berkeley's whites wouldn't rent to blacks. There was nowhere for them to live. The federal government even offered the city money to build housing for them, but Berkeley refused. So the feds built the village themselves, with 25% of the units reserved for Negroes, in a section mostly segregated from everyone else. I told Miriam to wait in the car and knocked at Unit 167. No answer. I tried the knob. The door was unlocked, which didn't seem right. Not in a public housing complex. I'd lived in one after they took my dad, leaving Mom and me with no money. And I'm not saying you don't trust your neighbors, but you keep your door locked, especially for a ground floor unit like this one. I probably shouldn't have, but there was something funny about the whole thing. Something too still. Anyway, I opened the door and went in. The first thing I noticed was a faint smell, like a dentist's office and a butcher shop at the same time. I was in a small hallway, dark with a low ceiling. The apartment didn't feel unoccupied, although I couldn't have said why. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw the blood spots on the hallway floor. When I turned the corner, I saw the body. There was more blood in that room than a slaughterhouse. Not just on the linoleum, but spattered on all the furniture and the walls as well. The victim was a young Chinese woman lying on her side, her arms thrown this way and that. She was a perfect match for the description Jessup had given me of the prostitute he saw coming out Wilkinson's room around 7:30 the night of his murder. Late 20s maybe, with long black shining hair, wearing a one-screen, slim-fitting oriental evening dress with a slit way up the side. About as blood-soaked as any article of clothing I've ever seen. The coroner would have to say for sure, but she looked like she might have been lying there for more than a day, which meant she could have been killed the night of Wilkinson's murder. She had been hacked to death. There was a deep gash in her throat. It went from end to end, and looked to be a couple of inches deep. There were similar gashes in her stomach and on her side and on her shoulders, thighs, and wrists. One of her hands was almost chopped clean off. And there was a hatchet buried in the base of her skull.
Hey, Al?
Said a voice behind me.
Throw me your car keys.
I spun around. It was Miriam. Miriam, go back to the car, I said, trying to block the view so she wouldn't see the body.
That's the problem, Al. A cop came by and said he was going to have the car towed.
He can't tow my car. It's a police car.
I tried to tell him that, but he didn't believe me. He's Albany PD, and he's never heard of you. He said he was going around the block, and if the car was still there when he came back, he was going to tow it. You're blocking a driveway that trucks are trying to come out of.
I can't move the car now, I said.
I'll move it.
Miriam, you're 11. You can't drive.
You know I can drive.
I did know it. She was a pretty good driver, actually. I was the one who taught her how, down on San Pablo Avenue. I mean, you can't drive legally.
These are extenuating circumstances, Al.
I tossed her my keys and told her to get on my radio and tell Jackie I had a homicide at Codornices Unit 167. And stay in the car after that, you hear me? 6. A half hour later, I'd managed to get two boys down from the station, Dickie and Petruccelli, to secure the scene and keep out the gathering crowd. Coroner Emerson himself was going to come handle the body, and he was taking care of the ambulance crew. The East Bay hadn't had a corpse like this one in decades. Because of all the blood, I hadn't discovered the most gruesome fact about her body until I'd gotten a closer look. The fingernails on her left hand were gone. It looked like they'd been torn off. Other than the mess of her own body, the woman's unit was scrupulously clean. Plants were growing on the lone windowsill under a white lace curtain. There was a chest of drawers with a framed sepia photograph on it, of a little Chinese boy. The picture didn't look like it had been taken in America. Books were piled up on the floor in a corner of the small room, and a couple of scrolls with Oriental characters hung on a wall. Every last thing was blood-spattered. I'd been in plenty of hookers' places, and this apartment didn't look like one. There were no cheap perfumes, no fake stoles in the closet, no high heels, no lingerie in the drawers. I came back outside in the sunlight, where I'd left Dickie and Petruccelli posted by the door.
Jeez,
said Dickie.
Who kills somebody with a hatchet?
Did you notice the handle? I asked him. Most of the hatchet's long wooden handle had been cut off, leaving only 6 inches, just enough for a man to get a good grip, while otherwise hiding the weapon in his clothing. That's what the highbinders used to use.
The what?
In the old days, Chinatown gangs had their own executioners, called highbinders, because they'd tie their cue up on top of their heads so whoever they were fighting couldn't grab it. Supposedly, the highbinders liked hatchets, and they liked leaving the hatchets sticking out their victim's skull when they were done. But I hadn't heard about any hatchet jobs for a long time. Listen, I said to Petruccelli, I have to drive up to Sonoma. I need you to get on the horn and call the SFPD. Ask for anybody on their Chinatown squad and tell them about this and tell them I want to set up a meet with them. Then do some interviewing here. Find out as much about the victim as you can. Dickie, make sure you seal up this room tight. 7. Jackie was calling my unit number on the radio when I got back in my car. Miriam was in the front passenger seat. This is Sullivan. Come in, Jackie.
Detective, Mr. Archambault from the crime lab wants to talk to you.
I can't come to the station, Jackie, I said. No time. See if you can get him to talk to me by radio. A minute later, Archambault's voice crackled out.
I've got some information for you, he said. About that Dighty doll you found in Wilkinson's closet, the one with the melted foot.
I'm listening, Archie.
Dighty dolls were first manufactured in 1930, extremely popular. Apparently, they were the first dolls to drink and wet, but they've changed materials over the years. The faces on the earliest models used a composite of wood dust and glue, sanded and painted. Their faces cracked, though, so 2 years later, the company changed to all rubber. Your doll's face is composite. That means it was made in 1930 or 1931.
A 14-year-old doll? Why? If the murderer left it, was it a message of some kind? Could Wilkinson have brought it? But for what purpose? Or could it have been lying there in that closet since 1930? How about the fingerprints? You told me you got a good set of prints off that doll. Any matches?
Yes. You're a decedent.
So Wilkinson had at least touched the doll. That didn't prove anything, of course. He might have seen it on the floor of his closet, picked it up, and put it back. Much obliged, Archie. You're the top. That's when I realized Miriam hadn't said anything. You all right, Miriam?
Was that a dead person?
Yeah, I said. That was a crime scene.
Was it the woman who went to the library all the time?
I was kicking myself. How stupid was I to bring Miriam everywhere with me on police business? This was bound to happen sooner or later. Probably.
What happened to her?
I don't know yet. It's my job to find out. Miriam nodded. We drove in silence for a while. Then she said,
Did you know you talk different to different people?
What?
Yeah. Like when you're talking to Archie, you sound totally different than when you're talking to Dickie.
Oh. Right. I guess I just adjust to my audience.
I have a lot to learn from you, Al.
You don't have to learn that from me. You shouldn't learn that from me. It's not always a good thing. Just be yourself.
No thanks. I want to be way better than my current self.
I felt a jab of admiration and pain. And about 100 other feelings I couldn't even put a name to. I knew just how she felt. It was so close to home that I couldn't say anything at all. I dropped her off at the Five and Dime and headed north for Sonoma. 8. Even with no traffic on a weekend, it took me over an hour to get to the Sonoma Valley, the wooded playgrounds of the rich and powerful. Driving up along the winding Napa River, through mile after mile of forest, you catch glimpses of mansions surrounded by 1,000-acre estates, like Jack London's ranch. People don't know it, but Sonoma was the first piece of California that Americans wrested from Mexico. Right after the U.S. declared war on Mexico in May of 1846, some 30 armed American low-life filibusters overran the undefended little town of Sonoma, got drunk, hoisted up a flag with a bear on it, and declared California an independent republic. Soon enough, California would be U.S. territory, but Sonoma was where it all began. When I was little, maybe 5 or 6, my dad once asked me, if there's another war between the U.S. and Mexico, which side are you going to fight for? I just stared at him dumbly. I didn't know what the right answer was. Then he tousled my hair and said, Don't you worry, gringo. You'll fight for America. But watch out. Because the true question is, which side is going to shoot you? In the 20s, every August, my dad would send me and my brothers up to Sonoma to join the other Mexican pickers racing to harvest the ripe grapes. Back then, Sonoma was a major wine producer. It was back-breaking work and they paid us pennies, but it was also kind of fun, and we thought we were making a fortune. Then Prohibition came, and that was all she wrote for California wines. Even now, more than 10 years later, driving up through the Sonoma Valley, I saw vineyard after vineyard lying fallow. Probably they'd never come back. I figured that the Bainbridges' country house was going to be a castle, and I was right. It was almost noon when I rang at the massive wooden double front door. No one answered, so I walked around the side, following a winding path that led to a vast estate in the rear. From somewhere in the distance came a whacking or sawing noise. I followed it, passing a pen where hogs of all sizes were mingling with chickens. There were stables back there too, along with smaller sheds, servants' cottages, and a host of other outbuildings. They must have had at least 200 acres. The sawing was coming from one of those outbuildings, a red barn with an open front door. I peered inside. The day had already been bloodier than I'd ever had before as a cop, but it turned out I hadn't seen anything yet. Inside the barn, where shafts of sunlight poured in through roof windows, a large animal of some kind was hanging feet up from a meat hook, and Cassie Bainbridge, with her back to me, was going at it with a butcher's saw. She was wearing hunting trousers and fisherman's boots and a full-body canvas apron. Her hair was swept into a ponytail and pinned up in a loose knot on top of her head. She was standing in a pool of blood, but her body was going back and forth, furiously, wildly. The animal was already skinned, and Cassie was sawing through its breastbone. When she cracked through, she tossed the saw on the ground, took a big curved knife, and slashed open its neck so wide I could see its windpipe. Then with the same knife, she ripped open the carcass from stem to stern, and all the innards of that creature spilled out at her feet, sloshing onto her boots. I've seen animals skinned before, but I've never seen one opened up so savagely. I don't think of myself as a weak-stomached man, and probably it was the combined effect of the hatchet job I'd witnessed in Berkeley, but I had to turn away. A twig broke under one of my shoes. Cassie heard it and spun around, curved knife held high. "Who's there?" she called out, her body erect and alert. A peculiar image came to me. Even in a butcher's apron, the third Bainbridge girl, with her long neck, chin held high, arm raised with a lethal weapon, looked like Artemis. All she needed was a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. "Detective Al Sullivan, Berkeley PD. Sorry to barge in on you like this, Miss Bainbridge."
"What are you doing here?"
That curved blade of hers was poised above her head like she might throw it at me. "I don't know what you're scared of, miss," I said. "You're the one holding the big knife."
"I'm sorry,"
she said, lowering the weapon and approaching me, wiping her forehead with the back of a leather glove and accidentally painting a streak of blood over her eyes.
"I don't have any time right now. You'll have to come back another day."
"Too busy slaughtering?"
"Things are very hectic at the farm today, and my farm hands don't know how to do their jobs. It's that time of year."
"What time of year is that, miss?"
"Can you find your own way out, Detective?"
She kept glancing at her watch with an urgency that didn't match the necessities of farm work. "I just have a few questions, miss. Could you tell me where you were Friday night between 8 and midnight?"
"Friday? I was here with my sister, Nikki, and my cousin, Issy. They drove up and spent the night."
"What time did they get here?"
"I'm sorry, Detective, but I have to get back to work."
"How about your farmhands? Could I talk to them?"
"Why?"
"Just so they can confirm that Nicole and Isabella were here with you that night, and I can rule all of you out. It won't take me a minute."
"I'm sorry, but we're all much too busy."
"I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist, Miss Bainbridge."
"And I'm going to have to insist you don't."
I stared at her. "We're not in Berkeley," she said. "I don't think you have any authority here." "Then I'll have local police come take a statement. Would you prefer that?" She looked so infuriated I thought she might take that knife to me after all. But then she seemed to change her mind and said, "All right, I can give you 5 minutes. That's it. I'll meet you in the house. The door's open. I just have to change out of this gear, and I'll be right there." I thanked her, retraced my path, and let myself in the lodge. The main room was dim, cool, and cavernous. There were dark timber beams high overhead and 2 enormous stone fireplaces facing each other, one at either end. Wrought iron chandeliers hung from the high ceiling. On the walls were moose heads, buck heads, elk heads, all with majestic antlers. On the floor, mixed in with Persian rugs, were skins and furs of animals I couldn't identify, as well as a splayed, flattened, whole black bear, head and all. Stained glass windows filtered in sunlight tinted purple and red. The place was like a cathedral where the gods were animal carcasses. Against one long wall was a set of glass-fronted gun cabinets. There must have been 50 rifles standing upright, some of them older than I was, and an equal number of handguns hung on hooks. It was the largest home collection of firearms I'd ever seen. Suddenly, I was shoved aside, almost lifted off the floor, by a 4-legged animal. Convinced it was a bear, I drew and spun around, gun in hand, only to see a white-tailed deer trotting toward a metal bowl on the floor, filled with corn and leaves and lettuce. The animal ate from its bowl happily, paying no mind to me whatsoever, or to the stuffed trophy heads of its dead compatriots gazing out vacantly from the walls. Apparently, the huntress kept a pet deer. I waited 10 minutes with no sign of Cassie before deciding something was wrong. Back outside, there were no more sawing or hacking sounds, just the clucking of chickens and grunting of hogs. I walked to the barn where I'd talked with Cassie and stopped at its open door. The skinned creature was still hanging from its meat hook, swaying gently and dripping blood. Otherwise, the place looked empty. "Miss Bainbridge?" I called out. No answer. At the back of the barn, I saw an open door. I went through, then down a stairway that led to a basement storage room with animal feed, crates of root vegetables, and glass jars of all sizes. At the back of that room was another door, half open. That door led to another, larger, underground room filled like a dormitory with a dozen cots. One of those cots was covered by a blood-stained sheet, and next to it, on the floor, lay an overturned intravenous stand, along with a couple rolls of gauze, a pair of scissors, and more medical equipment. What was I looking at? At the far end of the room, light was pouring in through an open bulkhead door at the top of a short flight of steps. I ran across the room, up the stairs, through the door, and found myself outside in the woods. Not 20 feet away was a river and dock, the calm waters undisturbed by the hot temper rising inside me. Right in front of me was a dirt road running parallel to the river where fresh tread marks and pebble scatter showed that a car had been parked there but had recently pulled away. Cassie had ditched me. I didn't know whether I was more pissed off or baffled. Why? And now what? I couldn't get a warrant issued for her because I had nothing to arrest her for. I couldn't even take evidence or collect prints from the basement room because I had no jurisdiction. The best I was going to be able to do was radio the Sonoma Sheriff's Office and see if they'd investigate, which I doubted because the Bainbridge family probably had local law enforcement in their pockets. I looked at my watch and cursed. By the time I got back to Berkeley, night would be falling. Another day gone, another day without a crack in the case. I could just picture the look on Greening's face when I told him I wanted to put out an all-points bulletin on Cassie Bainbridge, whom I'd questioned in direct defiance of his orders, and also to interview Madame Chiang Kai-shek. It was more likely he'd fire me than say yes to either. Part 2.
Chapter 11. Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial, prepared for District Attorney Dugan in connection with her deposition taken on the 15th of March, 1944.
I don't like to admit this, Mr. Dugan, and for years I didn't. But the reason I'm so close with all three of my granddaughters is that my own children weren't good parents. Neither Sadie nor John. Quite deficient, actually. In Sadie's case, one must have compassion. I don't know who could have borne up under the ghastly misfortunes that befell her. It's true that she kept making the most destructive decisions over and over, which I initially ascribed to libido and bad luck, a terrible combination. But I now wonder if she might have inherited an illness, a mental illness, from Lionel's side of the family. He had an aunt who was mad as a March hare. She had no empathy whatsoever. She hated cats and dogs, all pets, and would kick them when they didn't behave. I once saw her take a goldfish and rip its head off. As for my son John, why was he such a poor father? I think the most honest explanation is that he married a vain, superficial woman. Justina, a penniless descendant of the last king of Poland, who combined extravagant taste with a total lack of providence. I'm not sure there was ever any love between them. The relationship was more like a business transaction. She brought a title to the family, which John found irresistible, although I can't imagine why. The American obsession with European nobility has always baffled me. On his end, John contributed the fortune Justina needed to live the way she felt people in her station were entitled, and perhaps required, to live. While never technically estranged, John and Justina cohabited in form only. From early on, I think he could barely stand being in her presence. I saw him wince every time Justina recounted the day years ago when she was presented to the Queen of England, wearing a sapphire necklace, borrowed, that cost $1 million. Her improvidence was genuinely extreme. She would often insist on having Russian caviar for lunch, even when she was dining alone at home. I think John was so overwhelmed by the responsibility of maintaining his exorbitantly expensive wife, he had neither the time nor the energy to pay attention to his twin daughters. He did hunt with Cassie, but mainly as a way of escaping from his wife. I did not detect any kind of special bond developing between father and daughter as a result of it. In fact, I believe he detested hunting. He was too cowardly to be good at it, and too squeamish to enjoy it. By contrast, Cassie was a natural huntress. She's built like a stag herself, with strong limbs, a sturdy neck, and monumental posture. When pursuing her prey, she thinks like a predator, waiting patiently, anticipating her quarry's next move, acting decisively when the time comes. And she is utterly fearless when it comes to sinew, blood, and bone. I don't know where she gets it from. Neither the Hopkinses nor the Bainbridges have ever been hunters. And yet, she loves the animals she hunts. I have never understood that. How can a person kill what he loves? Once, when Cassie was 16, she returned from a hunt carrying in her arms a newborn fawn. I happened to be at the country house in Sonoma that weekend. I don't think I'd ever seen Cassie so stubborn and determined. It turned out she had killed the fawn's mother. Apparently she'd executed a perfect double shoulder shot, severing the spine at once with a single round. Unlike her father, who, when he didn't miss his target entirely, usually caught the poor creature in its belly or flank, so that it ran off through the woods in horrific pain, Cassie invariably killed her prey instantly, sparing it that torture. But that day something was wrong. The fallen doe's lower stomach was grossly distended, and for one moment, as Cassie would later tell us, the tip of a dark little nose protruded from the doe's nether parts just below the tail, then disappeared. Without hesitation, and as her father turned away in revulsion, Cassie drew a jagged hunting knife from her bag, knelt beside the dead deer, and sliced her belly open. The fawn was right there, on its side, ears back, eyes closed. Cassie sawed the umbilical cord and tore away the sack. The soaking, matted creature took its first breaths in her arms. At the country house, carrying that newborn in both arms, Cassie's first words were spoken to me. "I'm keeping it." "What?" John objected. "Out of the question. It's a bloody mess, and who's going to look after it? I told her not to bring it home," he said to me. "I told her that nature will dispose, better than we can. Talk some sense into her, will you?" "Perhaps Mr. Sasaki can raise it," I suggested. Kaz Sasaki was the caretaker at our country house. "Sasaki," said John, "he's barely managing as it is." Mr. Sasaki, who had joined us in the foyer, did not, in fact, look well pleased by my suggestion. A stroke the previous year had left him with a severe limp, and I suppose he had little inclination to add to his duties the raising of a baby deer. "Then I'll bring her to San Francisco," said Cassie. "You can't raise a deer in the city," said John. "It's illegal." Suddenly a voice from behind us said, "What a sweetie! Give her to me. I'll take care of her." We turned and saw a tall, Japanese-American young woman in her mid-20s with short hair and broad shoulders. "You remember my daughter Yuko," Mr. Sasaki said, unable to keep the pride out of his voice. "She just graduated from UCLA. Yuko? You met Mr. Bainbridge, Mrs. Bainbridge, and Miss Cassie Bainbridge many years ago." "Of course," Yuko said. "Nice to see you again. Now, what do you say we get this poor little thing some warm goat's milk?" A look came over Cassie that I couldn't quite place. "Thank you," she said, gently placing the baby fawn into Yuko's arms.
Chapter 12, 1944. Monday, March 13th. 1. Adversary.
Opponent. Enemy.
Banish.
Kick out.
Exact definition, please.
To send away.
As punishment, I said. To send away as punishment.
Like your dad?
Asked Miriam. No, not like him. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Circumnavigate.
Oh, come on, Al. People don't really use words like that.
You bet they do. People who matter, who can make or break your life with their little finger.
Got it. To go all the way around something, like the world.
That's right, I said, impressed. That's good, Miriam. Real good. We were at my place in West Berkeley. It was early Monday morning, and I was ironing one of my 2 white work shirts. The other one was hanging on a clothesline behind me, along with some socks and shorts. One shirt I washed, one I wore. That was my daily drill. I also owned 2 suits, and I pressed one of those every morning, too. They were expensive, but I learned years ago that people take a man differently depending on the suit he wears and how well it's pressed. Same with shoes. My work shoes were 10 years old, but I shined them every day. Miriam was sitting in an old rocker I'd picked up from the side of the road a while back. For 4 straight days now, Rosemary hadn't come home. It infuriated me. I know she had a tough life, but we all had tough lives. And she had a kid, for Christ's sake, a good kid, a kid paying the rent for her. Miriam had been putting in too many hours lately at the Five and Dime for my liking. You doing okay at school, Miriam?
Come see, come saw,
Miriam said.
That's French,
she added. I was quizzing Miriam with my old dog-eared Viz-Ed vocabulary cards, which Chief Vollmer himself gave me. A get-out-of-prison gift. Or not gift. Deal. That was the deal. Learn these or stay in. Best deal I ever made. I picked up the box top and read from the inside cover. In any career, a person's opportunities are limited by the effectiveness of his vocabulary. Viz-Ed English cards can help you increase your vocabulary and your opportunities.
You're preaching to the choir, Al. I like words. I just don't like math. How about some Spam and eggs?
She said, going to the fridge. Out of eggs.
Spam sandwich?
My place was clean and well organized, but I didn't keep it well stocked. Honestly, it was a hole in the wall in a lousy part of town, but I wasn't going to be there much longer. I'd put down a deposit on a house up in the Berkeley Hills, which should have been way above my pay grade, but I'd been saving up for almost 10 years, and because the bank thought I was white, I'd been able to get a loan. You can't find a city in America more prejudiced than Berkeley. The loan officer at the bank showed me a map of the city, color-coded. Everything west of Grove and down in the lowlands was red. Those neighborhoods were labeled hazardous, with a predominance of Negroes and Orientals, as well as mixed classes of wage earners. That's where I lived. No bank would give you a loan for a house in a red zone. Yellow and blue neighborhoods were a step up from red, but green was best of all. The only green neighborhoods were Claremont and the Berkeley Hills, reserved for pure Caucasians, with a whites-only covenant in every deed. That made my blood boil, but I sure as hell wasn't going to let it stop me from living where it was nice. The house I was going to buy was on Wildcat Peak, almost at the very top, where the air sparkled like crystal in the morning and smelled like wild strawberries and freshwater brooks. It wasn't actually a house yet. It was an old run-down stable, which is the only reason I could afford it, but I knew I could fix it up, dig a well, put in windows, big windows, because it had an unbelievable view of the whole San Francisco Bay. And ever since I was a kid, that's all I wanted. A place with a view. A place to stand on high ground and look down on the world below. I hadn't told anyone about it, not even Miriam, but the closing was in 2 weeks, and I had just enough money to make it. I folded up the cot Miriam slept on and shoved it and her lamp against the wall. She still liked to have a light on next to her at night, probably because she'd spent her first 2 months in an incubator with a yellow bulb over it, radiating heat to keep her alive and cooking. She'd been the size of a guinea pig, her skin as wrinkled as a bat's nose. The doctors said she didn't have a chance. But she was a fighter, that girl, even then. I'm a sucker for that against all odds kind of thing, which is why what she just said bothered me. What do you mean you don't like math?
It's boring, and I'm bad at it.
Those two statements are causally connected, Miriam. Nothing is fun until you're good at it. I had a lot more to say, but just then, the doorbell rang. Probably the newsboy wanting his nickel, I thought. I gave the bottom of the door a kick, then yanked at it while pulling up on the knob, because that was the only way to get it open. Standing outside my door was Isabella Stafford, in a green dress, belted at the waist, and a matching button of a hat on her silky blonde hair. I felt like I'd been socked in the stomach.
Good morning,
she said with a disarming smile. I stared at her, feeling a hot anger start in my gut and rise up until my face was burning. What are you doing here? I asked, trying to knock the smile off her face.
I have something to tell you, something important.
How'd you get my address?
I looked it up, for heaven's sake. You seem angry, Detective.
I wasn't angry. I was livid. It was just like her kind to come slumming it to my place without any warning. I could just imagine how we looked to her, me in an old gray undershirt, The clothesline strung up right across the room with boxers hanging from it, the ironing board, my shoe polish kit. The bathroom door was open, for Christ's sake, and she could see the John. "You need to leave," I said. "This is my house. It's 8 in the morning."
You came to my house at 8 in the morning just yesterday.
She wasn't the least bit fazed.
And who is this? Hello there. I'm Isabella. I like your handkerchief. I like the frogs.
I glanced back at Miriam and winced. She was standing there frozen in her raggedy overalls, with her crazy pocket square, this one with a frog pattern, her mouth slightly open. I'd never seen her like that before. Speechless. Dazzled.
Are those flashcards?
Isabella continued, peering over my shoulder when Miriam didn't respond. I was getting madder and madder. "Visiting hours start at 8:30, Miss Stafford, at the station house. If you have something to tell me, you can tell me there." I shut the door in her face.
Al!
Said Miriam, the spell broken. "What?"
Why were you so mean to her?
"Want to know a good word, Miriam? Droll. D-R-O-L-L. It means quaintly amusing. That's how she thinks of you and me. We're just a tourist attraction to people like her."
Who is she? She's so pretty.
"She's bad news. She's the murder suspect I told you about. And never trust people who look like that, you hear me?" I pulled my shirt on, even though the cuffs were still damp. "Get your coat, Miriam. I'm taking you to school." 2. According to a geology book I read, California's history began tens of millions of years ago, when the Earth's mantle still pulsed with molten rock, and the great tectonic plates were shifting among the seas like jigsaw pieces, causing the western edge of North America to collide with the Farallon Plate below the Pacific Ocean. The continent rode over the seafloor, and the landmass buckled like the hood of a car in a slow-motion head-on crash. That's how the Sierra Nevada was born. Same with the Berkeley Hills. The colossal Sierra Nevada mountain range is California's eastern border, a geologic barrier that for millennia made California a world unto itself, with its own climate, its own flora and fauna, its own indigenous peoples speaking languages heard nowhere else on the continent. Winds blow down from the mountaintops, hot and fierce, unique to California. In Southern California, they call this the Santa Ana wind. In the San Francisco Bay, we call it the Diablo, or devil wind. The Diablo wind flows down from the peaks of the Sierra Nevada, rushes up the Berkeley Hills, and then pours down again, sometimes reaching hurricane speeds in the spring and fall, felling telephone poles, starting fires, then spreading those fires like a bellows. One of those fires burned down almost all of North Berkeley in 1923. Another devil's wind was blowing in the Berkeley Hills in 1942, the one and only other time I'd visited the Benedictine Abbey of St. Andrew. That was a day I didn't much like remembering. But now I was back. There was no devil's wind today, but still the gusts were so strong I had to hold on to my hat. The smell of burning leaves, or maybe a wildfire, was in the air. 3. I decided to stop by the Abbey after dropping Miriam at school because of the 2 guests at the Claremont who said they'd seen a priest or friar leaving the rear of the hotel grounds around midnight on the night of the murder. In Berkeley, monks weren't all that unusual, but at midnight at the Claremont? If a monk had been there, it was a pretty good bet he'd come down from St. Andrews, which was located high up in Berkeley Hills, higher even than the Claremont. Father Yoman, the abbot himself, answered the door. I knew Yoman from back when he was a pastor in Richmond, and I was a kid growing up in El Cerrito. He was a little old man now, at least 80, with not a hair on his head, but with the same lopsided smile I remembered. When he heard my voice, the smile faded. I hadn't even said my name yet, but he put his fingers to my cheekbones, nose, and chin, and he knew who I was. He'd done the same thing 2 years ago, the only other time I'd been to the Abbey. I know it's churlish of me, but honestly, I don't like anyone laying hands all over my face. It's Detective Sullivan, Father, I said. Berkeley Police. I know who you are. What is it this time? Have you come to seek forgiveness? For what? Everyone needs forgiveness. The law doesn't stop at the church door, Father. Nor God's law outside it, Detective. What's your business with us? There was a murder a few nights ago at the Claremont Hotel. You've probably heard. The whole world has heard. A monk was seen leaving the hotel heading in this direction around midnight that night. I'm just following up. At midnight? My brothers are at prayer at midnight. If there was a monk at the Claremont at that hour, you must look elsewhere. St. Andrew's is not the only monastery in Berkeley or Oakland. Do you have personal knowledge, Father, that every single one of your monks was here at the Abbey that night? In the darkness within the Abbey, behind Father Yoman, I could see a few monks gathered in a semicircle, listening to our exchange. They were all hooded, so I couldn't see their eyes. I will ask the brothers this evening and report back to you. Good day. He tried to shut the door, but I stopped it. Sorry, Father. Not good enough. Do you have a warrant, Detective? I don't need a warrant to go inside a church. Your disrespect for sanctuary neither surprises me nor intimidates me. But I will answer your question. Brother Gratian was not at services. And where was he? I wouldn't know, Detective. I'm not my brother's keeper. Gratian is excused from prayer because of his special duties. He is our master beekeeper. This abbey is self-supporting, Detective, like every Benedictine monastery. Our product is honey, and Brother Gratian makes it for us. The sale of that honey makes everything else possible. Who buys it? The Claremont Hotel? Is that right? They buy our entire output. And how does your honey get from here to the Claremont, Father? Brother Gratian makes the deliveries. He walks down to the hotel himself. He goes regularly because he can only carry so much each trip. But he would not have been there at midnight, Detective. And if he was, he would have been doing nothing more sinister than delivering honey. I'll need to have a word with him, Father. The abbot laughed sardonically. Oh, I'm afraid no one can have a word with Gratian. He has taken the vow of silence, and he upholds that vow with utmost rigor. What about a non-verbal yes or no? I asked. I don't think you understand what it means to believe in something, Detective, to really believe. But if you wish to question him, Detective, you're free to try. He will be at the hives. Come with me. He gestured me inside the church. When he shut the heavy wooden door behind me, it was almost pitch black. There was no sunlight to speak of. The windows were just narrow vertical slits high up in the walls. The only lighting came from clusters of flickering amber candles. Outside, the abbey looked deceptively like a welcoming farm. Inside, it was medieval. Stone floor, stone walls, columns, vaults, relics, one spiral staircase going up to a library, which I'd never seen, and another going down to a crypt, which I had. The story was that the abbey had originally been founded in China in the 19th century. For some reason, nobody wanted to talk about. China gave them the boot in 1925, and their parent abbey in France decided to relocate them to California, where they built a replica of the structure they had in China. Without using a cane or even feeling his way, Father Yoman led me silently through cold, narrow corridors to a back door and out into an open field. 100 feet away or so, past a wooden fence, was an apiary, about 50 box hives with bees swarming all around them. A monk was tending the hives, wearing not only the usual brown cloth habit and hood, but also thick black, elbow-length leather gloves, and a wicker disc where his face should have been. Yoman clapped his hands and waved. The hooded beekeeper saw us, put down his tools, and began a slow walk in our direction, with bees straggling after him. When he was about 6 feet from us, he stopped, the wicker disc still covering his face. A bee was crawling on it, and a couple more were on his habit. Then he took off his gloves, revealing strong, gnarled hands, and he removed the wicker disc as well. In the shadow of his hood, I saw a sharp nose, thin lips, and glowing eyes. "Gratian," said Father Yoman. "This is Detective Sullivan of the Berkeley Police. You may remember him from his visit to the Abbey 2 years ago. He's going to ask you some questions." "Brother Gratian," I said, "I understand you've taken the vow of silence, but I'm hoping you might be willing to indicate a yes or no to a few questions, maybe by nodding or shaking your head. How's that sound?" The beekeeper stood stock still, staring at me with unblinking eyes from below his hood. "Right," I said. "Brother Gratian, were you at the Claremont Hotel last Friday night around midnight?" The hooded monk made no movement of any kind. "I hope you'll give me an answer, Brother Gratian. There could be trouble if you don't. Trouble for you and your abbey." It was a little disconcerting how still he was. "Has Brother Gratian made any gesture in response, Detective?" Father Yoman asked, although I think he knew the answer perfectly well. "No, he has not," I said. "I warned you. He is not willing to communicate. That is all, Gratian. You may resume your work." The beekeeper placed the wicker disc over his face again and walked back toward the hives. "I suppose you're going to ransack my abbey now?" said Yoman. "I'd like to see his room if you don't mind." "You make it sound as if it matters to you, having my permission." I didn't answer. Legally, I couldn't insist on going into a dwelling, not without a warrant. But the father didn't need to know that. "This way, then," said Yoman, leading me inside the abbey again, this time to the monks' quarters, where he opened a door to a small spare lodging. Bed, dresser, desk with a chair, a candle on the desk. I hadn't expected to find anything, and I didn't. If Brother Gratian had anything to hide, he wasn't likely to have left it in his room. There were plenty of secret nooks and crannies in the abbey, or secret spots in the woods, that would make much better hiding places. I pictured the monks' quarters being turned inside out, the church and its grounds being searched, people torn from hiding places. "You're troubled, my son," said Father Yoman. "Why would I be troubled, Father?" He shook his head. "We cannot run from our sins," he said. "They are inside us." I thanked him and left St. Andrew's. 4. As soon as I got into the station house, everyone shook my hand and clapped me on the back like I'd solved a big case, which I definitely hadn't. Turned out, Cal Berkeley basketball had won the Pacific Conference Championship last night, and I'd forgotten they were even playing. Tank and I were the only ones in the station who'd actually gone to Berkeley, but everyone in town lived and died with the Golden Bears. It's funny what elates people, no matter how lousy their lives are otherwise. When Berkeley won a championship, we all felt like champions. In my office, I tossed my hat at the rack all the way across the room and caught one of the hooks. I made a 1-2 punch into the air, spun around, and was about to plunk myself down on my swivel chair when I realized I wasn't alone. There she was, in the same green belted dress she'd been wearing a few hours ago. "Miss Stafford," I said, trying to sound dignified, wincing internally not just at my idiocy with the hat rack, but also at the thought of myself in my stained gray undershirt in my puny apartment with my laundry line behind me. Even my pressed shirt felt less sharp than usual, knowing she'd seen it on my ironing board. "You came to see the beast in its other natural habitat?" About my visit this morning, Detective. You want me to apologize for shutting the door on you? All right. I apologize. No, I just didn't think. Not interested in what you thought, Miss Stafford. Emphatically not interested. You said you had something to tell me. She stared at me for a second. You're certainly rough on a girl. For the first time, I noticed dark circles under her eyes. Like she hadn't been sleeping. Or might even have been crying. Or then again, might just have put her makeup on that way for effect, like Ingrid Bergman at the end of that movie that just came out, where her husband makes her think she's insane. I don't have time to play games, miss.
I see. Well, I believe I've solved your case for you.
Is that right?
I really do, yes. You remember I told you I went to a Christmas party at Madame Chang's and Walter Wilkinson was there?
Sure, I remember. You said you had a chat with him. You told him you wanted to do a story on him, and he agreed. Did something else happen between you at that party?
Between us?
You know what I mean.
Why, Detective, do I detect a note of jealousy?
You think every man you meet is in love with you, don't you, Miss Stafford?
Why, I could say the same about you. Such a handsome, brooding, impenetrable storm of a man. Just the type every woman secretly longs to tame. Has anyone ever told you you look like Tyrone Power?
No, they haven't.
Well, you do. And women must fall for you right and left. What if you and I were made for each other, Detective?
For a split second, I almost let myself wonder if she meant it. Then I came to my senses. Get to the point, miss.
I must be making a dent in the armor if you're so angry with me. Anyway, something important happened at that party. My source, who was part of Wilkinson's inner circle, told me last night that Wilkinson and Madame Chang had a private meeting that night during the party. Wilkinson dropped an absolute bomb. He said to her that the United States could no longer trust her husband, Chiang Kai-shek, because he was too corrupt and too brutal and was losing the support of the Chinese people. She said, but surely the U.S. wasn't going to back a communist like Mao. Wilkinson said no, but he was going to advise President Roosevelt that Chiang had to go and we had to find a replacement for him.
Isabella stopped at that point, looking at me expectantly. Thank you, miss, I said. I'll make a note of that.
A note? Don't you see? Wilkinson turned on them. Until now, I thought General Chang killed him out of jealousy, but it was Madame Chang who had him killed. Or both of them together. They must have used that servant, Jane Chow, to do it. That's why she had to be killed, to cover their tracks.
How do you know about Jane Chow?
I'm a reporter, Detective, in case you'd forgotten.
I nodded. Is that all?
Is that all? Yes, that's all.
I thanked her, went to my door, and opened it, waiting for her to leave. She stood up, but stayed where she was.
About this morning, she began.
I told you, miss. Forget this morning.
Stop it. I just wanted to say I shouldn't have come to your house like that. I'm sorry. Really. It was thoughtless and presumptuous of me. A spoiled, selfish thing to do. I hope you'll accept my apology.
She sounded sincere. I looked for signs of derision or guile, but found none. Of course, maybe she was even more manipulative than I thought. She came to the door as if she were leaving, but then stopped and turned to me.
Is she your daughter?
Who, Miriam? Christ, no. Her mom's my half-sister.
But you take care of her.
Definitely not. The kid pretty much takes care of herself.
Why does she live with you then?
She doesn't. She just stays over once in a while when her mom goes AWOL.
She's cute, your niece. She has such style.
Style? I thought to myself. Miriam had a lot of things going for her, but I never thought style was one of them.
It's really sweet, your relationship with her,
Isabella continued.
She clearly adores you.
Which you know on the basis of what, miss?
Am I wrong?
When I didn't respond, she continued.
I don't suppose you care, but as a matter of fact, I happen to know very well what it's like to feel all alone in the world.
Part of me wanted to shut her up. If there's one thing I couldn't stand, it was a rich girl who felt unlucky in life. But another part knew that what she was saying was factually true. Her family was a train wreck, almost as bad as mine, except rich. Meanwhile, a third part of me couldn't help noticing her long lashes and her lips. She had what they call a rosebud mouth, a perfect version of it. I may have misjudged you, miss. If I did, I'm sorry.
Don't soften on me,
she said. If it was 100 in the shade, I wouldn't soften on you, miss.
Good, because I'm bad, Detective. I do terrible things. And if you soften on me, I'll do them to you.
With that, she tried to leave, but I held her back by the arm. Was it you? I asked.
Was it me what?
The blonde with Wilkinson outside his room before he died. Was it you? She looked at me without any doubt or hesitation.
I told you. I was at our country house in Sonoma that night with my cousins.
I was at your country house yesterday. Your cousin Cassie took off on me. Why?
I have no idea.
Where is she now?
I don't know.
I nodded, but didn't believe a word she said. Good day, Miss Stafford. I'll be in touch.
Chapter 13. Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial prepared for District Attorney Dugan in connection with her deposition taken on the 15th of March, 1944.
That my granddaughters had neglectful parents came with one silver lining. The three girls developed an intense bond, becoming pillars of support for each other. They also gravitated toward me. They often came to stay with me in Berkeley, in different configurations, sometimes individually, sometimes a pair, sometimes all three, but Isabella the most often, because she was the most alone. Those are some of my most treasured memories, spending time with my granddaughters in the Berkeley Hills. We'd hike the trails in Wildcat Canyon, the girls adorable with their crooked walking sticks that they also pretended were magic wands. Or I'd take them to the gorgeous new rose garden laid out like a terraced amphitheater with its breathtaking 100 varieties of roses. On clear nights, I'd let them stay up past their bedtime, and we'd go stargazing from the lookout on Grizzly Peak. On one occasion, Cassie said to me wistfully, "Our mother doesn't like to do fun things like this with us." To which Nicole added, "She doesn't like to do anything with us." And my heart nearly broke. What is the point of having children if you don't want to spend time with them? In some ways, I became a surrogate parent for all three. In fact, I believe I came to know my granddaughters better than their own parents did, both their many virtues and their hidden flaws. Nicole is exceedingly intelligent, the only one of my granddaughters attending university. She's also the most judgmental and political, constantly up in arms over this or that. But her great weakness is that she doesn't know herself in the least. She thinks she believes passionately in things, feels things that she actually doesn't. I can imagine her committing a great wrong while telling herself she's acting not just blamelessly but heroically. She's the most likely to make a catastrophic mistake entirely out of self-delusion. Cassie is the tallest and physically the strongest of the three. She's also the most tomboyish. She's matter-of-fact and prefers to wear pants, something young women are just starting to do, and I very much approve. We practically had to drag her to her own debutante cotillion. So uninterested is she in dancing, ball gowns, and all other girlish frivolity. She can be brusque to a fault, and is utterly lacking in the feminine arts, a deficiency she may get from me, which pushes all the young men away. As for Isabella, well, to put it mildly, she is far and away the most complicated of my granddaughters, and always has been since the tragedy. Part of it was her deep identification, sometimes I think psychological merger, with Iris, from whom she'd been nearly inseparable the first 6 years of her life. I'm told there are psychological terms for her condition, which apparently is quite common in children who've lost siblings. But as if Iris's death weren't enough, Issy's mother could be self-absorbed to the point of cruelty. When Iris died, Sadie was only 25, and still beautiful, but already corroded inside. She threw herself into the only thing she felt she excelled at, which was enticing men, but it brought her nothing but more self-loathing. Still, misfortune can't excuse everything. One especially painful memory still haunts me. It was 2 summers after the tragedy. Sadie had been hospitalized again. She was constantly in and out. And Issy, just 8 at the time, was sent to stay with me in Berkeley. All that summer, twice every week without fail, Issy sent letters for her mother to the hospital. Sadie never replied, but Issy persisted, always believing she was helping her mother recover, and always enclosing little gifts she spent hours making, or amusing verses she had written. This was heartbreaking, because in fact Sadie had been discharged from the hospital after only 10 days. She hadn't sent for Issy, or even let her know that she was back. Instead, Sadie spent the summer attending cocktail parties and dinners, going to the beach, sailing in the bay with this or that new paramour, Roger by then being long gone. I kept this from Issy as long as she was with me in Berkeley, but when she returned to San Francisco that autumn for school, she somehow discovered the truth. I'll never forget how Issy looked the next time I visited Nob Hill. Tiny, wilted, defeated. She wouldn't even make eye contact with me. It was as if she were shrinking, willing herself into non-existence. "Issy," I said, alarmed, "what's wrong?" She didn't even look up at me. Instead, she said in a flat, dull voice, "No one wants me. No one ever will." I knelt down and took her hand. "Listen to me, Isabella. You're feeling sorry for yourself. You have every reason to, but you must stop. I could tell you that I want you, that I love you, and it would be true, but that still wouldn't be adequate. You have to depend on yourself." Isabella turned slowly to me, her eyes forlorn and searching. I could see that she was trying to take in what I was saying. "Always remember this," I went on. "You're strong, stronger than all the others, because you have endured the most. From the youngest age, and at the cruelest hands, you're like steel forged in fire, and every additional cruelty you face will only make you stronger." I don't want to overclaim, but I believe that these words had a profound effect on her, and that it was after this exchange that Isabella finally began to put the tragedy behind her. Not immediately, of course, but over the course of the next year, she grew increasingly confident and self-assertive, surprising everyone by eventually becoming the most extroverted and daring of my 3 granddaughters. And while she grew up to almost uncannily resemble a young Sadie, her mind is far sharper and more nimble. This wasn't apparent for some years, but ever since she came into her own, she's always been a step ahead of everyone else. If the girls and I were playing Monopoly on a summer evening, and the doorbell rang unexpectedly, causing the rest of us to wonder who it could be, Isabella would instantly put it all together and say, "Oh, it's probably Jane Abbott returning the pie pan she borrowed the day before she went off to Paris. She'd be getting back just about now." Or, "I bet it's the actuary coming to get Nana's signature for the sale of Mr. Randolph's estate." She was always right, and my heart would swell, privately thinking that she, perhaps, took after me. But putting aside the occasional bouts of darkness to which she is still subject, Issy has another flaw, which is that she lies too often and too easily. I think she tells herself she's acting, a favorite hobby of hers, when in truth she's simply prevaricating. It probably began as a way to conceal her pain, a determination not to be pitied, something else she gets from me. In any event, she's almost frightfully adept at it. I'd watch with a frown, but also in awe, as she led Mrs. Biddleston, the housekeeper, down the garden path, embellishing her stories with details so choice and convoluted, no one could possibly have made them up. Chiefly, she deployed these arts to save her cousins' skins. There is quite a goodness to Isabella, which many people don't see. There was a time, for example, when she pretended to faint to give Cassie time to round up the naughty brood of ferrets Cassie had been secretly raising in the basement of the barn at the country house. There must have been a dozen of the rascals, and they'd taken to looting and hoarding our dish towels. Isabella not only fainted, but had to pretend to recover and then faint a second time. It was clear to me, of course, that it was all an act, but I played along. I was proud of Isabella. All 3 of them, actually. They were loyal to the bone. Maybe because apart from me, they were each other's only real family. Through it all, Issy never turned on her mother. On the contrary, she defended her, and as she got older, tried to protect her. Even today, she still lives in that house because her mother has no one else.
Chapter 14, 1944. Monday, March 13th. 1. After Isabella left, I poured myself a coffee, a big one. By late morning, the station house coffee tasted like burnt coal. Actually, it always tasted like burnt coal, but coffee wasn't being rationed anymore, so at least there was plenty of it. Nothing added up. I had a dead presidential candidate in the Claremont stripped half naked with flowers sticking out of his mouth, and a dead Chinese woman chopped up in a public housing project with a hatchet sticking out of her neck. The first killing felt personal. Somebody wanted Wilkinson not just dead, but humiliated. The second killing felt professional. Chinatown professional. I had a Chinese angle on Wilkinson, which suggested a connection between the 2 killings, and I had a Bainbridge angle, which didn't. On top of which, I had 3 lying Bainbridge girls, one who hated Wilkinson's guts politically, one who'd been doing God knows what in a secret basement room, and one who was trying to sell me the Chinese angle. People kill for 3 things: money, power, and love. Give me a murder, and 99 times out of 100, one of those 3 things will be your motive. But so far, I couldn't pin any of them to either of my murders. I had a single witness placing one of the Bainbridge girls with Wilkinson at or near the time he died. But the truth is, I didn't have a clue why any of them would have been with him, or what they were doing together, or how long she'd spent with him. In fact, I didn't even have an exact time of death. That, at least, I could do something about. I gathered every officer in the station house who was working the case into the main room and dragged a big chalkboard to where everyone could see it. "We're doing a timeline," I said to them, drawing a horizontal line across the top of the blackboard. "This is the night of Wilkinson's murder. We start with 7:30 p.m. Shots fired. 3 different guests call it down to the front desk. Who interviewed those guests?" "I did," said McCrae, grouchy because he'd had to work the whole weekend. "Names?" "I'm supposed to remember their names. What do we care about their names?" "We care because we're doing this right. We're going to line up the facts we think we know, and underneath each fact, put the witness or evidence we have for it. Go get your interview notes, McCrae. In fact, all of you go get your notes." While they were gathering their notebooks, I asked if anyone had any updates for me. Sir, I have something," said Polk, who'd been talking to hotel staff. "I'm not sure it's an update, though." "What is it?" "Well, I heard from at least a dozen people that, there's some kind of ghost in the hotel. A little girl." "Where have you been, Polk? Everybody knows that story." "It's not just a story, sir." "A girl wailing in the walls? Spooky shadows? Is that what you're talking about?" "No, not just that, sir. Some hotel guests have died." "People die at hotels, Polk. Some are old, some are sick, some have heart attacks. Every hotel has stories like that. The thing is, sir, they all died on the 4th floor. And not from heart attacks. One slit her wrists in a bathtub, and a few years later, somebody hung himself. Both in room 422. Your room, sir." If I felt the chill, I didn't let on. "Not our problem, Polk. McCrae, let me have those names." I put McCrae's witnesses on the board under the entry for 7:30. "Okay, next up is a couple of minutes after 8 p.m. Wilkinson is seen in his room, number 602, unharmed but with a bullet hole in a wall. Witnesses, me and the night manager. Next, 8:30 p.m. Wilkinson is taken to room 527 in a different wing. Dickie, you saw Wilkinson go into that room, right?" "Yes, sir, and I stood outside, just like you told me." "Good. When did you see him next?" "When he opened the door for the guy from room service," said Dickie, "with a big steak and a plate of fries." "What time was that, Dickie?" "What time? Geez." "I got that," said Tankersley. "I interviewed the folks in room service. The steak was delivered to room 527 about 9:40. "Good work, Tank. Okay, did Wilkinson make any calls from his new room?" Silence. "Don't tell me no one checked phone logs." "You didn't ask nobody to do that, boss," said Dickie. "For Christ's sake." I shouted for Jackie, our communications officer. "Jackie, call the Claremont and get me all the phone calls Wilkinson made. I want to know when he called, and I want to know who he called. If the hotel doesn't have it, call the phone company." "All right, Dickie, what happened next, after Wilkinson got his dinner?" "Next?" said Dickie. "The guy from room service comes back after a couple of hours to pick up the stuff. That's when Wilkinson tells me he left something in his old room and heads back there." "Tankersley," I said, "what time did room service make that pickup?" "Let me see," said Tankersley. 11:30. "Okay. Next up, midnight. Juanita Juarez says she sees Wilkinson and one of the Bainbridge girls walking down the hallway and going into room 602 right around 12 midnight. So we know he was still alive then. But where was Wilkinson between 11:30 and midnight? Anybody?" No one had anything on Wilkinson in that half hour. "All right," I said. "Who heard the gunshot, and when did they hear it?"
2 people heard it,"
said Petruccelli.
"The first was a guy named Miller. I talked to him. Old fella. He was staying a couple of doors down from Wilkinson. He said he heard something that sounded like a shot at 11:45. It woke him up."
"Well, he must have gotten the time wrong." I said, because Juanita saw Wilkinson in the corridor at midnight. Did he call it down to the front desk? No. He said he heard there'd been a false alarm earlier, so he figured it was probably the same thing. Okay. Who's the second guy? Name of Duvray, said Petrocelli. I'm getting this from the front desk clerk I interviewed. Duvray was in 604, right next door to Wilkinson. He calls down to the lobby at about 12:30, reporting a sound like a gunshot. The desk clerk gets on the horn right away and phones us. Jackie, I called out. What time did the Claremont call us on Friday night to report the gunshot? Jackie checked the log. The hotel had called us at 12:33 in the morning. Good, I said, marking up the blackboard. So it looks like time of death is 12:30 a.m. That's when Duvray hears the shot. He calls it down to the front desk, and the front desk calls us. No, that's not right, sir, said Tankersley. Why not? Because I did the interview with Duvray. He told me he didn't call in the gunshot right when he heard it. He called it down later because he was, indisposed. Indisposed? He was with a woman in his room. They both heard the shot but weren't sure what it was. They thought it might be a champagne cork, and they were in the middle of their business when they heard it, if you know what I mean. So when did they actually hear the shot? I asked. About 45 minutes before he called down? So 11:45? Right. Are you sure? I asked. He was sure, sir. Well, then we've got a problem. Juanita says she saw Wilkinson alive at midnight, but if these two guests have it right, he would have been dead by then. Something was off, and I had a pretty good idea what it was. I grabbed my hat and headed for the Claremont. 2. It took me a while, but I finally found Juanita in a steamy basement area set off for laundry work. Almost all the other laundry workers doing the soaking, scrubbing, and wringing looked to be Chinese. Juanita was by herself in a small, hot room, ironing. There was a bin of clean sheets and pillowcases next to her. There must have been hundreds of them, waiting to be pressed. Hola, Juanita, I said.
Buenos dias, Señor Sullivan.
How are you feeling, Juanita? All better?
Yes, Señor, all better.
Good, good. I'm just double-checking one thing, Juanita. You told me it was midnight when you saw Mr. Wilkinson. Are you sure about that?
Yes, Señor Sullivan. I am sure. He was in the hallway walking with the young lady when I heard the clock strike.
No, he wasn't. Juanita stopped ironing, mid-stroke. I shut the door. Wilkinson was dead by midnight, I continued. When you saw him, he was already dead. She didn't respond. Lying to a police officer? I said, changing to Spanish. Not smart, Juanita. Suddenly, a look of defiance, or maybe contempt, came over her.
You think that just because you speak Spanish to me we're friends and I'm going to trust you? Do you think I'm stupid, Detective? That you can tell me that story about your father, if it's even true, and then I'll do whatever you want? You're all the same. You asked about my children the other day. Do you know where their father is? He's dead. Killed. By police like you. A rich lady, was being robbed, and he tried to help, and the policeman shot him. The wrong man, and he died. That was it. No apology. Nothing. Like he never lived.
Sorry, Juanita, I said, switching to English. But right now you need to tell me what you really saw last Friday night.
Why should I tell you anything?
Juanita had switched back to English too.
Last time I talked to you, they found out and think I did something bad, and now I work here in the basement. Even less pay.
You want to know why you should talk to me? Because I can have your children taken away. As soon as I said that, I wished I hadn't. But I was frustrated and running out of time. Fear replaced defiance in her eyes. It wasn't the first time I'd felt the raw power of being a police officer, or used that power, or maybe abused it. You didn't see Wilkinson in the hallway, did you, Juanita?
I don't want trouble, Senor Sullivan.
Trouble is losing your kids, Juanita.
Please, Senor.
Just tell me what you saw that night.
I saw the young lady come out of Mr. Wilkinson's room.
Who? One of the Bainbridge girls?
Yes.
Not going into the room. Coming out?
Yes.
Was she alone?
Yes.
Go on, I said.
She was upset.
Crying?
Not crying, upset. Afraid. She run away.
Did she see you?
No, she go the other way.
Then what? You saw Wilkinson, didn't you? You saw him in his room. That's why you're afraid to talk. She nodded reluctantly. You need to start talking now, Juanita.
The door, it was open. Mr. Wilkinson was dead. On the bed.
Tell me exactly what you saw.
I don't know. His pants were down. His mouth was filled with things. I don't know what. Maybe flowers. And there was blood.
Now Juanita was getting agitated.
A lot of blood. Everywhere.
What else? Is there anything else you remember?
I was scared.
How about the girl? What do you remember about her? Try to remember, Juanita.
She had blood on her.
Where?
Her skirt.
What color was the skirt?
Yellow.
Was it silk?
Silk?
Seda.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. It was very nice.
And it was one of the Bainbridge girls. You're sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure.
But you really don't know which one?
No, I'm telling the truth. I don't know. Please, Senor Sullivan, my children. I didn't mean... I made a mistake. I should have told you. Please don't do anything.
As long as you're telling me the truth. 3. Walking back to my car, I felt pretty lousy. I tried to tell myself I was doing my job. It wasn't my fault Juanita had lied to me. If that's what it took to get the truth out of her, that's what it took. But the more I thought about it, the lousier I felt. When you're powerless, it's so easy for people you love to just disappear. Like Juanita's husband. One careless shot and Juanita was a widow. Her kids, fatherless. And no one cared. No one made amends. I wondered if he'd been a good dad. If his kids idolized him the way I did my dad. I suspect that by the age of 17, a lot of boys have outgrown their adulation of their fathers. You start off seeing your dad as a hero, the strongest, most principled man in the world. But a day comes when you suddenly realize he's only human. You see his weaknesses, his failings, his real place in the world. For a boy, at least, that realization probably marks the transition from child to adult, whether it happens at the age of 5 or 15. But it hadn't happened with me. At 17, I still saw my dad in the same heroic vein I always had. And that's when they took him. As a result, I kept that idealization intact. In fact, it grew. As my dad was boarding the bus that would take him and my half-brothers to Mexico, he told me not to worry. He'd find a way home, a way back to us. He told me just to take care of Mom. I had to be the man of the house now. He said if Mom tried to follow him to Mexico, I couldn't let her. She was white, which was gold in America, so she had to take advantage of that. And the same with me, since I could pass for white. Besides, Mexico wouldn't be safe for her. He didn't know where he'd end up, and there might not be jobs or a house or even food. Most important of all was my going to college. The day I'd gotten into Berkeley, he said, was the proudest in his life, and he made me promise to give it my all. I followed his instructions as best I could. I did well at Berkeley, and I took care of Mom, but it wasn't easy. Mom was sweet, and she had a big, pretty smile that Miriam got too, but she radiated helplessness. And she was unlucky in love. Her helplessness made some men want to protect her, but sometimes I think it also made men subconsciously want to hurt her, which Makes no sense, I know. Mom's first husband, Rosemary's dad, abandoned her. Just didn't come home one night, and that was it. She never saw him again, and had to hear through the grapevine about how he fell off a crane and died while working on the new Merchants Exchange in San Francisco. A few years later, she met my dad. In church, of all places, in line for communion. Mom was Irish Catholic, and Dad had been raised Catholic back in Guadalajara by his mom. Although he once told me his dad Moses lit candles every Friday night, even though he didn't know why. Anyway, Mom and Dad both liked to say theirs was a match made in heaven. She had a daughter with no father. He had 2 boys with no mother. His first wife had died of tuberculosis, and they were married within 3 months. They had a big wedding, and nobody minded that he was Mex and she was Okie. Rosemary and the boys got along great, and I came into the picture a year later. But everything went south after they took Dad away. Mom had no skills. She misused words all the time and couldn't spell to save her life. It was no surprise that she couldn't get any work at all. Skilled men were lucky to get menial jobs back then in the middle of the Depression. The unskilled didn't have a snowball's chance. In the end, we lost the house in El Cerrito because we couldn't make the mortgage payments. But I managed to piece together part-time jobs at Cal and made enough to rent Mom a small apartment in Albany and have enough left over to cover my tuition. Mom and I didn't have any news of my dad. Not a single word until 1935, 4 years later, when a letter came from him. Before that, we didn't know where he or my brothers were. We didn't even know if they were still alive. It turned out that some Mexican official way down south in Chiapas, where my dad had first found work, had been skimming all the international postal delivery money while just throwing out the international mail, outgoing and incoming. The whole time we were thinking Dad might be dead, he was thinking we weren't answering his letters. Now he'd moved to Acapulco. My half-brothers were there with him. I jumped on a bus the next morning. It took me 3 days to get there. I have to admit, I broke down when I saw him. He's a big guy, shorter than me by a head, but burly and solid as a rock. And when he put his arms around me and called me gringo the way he always did, I couldn't help it. At 48, he was still strong and healthy. His hair was just starting to gray, but his eyebrows were still black. He smiled and shook his head at me and asked me how college was and told me I was just in time. He was working as a driver for rich American tourists at one of the fancy hotels. His excellent English and gregarious good nature made him a natural. In his hotel limousine, he took me to the foot of some high cliffs where men were swan diving into the ocean from a ledge so high it made me dizzy to look at them. It was a tourist attraction, a performance staged by the same hotel my dad worked for. When one of the divers came up out of the water, I saw it was my brother Miguel, the eldest of us, and the one I was always closest to. I ran down to the beach. My second brother, Diego, was there too, and so were their wives and more than a half-dozen little kids. Everyone was smiling and laughing. I met all the little niños and niñas, and Miguel instructed them to call me Tito Al. Simpler that way, he said. And I joked that they weren't going to be able to get rid of me. Acapulco was bustling. It looked way more prosperous and inviting than depression-mired California. I told them I was going to stay in Acapulco and send bus money back to Mom so she could come too. Everyone laughed again, but not so hard this time. And finally, the truth sank in. One of the new wives was my dad's, and so were 2 of the little niñas. The old bastard had a new family. I stayed in Acapulco for another 2 days, getting drunk with my brothers at night, all the while growing hotter and hotter inside. My dad kept trying to talk to me, but I avoided him. On the 3rd day, I told him I had to get back to school, which was true, and I caught the next bus north. On the long trip home, I weighed what to tell Mom. I decided to lie to her. She didn't need to know. So I started concocting stories in my head of how Dad was earning good money and saving up, and how he and the boys were going to come home just as soon as the border reopened. But when I got home and my mom came running out, all anxious and hopeful, I couldn't do it. I couldn't even look at her. She kept asking about Dad, and I kept evading her questions, telling her about my brothers and their new families.
But how about your father?
She pressed, starting to get agitated.
Is something wrong? Is he sick?
He's not sick, Ma. He's fine. I must have let a little bitterness creep into my voice because a look of confusion, then shock and hurt came over her. But I didn't tell her. I never told her. I let the hate fester in me instead. That was spring term of my last year at Berkeley, and I nearly didn't graduate. On campus, I started looking for fights to start. I would seize on any excuse to bring up Mexico, just waiting for some frat boys who didn't know I was Mexican to make a disparaging comment, and they invariably obliged me. I got into brawls so bad, I ended up in jail a couple of times. It was Volmer who saved me. The second time I got jailed, he came to my cell in the middle of the night. He'd been my professor in a criminal justice class, and I guess maybe he saw something in me. He told me that, despite my brawling, there was a job in the Berkeley Police Department waiting for me as long as I straightened out and graduated and kept my grades up. He said I was smart enough to make detective. He also said he knew my type and that I had what it took to clean up nice, whatever that means. My mom just got more and more helpless and hopeless after I returned from Acapulco. She kind of lost her will to live. She stopped eating properly, and then she got sick. Her decline wasn't merciful. It was long, slow torture. The trips to the hospital became more frequent, but didn't do any good, and the painkillers didn't work. She couldn't keep anything down and threw up yellow-green bile. By the end, she was so thin and frail, I couldn't stand it. One night in 1937, my second year in the police department, I went to Albany for a visit and knocked at her door. A friend of hers opened it, a nice woman about 60 with kindly, crinkled eyes, who wore her black-gray streaked hair in a bun and owned a popular flower shop on Shattuck in downtown Berkeley. She'd been spending more time with my mom than I had, because I was doing double shifts on the force. Mom had delivered flowers for her a few times years ago, before my dad was taken, and they became friendly. "I'm sorry I'm late," I said. "Thank you so much for taking care of Mom."
She's been asking for you. You should go to her now.
I found Mom on her bed, hardly breathing. "Ma?" She turned her head slowly to me, her eyes hollow.
Is Rosemary coming?
This worried me. Rosemary hadn't checked in on Mom for at least 2 years. Soon, I think. How are you feeling, Ma? Can I get you anything? Shall I open the window?
Alejo,
she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I'm here, Ma."
I want you to tell me something.
"Anything."
Is she pretty?
"Who? Mom, what are you talking about?" I knew exactly who she was talking about.
Your pa. I know he found someone else.
"No, Ma, don't be crazy. There wasn't anyone else. He died. Ma, I didn't want to tell you, but he died. I found out when I went there, in a car accident."
I don't think that's true, Alejo, but you're a good son.
"It is true. I didn't want to upset you. It was a head-on collision and he died instantly. He didn't suffer."
Yes. That would be like your pa. No suffering. Always lucky.
I don't know what it says about me, or my father, that the last thing I said to my mother was a lie. My only regret was that I didn't do it a lot earlier. Actually, that's not true. I had a lot of regrets. I thought about my mom's friend, the one who was with her that last day, all the way to the end, who held me when I broke down, then helped me with all funeral arrangements and even donated flowers from her shop. In my mind's eye, I saw a pair of strong hands pushing someone onto a bus. Someone kind. I shouldn't have said what I said to Juanita. Me, of all people. 4. Back at the station, I headed for Greening's office. The fact that Juanita had seen one of the Bainbridge girls coming out of the dead man's room with blood on her changed everything. If there had been only one Bainbridge granddaughter, it would have been time to arrest her. The problem was there were 3 of them, meaning I didn't have probable cause on any of them. Protocol said the next step was to bring all 3 down to headquarters, put them in separate rooms, and go at them hard with serious interrogation. But that required Greening's permission. The chief's reaction was even worse than I expected. "I thought we talked about this, Sullivan," he said, sitting behind his desk. "Why are you falling all over yourself because of what this Juanita told you?" "I'm just taking the evidence as I find it, sir. On the contrary, you're taking the word of a Mexican chambermaid over that of 3 pillars of this community when you don't have a shred of evidence against them. What possible motive would any of the Bainbridge girls have?" "I don't know, sir." "You don't have a motive. You don't have a murder weapon. The Bainbridges have a large collection of handguns at their country house, sir. Any of the girls could have taken one. Bald speculation. Has it occurred to you that this Mexican maid of yours could have killed Wilkinson herself? Or could have stolen whatever was in that Shreve box you found and has now invented a story to pin the blame on someone else? I believe Juanita is telling the truth, sir. She's a liar, Sullivan. A person who lies once will lie again and again, and she can't even tell blonde girls apart. Her testimony would be torn to pieces in a courtroom." He had a point there, an important one. Juanita would be virtually useless as a witness. The district attorney might not even be willing to put her on the stand. And as of now, her evidence was the only evidence I had against the Bainbridge girls. "We have to bring them in for questioning, sir," I said. "You'll bring them in if and when you have the evidence. I won't tolerate any corner cutting, Sullivan. This is America. We have the rule of law here. If you haul any of those girls into this station in disregard of due process, it will be your last day as an officer. Do I make myself clear?" I told him he did, and left his office. From the look on my face, the boys knew better than to ask me what had happened. Regardless of what I did with the Bainbridge girls, I still had a murdered Chinese woman to deal with, and for that, I had to go to Chinatown. Since I had at least 2 other leads to track down in San Francisco, I collared Tank and told him he was coming with me. "I'm sorry, sir," he said, "but could I take a pass on that? I got class." "What class?" "At Bolt. 1 class every semester. I'll get a degree in 6 years if I make it. If you need me, though, I'll come. No problem." "You're going to law school?" "Yeah, from my dad. I'm going to get him out of prison." I stared at Tank for a couple seconds. His dad's story was an ugly one. In the late 30s, he'd taken a woman to the bank club up in Reno a few years after Tank's mom died. They were going to do a little gambling, a little dancing, just have some fun. The problem was the woman was white. Somebody in the casino didn't like the sight of that and called the cops. They charged Tank's dad under the Mann Act, also called the White Slave Act, which makes it a felony for a man to transport a woman across state lines for immoral purposes. Some police departments and prosecutors like to use that statute to go after interracial couples, which is what happened to Tank's dad. When a cop jumped him in the casino, he pulled himself free, and for that, they hit him up with assault, obstruction, resisting arrest, and drunk and disorderly. He was doing 15 to 20 in the state prison up in Carson City. I doubted Tank would ever get his dad out, but I admired his drive. I told him to go to his class.
"Oh, detective?"
It was Jackie calling out to me.
I've got Wilkinson's phone records from the Claremont.
Nice job, Jackie, I said. Did he make any calls Friday night, the night he was killed?
Yes,
She said, flipping through some papers.
he called a Berkeley number at 7:43 p.m.
So after he was shot at, but before we moved him. Whose number is that?
It's an unlisted number, but I found out. It's the home of Madame Chiang Kai-shek.
Is that right? Okay. Anything else?
Then he called the Audubon Society in San Francisco.
That would have been him canceling dinner. Is that it?
One more call around 9 p.m., another San Francisco number.
Who was that?
A Mr. Stafford. He called him Mr. Roger Stafford.
Chapter 15. Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial, prepared for District Attorney Dugan in connection with her deposition taken on the 15th of March, 1944.
Even after Isabella regained her confidence and footing, appearing perfectly normal to the unsuspecting eye, she would still periodically have disturbing episodes revolving around Iris. Sometimes, completely out of the blue, she'd suddenly take on her sister's voice and mannerisms, and it was as if Iris had come back to life. It really could be quite frightening. Other times she would do things that she would later deny or attribute to Iris. Once, when she was about 10, she shredded an old stuffed toy of hers, I believe it was an elephant, with a pair of scissors, but later had no memory of it, and in fact insisted that Iris had done it. No one, including the doctors, knew how conscious or unconscious, voluntary or involuntary, real or feigned these spells or fugue states were, but they would leave us all shaken. I had another concern as well. Inexplicably, given Sadie's unconscionable neglect, Isabella seemed to want to emulate her mother, often imitating her sashaying gait and coquettish way of speaking. This so concerned me that I would occasionally say to her, "Isabella, you are not your mother. You are not similar to her, or responsible for her mistakes, or fated to be like her. There are those who disintegrate in the face of adversity, and those who find a way to harness it and turn it to their advantage. Your mother is in the former category, but you are in the latter." You can therefore imagine my distress when we were making pancakes one Sunday morning, and Isabella, now 15, suddenly informed me that she wanted to start seeing a psychoanalyst, as her mother had done years before. I hadn't realized she knew anything about psychoanalysis, and frankly, I have an extremely low opinion of its practitioners. Goodness gracious, Issy, why on earth would you want to do that? They interpret dreams, Nana, and I've been having really strange ones lately. Nightmares? No, not exactly. Iris is in them. Iris? Oh, you poor dear. They're not bad dreams. In fact, sometimes I don't want to wake up from them. Iris is herself, exactly as she was. She's wearing the same dress as that day, the light blue one with the white embroidery, but there's something else. In my dreams, she's always wearing the necklace. The necklace she was referring to, Mr. Dugan, was something she and I had discussed before. Many years earlier, I believe she was just 7 or 8, Issy and I were up on Chaparral Peak, walking the Strawberry Canyon Loop. We'd just come upon a stunning carpet of wild poppies, when, out of the blue, without any sign of distress, Issy began telling me about the day Iris died, including details I'd never heard before, and about her gradual recovery of memories and mismemories from that day. Then she asked me if anyone had ever found Iris's necklace. "What necklace?" I asked. "The one she was wearing at the Claremont that day," said Issy. "The silver one with the cross pendant. It was gone when they found her." "Isabella, I don't remember hearing anything about a silver necklace. Where did she get it?" "I think maybe from Mrs. von Urban." "Issy, did you ever tell anyone about this?" "No." At the time, we were all trying so hard to move on from the tragedy, I put this out of my mind. But when, almost 10 years later, Isabella mentioned that necklace once again, a terrible anxiety came over me. I dispensed with the pancakes, grabbed our coats, led the way down the footpath to College Avenue, then marched us all the way to the Berkeley campus, which we crossed. It took us a good 25 minutes, but at last we arrived at 923 Euclid, the home of the illustrious August Vollmer, who was then our police chief. There was no one else I could trust. I made Issy tell him what she'd just told me. A week later, Chief Vollmer called on me at my house. Over a cup of tea in my living room, Gus told me that Tilly von Urban had confirmed what Issy said. She had indeed given Iris a silver necklace with a cross pendant. "Why should that nosy Parker have given her anything at all?" I said. "Have you not asked her?" I explained that I was no longer on speaking terms with the von Urbans, which was true then, and remains true today. "I see," said Gus. Then, as was his wont, he paid me a compliment that was in fact a challenge. "Your logic is as good as mine, Genevieve, as good as any man's on my force. What conclusions would you draw from the fact that when Iris was found, the necklace was gone?" "I would say that 2 possibilities are most likely," I replied. "Either the necklace got caught on something when Iris was falling down the laundry chute and tore off, or it was stolen by one of the hotel staff after her body came out of the chute." "I agree," said Gus. "Would you like me to open an investigation into the possible theft?" "But there's a third possibility," I added. "Someone stole the necklace from Iris when she was playing hide-and-seek with Issy, and threw Iris down the laundry chute to hide the crime." He nodded. "In which case we'd be dealing with a homicide, not an accident." "Exactly." "I wondered if you were thinking that," he said. "I'm not saying it's impossible, Genevieve, but against that supposition are 2 facts. First, as you know, we found a chair next to the opening of the laundry chute, with Iris's fingerprints on it, indicating that Iris herself brought the chair there and climbed on it in order to get herself into the chute. Second, the laceration on her neck is consistent with the necklace having caught on something in the chute." I felt a jab of pain thinking of poor little Iris's last moments. It's just that I can't bear the thought that she might have been killed, and we never even investigated. "And there is another fact that may be of relevance," he went on. "It seems that Dr. von Urban accompanied Tilly and Sadie to the Claremont on the days when the women played tennis. He would book a room for himself and his wife, and they would stay the night." "Yes, I'd heard that." "It also seems that after Tilly and Sadie finished playing, Tilly would participate in a ladies' round-robin. Sadie would not. And, Genevieve, I'm told that during that interval, Sadie was seen on more than one occasion entering Dr. von Urban's room." "Good heavens," I said. In truth, I wasn't very surprised. I mentioned before, Mr. Dugan, that poor Sadie had enjoyed a miraculous recovery from deep depression after she began seeing Dr. von Urban. I had long suspected that the cure had not been psychiatric in nature, but rather a love affair with her doctor. All these facts, said Gus, might become very public should there be another investigation. That prospect was, of course, extremely distressing. My family had been through so very much already. I wasn't sure how much more it could bear. What should I do? What would you do, Gus, putting aside any personal considerations? In my professional opinion, this information isn't enough to open a murder investigation. So, Mr. Dugan, that's how we resolved it. And also how I first learned of the necklace that poor Iris was wearing that wretched day. I hadn't thought of it for years. So you can imagine my surprise when Isabella suddenly brought it up again, and on top of that, the notion of commencing psychoanalysis. She knew nothing, I assumed, about her mother's true experience with psychoanalysis, and I certainly wasn't going to tell her. But I did try to dissuade her. Isabella, I said, I just don't know about these newfangled mental techniques. To be candid, I think there's a strong smell of quackery about it. Analysis is the only treatment, Nana, specifically focused on the interpretation of dreams. That's what I'm looking for, because of what Iris says to me in the dream. It's always the same thing. What does she say? Find my necklace, Issy. You have to find my necklace. I cannot tell you, Mr. Dugan, the chills that went up my spine. A voice from the dead, speaking to poor Isabella in the dark of night. It occurred to me for a moment that perhaps Isabella had inherited the frightful mental illness Sadie has, perhaps in some latent or attenuated form. In any event, Isabella was decided, and once she's set her mind to something, there's no turning her back. Isabella still has a bedroom in my house, back from the days when she would spend months at a time with me. But starting around then, when she turned 16, I saw less and less of her. I don't know if it was the psychoanalyst she started seeing, a Viennese woman, about my age as it happened. And I do think these psychoanalysts like to inject themselves like wedges between family members. Or just the fact of her growing up. Come to think of it, the same was true of Nicole and Cassie, too. After they turned 16, they also stopped visiting as often, which makes me think I'm just a nostalgic old grandma, and it's all part of the healthy process of children becoming their own independent persons. But back to Isabella. One heartening development did come out of her psychoanalysis. The episodes where she took on Iris's persona came to an end at last. On the other hand, it was also at this time that she began to grow obsessed with young men, just as her mother had been. She compulsively needed them to fall in love with her, but once they did, she lost interest. This happened over and over. She had a gift for it, for making men feel powerful and then leaving them high and dry. I know I'm biased because I'm her grandmother, but I can't say I really fault Isabella. She was simply trying to regain a sense of control over her own life. Besides, she was only doing what men have been doing for eons. Far too often it's the other way around, with men the Casanovas, breaking women's hearts.
Chapter 16, 1944. Monday, March 13th. 1. As I rounded a hairpin turn on Lombard Street and the majestic Golden Gate Bridge soared into view, I felt the same exhilaration and thrill I always did. I love infrastructure, all infrastructure. Roads, dams, tunnels, aqueducts, hydroelectric plants. The more colossal, the better. But the Golden Gate Bridge is in a class of its own. For a long time, No one believed that a bridge could ever connect San Francisco to the Marin headlands to the north. A mile of water had to be crossed, and that water was far too deep and turbulent, roiled by dangerous tidal currents, to allow a bridge's foundations to be anchored. But the same unstoppable gale that had swept the first ships into California and wiped out the native peoples also whipped up a bridge across that mile-long expanse of fearsome water. It was just a matter of money and a few more lives. The death-to-dollars ratio for bridge construction was well known in the 1930s. For every $1 million spent, at least one man would be killed. Men had to die to build a bridge. It was a fact of life. After all, 27 men had perished building the Brooklyn Bridge, including its designer, whose foot was crushed. His toes were amputated successfully, but tetanus killed him all the same. Remarkably, the Golden Gate Bridge claimed only 11 lives. Cheap at the price. How could such a massive project have been undertaken at public expense in the middle of the Depression? Because the Golden Gate Bridge was a cash cow, churning out enormous profits in toll revenue. A $35 million bond issue was underwritten by the San Francisco-based Bank of America, and the bridge tolls repaid bond buyers handsomely with interest. The principal recouped in record time. Scientifically, the bridge was revolutionary. Pre-existing principles demanded that bridges be maximally rigid, ideally as rigid as solid rock. Achieving such rigidity would have been virtually impossible in a mile-long suspension bridge. But new engineering breakthroughs held that the ideal was not a rock, but a tree. A thing that bent with the wind rather than trying to resist it. Suddenly slimmer, longer, less rigid structures were not only possible, but desirable. That theory was rudely tested and vindicated in June 1935, when an earthquake shook the bay. At that time, the majestic bridge towers had already risen up from the waters, but no cable had been spun yet, no roadway laid. Men were working on top of the South Tower when the quake struck. The tower began to tremble. The men had no way down. Soon the tower top was swaying back and forth, 16 feet toward the ocean, then 16 feet toward the bay. The men were sure they would fall to their deaths, but after the quake passed, the tower was still there, upright, undamaged, undefeated. When completed, the Golden Gate Bridge was the longest in the world. Its slender and perfectly proportioned Art Deco towers the tallest, its color instantly iconic. Garish black and yellow stripes were originally planned to increase visibility in case of fog. But the moment the architects saw their first deliveries of steel beam, protectively coated in thick, burnt orange primer, they knew they'd found their hue. And now, just 7 years later, the Golden Gate had become the crowning symbol of San Francisco and all its aspirations. The very name conjured visions of untold wealth, of streets paved with gold, of cities showered with gold dust, of the never-ending gold rush otherwise known as California. On one side of the country, the Statue of Liberty proclaimed America's dream of freedom. On the other, the Golden Gate Bridge stood for the second half of that dream, prosperity. In fact, though, the name Golden Gate had nothing to do with the precious metal. The bridge was so called because of the body of water it crossed, the Golden Gate Strait. And the strait got its name in 1846, 2 years before gold was discovered at Sutter's Mill. The strait's name was a prophecy that San Francisco's enormous natural harbor, one of the largest in the world, would one day be America's Golden Gate to the riches of trade with the Orient. This prophecy had come true, but only for some. It certainly hadn't worked out so well for the Orientals who came through that gate. I was on Lombard Street to pay a call on a retired professor who apparently knew more about Chinese art and artifacts than anyone else in California. It said something about America that the leading expert on Chinese art wasn't Chinese, but someone named Lowell Alford. If the Exclusion Acts hadn't kept the Chinese out for 60 years, that probably wouldn't have been true. But this professor was my best shot at assessing the green stone we'd found in Wilkinson's throat. He examined the cube-like stone carefully. then pored over its intricate carving with a magnifying glass. "Where did you get this?" he asked at last. "It's connected to a murder investigation, Professor. I'm afraid I can't say much more at the moment." "Understood. Well, here's what I can tell you. This stone is jade of the highest quality, and the calligraphy is an ancient writing style known as seal script, which nearly no one can read anymore. The characters say it's an official seal of the government of the Republic of China." "As in the government headed by General Chiang Kai-shek?" "That's the one." Son of a gun, I muttered to myself. "But it could be a reproduction," he continued. "There are some very clever forgers in Chinatown." I thanked him and said goodbye. Chinatown happened to be where I was headed next. 2. I met Vern Headbanger Callahan, the beefy gray-haired sergeant of the SFPD's Chinatown squad outside the Forbidden City, Charlie Lowe's nightclub on Sutter Street. Callahan had arranged a 5:30 sit-down for me with Eddie Gong, the head boss of the Hip Sing Tong. The Chinatown Tongs were essentially criminal gangs dressed up as business associations. At least, that's how we cops thought of them. There was already a line around the block waiting to get into the joint. About half were Navy boys in uniform. San Francisco was a liberty port, meaning the seamen had shore leave and could paint the town red, each one knowing that this night on the town could be their last. They poured into Chinatown and the Tenderloin, North Beach and Market Street, lining up outside every strip club, tattoo parlor, and burlesque hall they could find, their drinking starting at lunch and only stopping at closing time, 11 o'clock by city ordinance, after which they'd flood out into the streets, 4 sheets and counting, picking fights with Marines and Army recruits who'd been doing the same thing. It was a good time for all, but mayhem for the cops, who had to load the worst of them into paddy wagons and dump them off at the military jail and the Hall of Justice until they dried out. The club wasn't in Chinatown proper. It was located just outside, only a block from Union Square. Perfect for Americans who wanted a taste of Chinatown but were too afraid to actually set foot in its supposedly vice-infested alleys. Besides servicemen, a lot of well-heeled San Franciscans frequented the place as well. Callahan cut the line, and the Chinese doorman recognized him, letting him and me go straight in. On our way upstairs, Callahan told me that as soon as he'd found out about the hatchet murder in Berkeley, he had his boys round up a dozen Hip Sing soldiers, busting a few lips and breaking a couple of teeth in the process. That's how he got the meeting with Eddie Gong so fast. I asked him how he knew the Hip Sing were responsible. He found the question amusing. "You Berkeley boys, you're good for a laugh, that much I'll give you," he said in his strong Irish brogue. "Who cares a rat's pecker if it was Hip Sing that did it? I don't think it was, to give you the unvarnished. Eddie Gong's too smart for that, but he'll tell me who did it to get his men back, won't he? They think they can start up this shite again on Vern Callahan's watch. They'll be sorry they were ever born." I saw his point. Callahan was an old-timer. He knew that in their heyday, the Tong Wars had been bloody and out of control. Killings in broad daylight, bodies littering the streets. Women were a big part of the problem. There weren't enough of them in Chinatown. The Chinese had poured into San Francisco like everybody else once news of gold spread around the world, but it was almost all men at first. And just when Chinese women started to immigrate too, we slapped the Exclusion Acts on them. And that was it. Only the tiniest handful of Chinese were allowed to enter the country until just last year, when the Exclusion Act was finally repealed. For decades, the ratio of men to women in Chinatown was something like 9-1, and girls smuggled in from China for the sex trade were more valuable than opium. It wasn't just Chinese men who wanted the merchandise either. Men like Wilkinson were buyers too. The Tongs controlled the whole prostitution business. The girls, a lot of them underage and all of them lied to about life in America, were basically slaves. The Tongs decided where they could go, who they could talk to, who they had to cater to. If they refused to work or tried to go it on their own, their Tong would hunt them down and make examples of them. Callahan thought that's what had happened at Codornice's village. Still, I wasn't crazy about the idea of Callahan banging people's heads when he had no idea who was guilty, and judging by the expression on Eddie Gong's face, he wasn't crazy about it either. The club room of the Forbidden City was on the second floor, and it was jumping. Every table was full, the band was blaring, and a crowd 4 deep lined the bar, hooting and hollering and calling out marriage proposals as Noelle Toy did her ostrich feather striptease. Toy used to be a Berkeley co-ed. I'd actually met her there. Her parents were among the few Chinese who got in during the exclusion period, and they ran a laundry up in Inverness. Even with just feathers on, she looked like she knew exactly what she was doing, which was rising the fastest way available to her, and I admired that. We all make trade-offs, and only losers judge. Besides, she was awfully good-looking. At a VIP table set off in a corner sat Eddie Gong, with a porcelain cup of tea in front of him and a brace of bruisers behind. I'd expected an old Chinese boss in his 50s or 60s, but Gong had to be my age. I'm impressed by anyone who's good at his job, and I had no doubt Gong was good. You don't climb that high that young otherwise. He was lean and confident, ruggedly handsome, wearing a suit of better cloth than anything I'd ever owned. Of course, he was probably also a cold-blooded killer. "Eddie, my boy," said Callahan in a booming voice, smiling broadly as we took seats at Gong's table. "Did you really think I'd let this go because the hit was in Berkeley? Talk to me, boy." "So now we're friends?" asked Eddie Gong. He had a good, deep voice and spoke colloquial English. His hands were folded in front of him, perfectly still. That was something I'd trained myself to do, too. Not to show any nervous mannerisms, like cracking your knuckles or shaking your leg. It wasn't easy, but you could command a room just by being still. "We're always friends, Eddie, you and me," said Callahan. "You're fighting the same enemy we are, aren't you? The Japs?" "Where you means Chinese people and we means Americans?" Callahan leaned back in his chair, shaking his head but smiling. "Sullivan, prepare to be edified by the gangster." Noelle had finished her number, and the audience exploded in applause and whistles. Gong drank his tea, waiting them out. The band took a break, and the decibel level fell from deafening to just loud. "Asia, with her numberless millions," said Gong, evidently reciting by heart, "sends to our shores the dregs of her population. There can be no doubt but that the presence of numbers among us of a degraded and distinct people must exercise a deleterious influence upon the superior race." Do you know who said that, gentlemen? It was Leland Stanford, governor of this state, in his inaugural address. You even blamed us for the plague. The Chinese cancer must be cut out of the heart of our city, root and branch, if we have any regard for its future sanitary welfare. That's what your Board of Health said. "Water under the bridge, Eddie," said Vern. "Water under the bridge." You know what my 8-year-old daughter said to me the other day, Callahan? Asked Gong. She was crying. She said someone called her a Jap. And you know what my first reaction was? How dare they mistake my daughter for a fucking Jap? Now, is that a healthy way to think? But that's what this country does. Not e pluribus unum, but divide and conquer. Italians, Greeks, Mexican, Chinese, Japanese, you name it. Turn them all against each other, and everyone against the blacks. Now it's the Japs' turn. But it will be some other group next. Maybe us again. "Oh, stop your whining, Eddie boy," said Vern. "America loves you Chinese now, more than you deserve." Right. We're the good Orientals now. But I still can't buy a house outside Chinatown. That's all men are created equal for you. I know, said Vern. But we don't make the rules, Eddie. And if you don't mind my saying so, you've done pretty well for yourself, haven't you? A lot better than you'd do if you'd had to go back where you came from. This is where I come from, said Gong. I'll tell you where you come from, Eddie. An illustrious line of gangsters. Your father was head of the Hip Sing, just like you. He and we were great friends. I always treated your father right, and he did the same by me. Just like us, Eddie. Haven't I always done right by you? As long as you get yours. How's that nice house of yours, Callahan? Where is it again? Presidio Heights? The mortgage. I guess that would be very hard to pay off on a policeman's salary. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, cried Vern happily. You play ball with me, and I play ball with you. I've seen your house, Eddie. It's a lot nicer than mine, that's for sure. You and me, we know where our bread is buttered. So talk to me, Eddie boy. I know you don't want war. I know it wasn't you. Tell me which of the tongs pulled this hatchet job, and your boys will be home by nightfall. It wasn't a tongue killing. Oh, yeah? Somebody else just happened to use a sawed-off hatchet to cut a whore to pieces? She wasn't a whore, said Gong. He turned to me. You're Berkeley PD? That's right, I said. What do you know about the woman who was killed? Gong asked me. Practically nothing. She went by a lot of names. Her neighbors knew her as Shirley Wang. At the library, she was Chao Shi. It looks like she used the name Jane Chow at the Claremont. She'd moved into the Codornices apartment about a month ago. Nobody there knew what she did for a living or where she came from. She had fair English, a son back in China. She was a Red, said Gong. A communist spy. China has Reds? Asked Vern. Since when? Gong looked disgusted. You're so ignorant, Callahan. How can you be in charge of anything? China is in the middle of a civil war between the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek and the communists under Mao. They joined forces to fight the Japs, but when the war is over, they'll be right back at it, and they'll fight to the death. And what's any of this got to do with our murder? Said Vern. Chiang, Gong went on, ignoring Callahan, has the money and the weaponry, which he gets from America. But Mao has the people. Normally that means Chiang should win because the people are no match for money and guns. But Mao has something else. He's changing the way China thinks. They get people to stand up in public, beg for forgiveness, and denounce themselves. For what? I said. For having the wrong views. They call it rectification. You might laugh, but it works. The people who come out on the other end of rectification, they'll do anything for Mao. Mothers will go where he tells them, leaving their children behind. They'll become moles in Chiang's government or his army, no matter what the risk. There are red Chinese spies everywhere, including here in San Francisco. But for every red Chinese spy, Chiang has 2 secret policemen. China has the biggest secret police force in the history of the world. Hundreds of thousands of men, butchers who torture before they assassinate. But they know what they're doing. There's never been a better trained secret police, because they learned their trade from the master. Your sainted Chief Vollmer, Detective Sullivan. What? I said, not believing what I just heard. You didn't know that, did you? It's true. Chiang's secret police were trained by V-men. Vollmer men just like you, Detective, who came to Berkeley from China to study under your old chief in the early 30s. Vollmer taught them all the modern techniques. Don't get me wrong. I'm not condemning Chiang's secret police. China needs them to infiltrate the communists, just as the communists are infiltrating China. We in Chinatown support General Chang and his nationalists. They believe in profit and commerce just like us. Just like America. That's the choice China faces. And soon the whole world will too. Between godless capitalism and godless communism. "Wake me up when class is out, for fuck's sake," said Vern. "Why would a red Chinese spy be in Berkeley?" "It's not crazy," I said. "She could have been keeping an eye on Madame Chang." "Not only keeping an eye on her," said Gan. "Living with her. Shirley Wang came to this country a year ago with the rest of Madame Chang's household. She was one of her most trusted servants. But 4 weeks ago, Madame Chang received news that Shirley was a spy from Mao. The madam didn't believe it, but she fired Shirley all the same. That's how Shirley ended up in your public housing village, Detective." "And you know all this how?" I asked. "We're the ones who discovered that Shirley was getting messages from the communists. I told Madame Chang myself, but we had nothing else to do with it." "Oh yeah," said Vern. "So who did her then?" "Let me ask you a question," I said. "Would Chang's secret police torture a woman?" "That's their specialty," said Gan. "They're famous for it. They rip their fingernails off. Very useful for interrogations, I'm told." He was describing exactly what I'd seen on Shirley Wang's body. "Come on," said Callahan. "A red Chinese spy was killed in Berkeley by a Chinese secret police assassin? That's your story, Eddie." "I'm not accusing anyone of anything. But I can tell you this much. There hasn't been a done hatchet murder in this country for over 20 years. It was bad for business. Brought too much heat. Why would we start now?" Gong stood up. One of his henchmen draped a coat over his shoulders. "That's all I have for you, gentlemen," he said. "Sergeant, I expect my men out of jail by morning. Unless you want to reconsider our financial arrangements." 3. Back in my car, I decided not to think about the fact that Vern Callahan, head of San Francisco's Chinatown squad, was on the take from Eddie Gong, head of Chinatown's biggest gang, which didn't really surprise me, but didn't make me too proud of my profession either. I guess that was how they kept the peace, and who knows, maybe it was better that way. The more important point was that one person had now emerged with a connection to both my murders, and that person just happened to be the First Lady of China, who just happened to be living in Berkeley, California, 5 minutes from the Claremont Hotel. It was pretty clear I had to talk with Madame Chiang Kai-shek, no matter what Chief Greening would say about it. Meanwhile, I had just enough time before getting back to Berkeley to make one more stop in downtown San Francisco. 4. The Shreve & Company jewelry store was a high-end emporium at the corner of Post and Grant, with glass showcases and marble columns and mirrors everywhere. And I arrived just as they were closing. On display were rack after rack of silver. Silver sculptures, silverware, silver necklaces, and a few $1 million worth of gems. The smallest diamond ring there would probably have cost me a year's pay. The guy who offered to help me could have been a mortician. He was tall and spare, with thinning hair and a long, melancholy face. I showed him my badge and told him I needed to know whether Walter Wilkinson had made any recent purchases there. "The Walter Wilkinson, who was just killed?" "That's right." "No, nothing at all." "You would know?" "I would know," he said. "I'm the manager." I put the black velvet box on the glass counter between us. "This was in Mr. Wilkinson's hotel room. It's one of yours." His long, bony fingers took it from me and turned it over a few times, holding it close to his eyes. I thought he was going to put on one of those jeweler's monocles, but he didn't. "That's curious," he said. "It is one of ours, but we stopped using those boxes over a decade ago. I believe it was in 1932 when we switched manufacturers to obtain a more youthful, vital look. These are the boxes we use now." He pulled out from a drawer a different dark velvet box, which didn't look any more youthful and vital to me, but he was the expert. "Do you keep sales records from before 1932? I asked. "Certainly. Could you find out if Wilkinson bought anything from you back then?" "On what day of what year?" "That I don't know. Our invoices are organized by date, Detective. Without a date, one would have to go through every receipt, day by day, and look at the purchaser's signature. I'm not prepared to do that. Are you?" "Not right now," I said. "Good, because the owners wouldn't have let you if you were. One last question, if you don't mind. What kind of item would have gone into a box like this?" "Oh, it could have been anything. Not a watch or ring. We have special boxes for those, but nearly anything else. Earrings, a brooch, a bracelet, or necklace. Perhaps a charm or a locket." 5. After leaving Shreve and Company, I headed back to my car, which was parked on a side street around the corner, and I was almost there when I noticed the Packard coming up from behind me, a little too slowly. It was starting to get dark, and the little side street was otherwise empty. The machine drew up to the curb just ahead of me and shut down its lights with the engine still running. 3 men in suits got out. Each of them was carrying. I could see the bulge of their shoulder holsters. They made a triangle around me. "Somebody wants to see you, Sullivan," one of them said. "Oh, yeah? Who?" I asked. "Just get in the car." "And if I don't?" "It'll be easier if you do." I couldn't see any reason anybody would want me dead, and if on the off chance somebody did, these guys could have done it already. I got in the Packard. Nobody said anything. I was squeezed into the back seat with one of the men on either side of me. They drove to California Street and took it up to the top of Nob Hill. Then a few quick turns, a descent down a driveway, and they pulled up at a rear service entrance of the massive Pacific Union Club. "I hate to break it to you, boys," I said, "but I'm not a member." "Get out," was the only reply I got. They led me in through a service door. Nobody gave them any trouble about it, and we climbed a few flights of stairs. Then they walked me down a dressy corridor and brought me to a closed door. One of the men knocked, and it took a few minutes, but eventually the door was opened from the inside by yet another man in a dark suit. He gestured us in. The room was some kind of parlor with leather furniture, dark wood bookcases, antique lamps, that kind of thing. It had the rich smell of old money. In a stately wing-back chair sat Madame Chiang Kai-shek. "Detective Sullivan," she said, standing up with a smile and an extended hand. "Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. My apologies for the theatrics, but I wanted to keep this very private. Even my husband, the general, doesn't know I'm speaking with you. Please, sit, won't you?" I saw what all the fuss was about. A year ago, Madame Chiang had addressed the United States Congress, the first woman ever to do that. And apparently when she strode into the chamber, a collective gasp went up from the congressmen and the folks in the galleries alike. Standing before me, she was elegant, but also more spontaneous and playful than you'd expect. Her dress was black with red trim, her jewelry green. Jade, I guessed. I took a seat opposite her. A couple of bodyguards stood behind her, while 2 more were guarding the door we had come through, and still 2 others were guarding a door on the other side of the room. Somebody must have been tailing me when I left the Forbidden City. Maybe they heard I was meeting with Eddie Gong. Maybe Gong himself had told them, and then they followed me from there to the jewelry store. "I only have a few minutes before the post-speech reception begins," she said. "And since I'm the one who gave the speech, I really shouldn't be late."
So I'll be very direct. I understand that you are investigating the murder of my friend, Walter Wilkinson. I am here to tell you that President Chang and I had nothing to do with it. The very suggestion that we would have killed a distinguished statesman like Walter, whom we have had as a dinner guest in our own house, is ludicrous and insulting.
She paused.
The General and I are fighting for Chinese democracy. Walter was an ally in this struggle. We wanted him alive. And I guarantee you we had nothing to do with his death. I wanted you to hear that from me, Detective. In person.
Part of me was still getting used to the idea that I was in the same room with the First Lady of China. But I did have a question, and I thought I might as well ask. Thank you, ma'am. As a matter of fact, there is something you might be able to help me with. A piece of jade was found in Mr. Wilkinson's mouth, left there by the killer, it seems, and that jade has been identified as a seal of the government of the Republic of China, your husband's government. I was wondering if you could shed any light on that.
One of our seals? I don't believe it. It must be counterfeit. If the Republic of China had Walter killed, do you really think we'd have been so foolish as to leave a calling card? It's absurd. What possible motive would my husband or I have had for killing him?
Respectfully, ma'am, I can think of one or two.
Ah, you're referring to the rumor that I was having an affair with Mr. Wilkinson. Did you know, Detective Sullivan, that my father was a missionary preacher, a Southern Methodist preacher?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Yes. He came to Christ as a young man in North Carolina, of all places. When he returned to China, arms full of Bibles, he raised his 6 children to be devout Christians. People say our childhood was puritanical. It's true, and I'm proud of it. Marital infidelity disgusts me, Detective. My views on marriage are well known all over China. When Mrs. Liang told me her husband was having an affair, I had him fired at once. And he was one of my husband's closest confidants. I am a Christian woman and a devoted wife, loyal to only one man, my husband.
Even if that were true, the obvious reply was that her husband might have believed the rumor and had Wilkinson killed for it. But I didn't want to put it quite that way to Madam Chang. Is it possible a mistake was made, ma'am, by a subordinate? Could an agent of your husband's, hearing these outrageous rumors, have taken action on his own without you or President Chang knowing anything about it?
Absolutely not. None of the Generalissimo's agents would be so foolhardy. They are extremely disciplined.
I've also heard, ma'am, that Mr. Wilkinson had changed his thinking about your husband, about his support for General Chang as China's leader. For the first time, Madam Chang's eyes flashed with anger.
Who told you that?
Is it true? The anger disappeared just as quickly as it had come on, and she was composed again.
My husband and I have many enemies, Detective. Do you know how many attempts on our lives there have been? They will say anything to destroy us. With my husband, at least they're consistent. He's a ruthless warlord who can't be trusted. With me, they can't even keep their attacks straight. Which is it? Am I the dragon lady controlling all China from behind the throne? Or the spoiled brat sleeping on silk sheets while my people starve? Or the docile concubine, an exquisite Chinese doll, as that Life reporter put it? As to Walter losing faith in us, I don't know who told you that, but it's just another lie. No one was a stauncher supporter. Without my husband at the helm, China will fall to that communist Mao Zedong. Walter knew that, and that it's in America's interest to avoid that result at all costs.
Speaking of Mao, ma'am, could he have wanted Wilkinson dead? Could one of his agents have done it?
That thought has crossed our minds too, Detective. But Mao wouldn't dare. Killing an American politician on American soil? Even he wouldn't think of it.
She stood.
And now, Detective, I really must get to the reception.
I got up too, and we shook hands again. Oh, there is one other thing, I said. You didn't say anything about Shirley Wang. There was no change in her expression. I was watching for it.
She was an employee in my household, but she was a thief, and I let her go. I know nothing about her murder.
How did you know she was murdered, ma'am?
We have eyes and ears everywhere, Detective. I've never pretended otherwise. It wouldn't be safe here for me if we didn't.
I'm told that Shirley worked for Mao.
I've been told the same thing. But if you want to find her killer, you should be looking in Chinatown. The Dongs use hatchets, Detective. We most certainly do not.
Could Shirley have killed Wilkinson and placed one of your SEALs at the scene to frame you for it?
Detective Sullivan, nothing would suit my political interests more than to tell you that Mao Zedong was behind the killing of Walter Wilkinson.
So why aren't you telling me that, ma'am?
Because it's not true. And because Walter was a very dear friend. And I won't use his murder for political purposes. Let me tell you something, Detective. Contrary to all sordid rumors, Walter did not come to Berkeley to see me. He came for someone else. I don't know who it was. But about 3 weeks ago, Walter phoned me to let me know he was planning a visit, and he mentioned there was someone very important to him here, whom he had to see. That's all I know. I just hope you'll bring his killer to justice.
And Shirley Wang's killer?
Shirley Wang is not important.
With that remark, Madame Chang took her leave. As I was ushered out of the room, I thought to myself that Madame Chang was charming all right. But I wouldn't want to cross her. 6. They wouldn't let me leave the Pacific Union Club through the front door, so they shoved me politely out the same service entrance I'd come in through. It was raining now. My car was still parked near Shreve's, and cabs were out of my league, meaning I was in for a walk. Which was all right with me, because there was a place close by I wanted to visit. I put my collar up, pulled my hat brim down, and set off through the drizzle, wondering how much I'd been played in the last 72 hours, and by how many different women. You had to admire Nob Hill in the nighttime. The skyscraping Mark Hopkins, the stately Fairmont bigger than a European palace, the soaring towers of Grace Cathedral. I'd been in the Mark Hopkins exactly once in my life and felt like an imposter every minute I was there. A lot of big hotels in San Francisco were billeting servicemen in their ballrooms and dining rooms because the mayor had ordered them to, but not the Mark. No one expected it of the Mark. I wondered who got paid off for that and how much it cost. But even the rich and powerful couldn't get away with murder. At least not always. At least, I didn't like to think so. Madame Chang knew more about Shirley Wang's murder than she was letting on, but that didn't make her the doer. As to Wilkinson, I had to weigh Madame Chang's story on the one hand against Isabella's on the other. According to the Madam, Wilkinson was the Chang's strongest ally, and she and her husband had every reason to want to keep him alive. According to Isabella, Wilkinson had turned on Chiang Kai-shek, and they would have wanted him dead. It only took me a couple of minutes to get where I was going. I climbed the front steps and rang the bell. Isabella herself answered the door.
"Why, it's my dark and stormy detective," she said, "on a dark and stormy night. Don't just stand there. Come in out of the rain."
I'm fine where I am, miss.
I don't like the sound of that.
Why did Walter Wilkinson call you the night he died, Miss Stafford?
I beg your pardon?
He placed a call to this house, miss, at 9 o'clock, soon after someone took a shot at him. The number's listed in your father's name, but you told me yourself your father hasn't lived here in years. Wilkinson wasn't calling your father. He was calling you.
If Mr. Wilkinson called,
Oh, he made the call, miss. We have the phone records.
Well, I didn't get it. I wasn't here.
No? Okay. Let's say I believe you. Still, why would he call you? That's the question, Miss Stafford.
I told you, Detective. I was doing a story on him. He must have been calling to schedule our interview.
You'd given him your number?
Yes, so that he could get back to me about the interview.
When did you do that, miss? Give him your number.
When? I must have given it to him at the Christmas party.
You must have?
No, I did. I wrote it down for him.
You're telling me he was calling you at 9 o'clock at night to schedule an interview? After someone had nearly killed him?
It's my best guess, Detective. Do you have another theory?
Several.
All of which I suppose involve him making a midnight assignation with me? Why would he?
Why would a man ask a girl to meet him in a hotel at midnight? I can't imagine.
I think you are imagining. I can see it in your eyes. You're imagining me alone with a man at night and what I might do.
That's exactly what I'm imagining, Miss Stafford.
You don't have to imagine. You could find out for yourself.
But would I live to tell the tale?
You can't really think I killed him. I believe I could kill a man. I do, but I could never have killed Mr. Wilkinson.
Why not? She smiled.
Because I was in Sonoma, of course.
You should try telling the truth sometime, miss. It'd be a relief. You'd feel better.
I've tried telling the truth many times in my life, Detective. It never once felt better. Is that all?
I said goodnight and left. But just as I reached the end of the block, downhill from the Stafford house, a Lincoln came careening around the corner and nearly clipped me. It sped uphill and screeched to a breakneck stop right in front of Isabella's, its front tire jumping the curb and its fender almost hitting a tree trunk. Cassie Bainbridge leapt out from the driver's seat, followed immediately by Nicole from the passenger side with a satchel over her shoulder. They ran up to the house and let themselves in, so helter-skelter they left all the doors open, car doors and house door alike. A few seconds later, a light went on in a room on the second floor, and Cassie and Nicole flitted back and forth in the window. Then I saw Isabella there too. At that point, the light went off, and a moment later the three of them came bursting out of the front door again, making straight for the Lincoln. Nicole no longer had her shoulder bag, but Isabella was carrying a small suitcase. Isabella spotted me watching from the corner, and she said something to her cousins, and they all turned in my direction. For an instant, the three Bainbridge girls, Isabella, Nicole, and Cassie, all stared at me at the same time, like fair-haired sorceresses in the night. Then Cassie jumped behind the wheel, and the other two climbed in as well, and the car made a U-turn and came tearing down the street in my direction way too fast. For a second, I thought they might be coming at me, but they gave me a wide berth, although they damn near hit someone else, practically spinning out as they rounded the corner. At the end of the next block, the car skidded around another corner and disappeared. I looked back at the Stafford house. It was entirely dark now, but in the lamplight of the street, I could see the front door was ajar. It was like God tempting me. What was in the satchel Nicole was carrying? Could they have just moved criminal evidence? Could it possibly have been the murder weapon? I didn't know what was going on, but I had the distinct impression someone was trying to get rid of something. If a cop has probable cause to believe evidence of a crime is in a certain house and might not be there by the time he comes back with a warrant, he can go into that house. He can break down the door. To be honest, I'm not sure I passed any part of that test. But on the other hand, I wasn't planning any door breaking. With a little luck, no one would ever know I was there. The Stafford house was deathly silent inside. There was no sign of the housekeeper. The ceilings were so high, the sound of my shoes on the marble floor reverberated a lot louder than I intended. But nothing stirred. I wondered if Sadie, Isabella's mom, might have been hospitalized again. That could explain why the house felt so empty and why no servants seemed to be around either. I ascended the stairs as quietly as I could and went into the room the girls had been in. With my flashlight, I took a look around. It was a bedroom, but a strange one. The ceiling was high, but the room itself was small, so it felt oppressive. The walls were papered with small rust-red roses that felt the opposite of fresh. There were 2 child-sized canopied beds, perfectly made, and the furniture was child-sized too. Cassie and Nicole had been in the house so short a time I expected to see the satchel in plain view. And there it was, lying on top of one of the beds. But it was empty now, completely empty. I opened the drawers, but all I found were children's clothes, neatly folded, undisturbed. In the closet were little girls' dresses in an even row, as if they hadn't been touched in years. The whole place felt frozen in time. I poked around some more, but found nothing. Then I thought I heard footsteps above me, as if someone was moving around on the 3rd floor, and I decided to get out of there, given the questionable legality of my being in the house in the first place. Downstairs was eerily still. It wasn't pitch black, just shadowy, and the marble busts that seemed so stately in the daytime looked macabre in the night. The house was silent again. Near the front door, I found myself standing outside the library where I'd seen the oil painting of the 2 sisters, Isabella and Iris, when they were little. I didn't know why, but I needed to see that painting again. I stepped into the room and trained my light on it. Iris stared out at me, and the same chill that ran up my spine the first time I saw that painting ran down it now. I shifted my gaze to the young Isabella. Her violet eyes were sad, and she looked small and lost. It was hard to believe she was the same person as the self-assured young woman I'd just exchanged words with. I looked back at Iris. She was wearing the blue dress with white flowers that I'd seen in my dream. How was that possible? And the folds of her skirt blended into those of Isabella's skirt, which was the reverse of Iris's. White, with little blue flowers. That's when I saw it. In Iris's left hand, half hidden against the folds of the little girl's skirts, she was holding a doll. It was barely visible, but it had a porcelain face and tiny round mouth and was a dead ringer for the doll I'd found in the closet at the Claremont. At that moment, I heard a noise from above, floating down the stairwell. A soft wailing like someone in pain or crying. It sounded like a child. The wailing grew louder, then softer, then louder again. Part of me thought I'd better beat it, but I had to find out what it was. As I mounted the stairs, the wail changed. Or maybe it didn't change. Maybe it just sounded different as I got closer. Now it was more like singing. On the 2nd floor, it was still coming from somewhere above me, so I went up another flight, but it was higher still. A smaller stairwell led up to a 4th floor where the ceiling was so low I had to hunch over to avoid banging my head. The singing had turned back into a wail now, interspersed with word fragments too hushed for me to make out. The voice was female for sure, but it didn't sound like a child anymore. It was coming from a room toward the rear of the house. A dim light was on in that room. I pushed the door open and saw a female figure at a window. The window was open, and she had one leg over the sill. She was about to step right out the window, 4 flights up from the ground. "Don't!" I shouted. The figure turned, and I saw Isabella staring at me with wild eyes and disheveled hair. Then I saw that her face was older, the skin looser and lined, although still beautiful. It wasn't Isabella. It was her mother, Sadie, who apparently wasn't a bedridden invalid after all. She fairly pounced out of the window like a cat, but instead of falling to her death, she stood straight up, then glided off to the right out of view. I went to the open window. There was a kind of fire escape outside it. I squeezed myself out the window and onto the fire escape, which led to a series of steep metal stairs running down the rear wall of the house. Sadie was halfway down already. Again, I followed her. The final flight of stairs ended in a garden in what must have been the backyard. A cast-iron gate led out of that garden to an alley. The gate was open. Sadie was gone. Chapter 17, 1944. Tuesday, March 14th. 1.
These eggs are really good, Al. What did you do to them?
It was the next morning, just after sunrise, and Miriam and I were sitting at my fold-out Formica dining table eating breakfast. Rosemary still hadn't shown up. I was distracted. I couldn't get the image of Sadie gliding along the fourth-floor balcony out of my head, and annoyed at the same time. Where the hell was Rosemary? I'd had a date last night, which I had to cancel because of Miriam. Truth is, I didn't like the woman much, though. I'd been with her a few times, but she was too bony in the hips and shoulders. Plus, I didn't like the way she smelled. The worst part was how she kept looking at me hopefully, as if she were expecting me to spring some surprise on her, like maybe a ring, when in fact, I was trying to ease her out gently. So, it was just as well I had to call the date off. Still, this thing with Miriam had to stop. She couldn't be living with me. I got a kick out of Miriam. Seeing her was usually the best part of my day, but I couldn't be in charge. I couldn't raise a kid. What if I made all the wrong decisions and she ended up a mess and it was my fault? Besides, I had my own life to work on. And how was I supposed to do all the things bachelors do if she was around all the time? Just added onions and tomatoes and peppers is all, and some spices, like my dad used to do.
Wow, I never had spices before. Where'd you find the meat?
Beef had been rationed since last year. You were only allowed to buy 2.5 pounds of meat, any meat, a week. Plus, it was scarce and expensive, so hamburger was practically a luxury for working people nowadays. Miriam probably hadn't had any for months. Petrini's, I got the last half pound, I answered. How's math going, Miriam? What are you working on?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Same old stuff.
No, I'm serious. What are you studying right now? Multiplication? Division?
Yeah, all that stuff. But I don't think my teacher likes me too much.
Why would she not like you? Everyone likes you.
I don't know. She looks at me funny. Once she asked me where I was from. Couple times, actually. And also what my father did.
What did you say?
I said I didn't have a father.
And what did she say?
I can't remember. I think she said she was sorry.
Okay then, see? She doesn't not like you. Inwardly, I cursed. I didn't know anything about kids and whether they needed comforting or talking to. And did Miriam need a haircut and some better clothes? She couldn't wear those same overalls all the time. She looked like a farmer.
Al?
What?
I don't want to disappoint you, but... Well, I'm not sure school's for me. A lot of kids have stopped going.
I'd heard that. With the war, both teachers and students were dropping out. But I thought that was just high school. Miriam was only in 6th grade. I don't care what other people are doing, I said. School is not optional. It's your only way out.
I just feel like I learn more hanging around with you. You know way more than my stupid teachers anyway, and...
Your teachers aren't stupid. And you can't just hang around me, Miriam. I'm not your dad. You need to get that through your head. As soon as I said that, actually, before I was done saying it, I wished I could suck it back. But it was too late. Miriam winced like she'd been knifed, and I thought for a second she was going to burst into tears. Then it passed, and she looked upbeat again, which only made me feel worse and wish she actually had burst into tears.
I know that, Al. Don't worry.
She sounded fine, even chipper. But I could hear a tremor in her voice, which told me I'd hurt her bad.
I'm just saying that I'm not brainy like you.
I tried to pivot, make it seem like I'd been saying something else. Following me around won't get you anywhere. You're real smart, Miriam. You could be a teacher.
No way. Forget that.
Or a scientist. Or a doctor.
You're dreaming, Al.
You could own a business. You've got street smarts. You're good with people. You have good judgment, and people like you. I was trying. But it was too late. I'd already said the most devastating thing I could possibly have said to a good kid without even one proper parent who was pulling more than her weight already. Why was this so goddamned hard? I just didn't have the right instincts when it came to kids. I always thought I could teach myself anything, but there was no manual for this. Why didn't some expert, like maybe a doctor, write a book teaching people the best way to raise a kid? I'd buy that book for Rosemary in a heartbeat. Rosemary was just going to have to pull herself together. Miriam needed her. Girls need their mothers. Even imperfect ones. 2. When I got to the station, it was all bad news waiting for me. The press, not just local, but national, was demanding to know why we still didn't have any suspects. On top of which, I had 3 messages from District Attorney Dugan asking the same thing. Meanwhile, Wilkinson's widow back in New York was making a stink that we hadn't released his body and was insisting he be given a state funeral, not seeming to remember that he'd never actually won public office. I ignored all of it. The question in my head was what Iris Stafford's doll was doing in Walter Wilkinson's closet. Something connected that little girl's death to my murder, and I needed to know what. I went down to the basement where we kept the old case files, shelves and shelves of assault and theft and death going back 40 years. Iris Stafford's file consisted of a single red folder with no physical evidence at all. That made sense. Accidental deaths aren't police matters, so we don't create an extensive file or keep any of the evidence. I checked the file out of storage and took it up to my office. I had to blow 14 years of dust off the folder before emptying its contents onto my desk. A couple dozen photographs spilled out first. Pictures of the dead girl lying where she'd been found, on a pile of dirty laundry, taken from different angles and distances. The basic story told by the police report was familiar. I remembered most of it from the newspaper coverage back in 1930. At about 5 o'clock on January 25th, a laundry chute in the Claremont's basement spat out the body of 7-year-old Iris Stafford, head first, into a pile of soiled sheets and towels. She was dead on arrival. About a half hour earlier, Iris and her sister Isabella had been seen playing hide-and-seek in the hotel's banquet rooms while their mother, Sadie, was out on the tennis courts with a friend. Like a lot of other people, the girls used to have fun coming down the hotel's spiral fire escape slide. The speculation was that Iris thought she'd discovered another slide when in fact she'd come upon a laundry chute. When the police and an ambulance got there, Sadie Stafford still hadn't been located. About 40 minutes later, the father, Roger Stafford, arrived, and he took charge of Isabella. The ambulance crew were wheeling Iris, covered by a sheet, out through the lobby when Sadie finally appeared. She tore the sheet off her daughter's body, began screaming uncontrollably, and had to be sedated with 2 shots of chloral hydrate before being taken away by medical personnel. The interview notes were spare. Sadie had never been interviewed at all. She suffered a nervous breakdown and was institutionalized in an insane asylum in Napa, where they kept her on ice for a week. Roger Stafford, point blank, refused to speak with the police. In fact, he nearly came to blows with the officer who went to his house the next day to try to interview him. Isabella, only 6 years old and in shock, was unable to respond to questions. Apparently, she stopped speaking altogether. Not to the police, not to family members, not to anyone. For months. Sadie's tennis friend, Tilly, was the most forthcoming. It turned out she was married to Sadie's psychoanalyst, Dr. Rudolf von Urban, which was a name I knew. Von Urban had been on trial recently for practicing medicine without a license, a trial the papers had pounced all over, especially when it came out that his prescription for his patients, most of them wealthy and female, was invariably directed to improving their sex lives. Sadie and Tilly had occasional Sunday tennis outings every few months or so at the Claremont. On the day of the death, they had played from 3 to 4. Afterward, Tilly played in a woman's round robin and didn't come back inside the hotel until the news of an accident was spreading. Dr. Von Urban, who had spent the night at the Claremont, was interviewed the next day at his home in Carmel by the Sea, giving a statement long-winded in the extreme. He was expansive about his Viennese academic pedigree and how successful he'd been in treating the women in his care. He knew nothing about the accident. He'd been in his hotel room at the Claremont the entire afternoon working on a book. At a certain point, he wasn't sure when, Sadie knocked on his door, asking if he'd seen the girls. He told her he hadn't. She went off. He knew nothing more until Tilly came back and told him the shocking news. The thing that bothered me most was Sadie. Her whereabouts didn't add up. Hotel staff went looking for her almost immediately after the body was found. They knew she was playing tennis. They should have found her either on the courts or in the locker room, but they didn't. Not for 2 hours. Where had she been? When exactly did she go up to Von Urban's room? Why would she have thought he might have seen the girls, and why wasn't Von Urban interviewed until the next day? It felt like Sadie and the good doctor might have had more than a purely medical relationship. Paper-clipped into the file at the end of the interviews was a short, cryptic note written by Chief Vollmer himself in 1932. New information, the source appeared to be Genevieve Bainbridge, the grandmother, indicated that a silver necklace with a small diamond cross pendant worn by Iris may have gone missing on the day of her death. The facts were deemed insufficient to open up a new investigation. There was also an autopsy report, which was normal. The law requires a medical examination for every accidental death. All of Iris's injuries, the coroner concluded, were the result of her 9-story headfirst plunge down the laundry chute, especially the brutal snapping of her neck. While the little girl had a nasty laceration encircling her neck, presumably from the necklace she'd been wearing, there had been no strangulation. Iris had other scrapes and scratches on her body as well, some of them of older vintage, but nothing out of the ordinary for a rambunctious kid. All of her injuries, new and old, were marked on a schematic diagram of a human body, and something about that diagram bothered me. Although, I didn't know what. The poor kid had also suffered a bout of polio, leaving her with a mildly deformed left foot. What had happened to Iris's necklace? And where had Sadie Stafford been for the 2 hours her little girl was lying dead on a cold basement floor, while strangers gawked and police photographers flashed their bulbs? There was one last item in the case file, a large envelope containing newspaper photographs from the time, including pictures of the crowds that had gathered in front of the Claremont. They weren't allowed inside the hotel, but hundreds had lingered long outside its front doors, ostensibly to express grief and sympathy, but in reality, to gape at traumatized family members or maybe even catch a glimpse of the child corpse. Then I noticed something. In one of the crowd photos, which must have been taken from a third-floor window at the hotel, while everyone else was facing the Claremont, a lone figure was walking away, on a path that would take him up higher into the Berkeley Hills. It was a monk, wearing a belted habit of the same kind they wore at St. Andrew's Abbey, with a hood over his head. I swore. What were the odds that a monk would be walking away from the scene of 2 deaths at the Claremont Hotel 14 years apart? I started repacking the case file when my eyes fell again on the autopsy diagram showing the location of Iris's injuries, and that same nagging feeling came over me. For some reason, I glanced over at the doll we'd found in Wilkinson's hotel room, which was lying on top of a cardboard evidence box on my floor. Suddenly, I knew what was bothering me. When Archambault first examined the doll, He told me he'd found a strange mark on one of its arms, a deep groove etched just below the left shoulder. I checked that against Iris's autopsy diagram. It was a perfect match. Iris had deep bruises on her left arm. They predated the accident. The cut on the doll's arm was in the same place, and the doll's melted left foot was a match too, for Iris's deformed polio foot. It was as if someone had turned that doll into an incarnation of Iris's body. But who? And why? 3. I knocked at 2907 Avalon Avenue, an upscale winding street a few elegant blocks below the Claremont. The house was a grand white stucco in the Mediterranean style, with a terracotta tile roof and large bay windows, perched on a steep hillside overlooking the other houses on the street. I could smell oranges, lemons, and maybe apricots from the garden. This was lily-white fragrant Berkeley, high up in the hills. Well, almost lily-white. Right across the street from Mrs. Bainbridge's house was Madame Chankai's shacks. The front door opened. "Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge, Detective Al Sullivan, Berkeley PD. Could I have 10 minutes of your time?"
"Of course. Please come in. Al Sullivan. You're Gus Vollmer's protege, aren't you? And you played baseball for Cal some years ago. An ace pitcher, if I recall."
This took me aback. "Yes, ma'am. How'd you know that?"
"I know everything. I'm just joking. Gus is an old friend. I just spoke with him the other day. We're on the same conservation board."
I had a dim memory of being a rookie when Chief Vollmer first told me about Mrs. Bainbridge, who at that time was a middle-aged widow. She'd helped the department solve a burglary when everyone else was stumped. "Right, I remember now. He called you the best sleuth in town."
"Amateur sleuth."
"I think he just said sleuth. You were the one who cracked the cat burglary on College Avenue."
"I did, actually. It was obviously an inside job. But how can I help you, Detective?"
"Well, I'm sorry to have to bring this up, ma'am, but I was hoping to ask you a couple of questions about your granddaughter, Iris."
"Iris? Good heavens."
"Yes. I was wondering if by any chance you remember her having a doll. A Didy doll?"
"I do indeed. She and Isabella each had one. They were great favorites."
"Do you know what became of them?"
"The dolls? Oh, goodness, it's been so long. Perhaps in an attic somewhere, or long thrown out. I'm afraid I don't know."
"All right. Mrs. Bainbridge, I'm sorry to be so blunt, ma'am, but is it possible that someone in the Stafford household might have been hurting Iris?"
"Goodness gracious! What do you mean, Detective?"
"Hitting her, bruising her."
"Absolutely not. It's inconceivable. If such a thing had been happening, I would have known. Iris would have told me. What on earth makes you think that? And what does poor Iris have to do with any of this?"
"I just happened to be looking at the old case file, ma'am, and I'm trying to tie up some loose ends."
"For heaven's sake, Detective, I may be old, but I don't live under a rock. You're investigating the murder of Walter Wilkinson. What possible connection can there be to Iris and her doll?"
"I'm sorry, Mrs. Bainbridge. I can't discuss the Wilkinson case. We hadn't released to the public yet any of the strange details of Wilkinson's murder. Not his state of undress, not his stuffed full mouth, and not the doll found in his closet."
"Yes, of course. I understand. Gus was always the same way."
She paused for a moment, then continued.
"I've heard that there are vicious rumors circulating about my family again. We are everyone's favorite fodder, but I believe I can save you some time. I know you've already questioned my 3 granddaughters, And if you're actually considering the possibility that any of them might have been involved in Mr. Wilkinson's murder, you can strike that theory now. I can account for the whereabouts of all three that evening."
I took out my notebook and pen. "I'm all ears, ma'am."
"The girls had an overnight planned at our country house in Sonoma that night. Isabella left here around 10 in one of my cars, met Nicole at her dorm room, and the two of them drove there together. Just to make sure they arrived safely, I called the country house a few hours later. All three were there, chatting and having hot cocoa by the fire. So you see, none of my granddaughters could have been at the Claremont at midnight. Of course, I'm assuming the papers are correct in saying Mr. Wilkinson was killed at midnight, and I, above all people, should know how wrong the papers are about most things. Was he not killed around midnight?"
"He was, ma'am."
"There you are, then. My granddaughters were hours away at that time, and surely you must have other suspects. Mr. Wilkinson was a politician and, from what I gather, quite an outspoken and controversial one. I wouldn't be surprised if many people wanted him dead."
Genevieve Bainbridge reminded me of a lioness protecting her brood, and I had a feeling she'd do pretty much anything to protect her family, including spinning yarns if she had to, or conveniently confirming alibis. "Were there any connections you know of, ma'am, between the Bainbridges and Walter Wilkinson?"
"What possible connections could there have been?"
"Was he close to any of your granddaughters?"
"Certainly not."
"Were you acquainted with him, ma'am?"
"I was at a party recently where he was also in attendance."
"That would have been at Madame Chang's?"
"Yes, she lives right across the street. We've become quite friendly. When she was about to buy her house, half my neighbors tried to stop the sale on the reprehensible ground that a racial covenant in all our deeds precluded it, which was true. But Mr. Lippman and I, he's the president of the Wells Fargo Bank, headed up a counter-campaign, and thank goodness we prevailed. Last December, Madame Chang was kind enough to invite me and my granddaughters to a Christmas party. There were many illustrious guests there. Walter Wilkinson was one of them."
"Did Nicole speak with him?"
"I doubt it. Nicole can't stomach capitalists at the moment, and there would hardly have been opportunity. Mr. Wilkinson spent most of the evening at the side of our hostess. It was plain, Detective, that they were well acquainted with one another, if I'm making myself clear. It was quite entertaining to watch the two of them, actually. The lady killer and the femme fatale, both, of course, married to other people. But then at the end of the evening, although perhaps it was part of the game, he began flirting brazenly with another woman, a much younger woman. My granddaughter, Isabella."
"Did Isabella reciprocate those advances, Mrs. Bainbridge?"
"You can't be serious."
"Just asking, ma'am."
"Absolutely not. He was old enough to be her grandfather."
At this point, Mrs. Bainbridge glanced at her watch. I ignored the hint. "Your daughter, Sadie, ma'am. How would you describe her present condition?"
"Unwell, Detective. Extremely unwell."
"Is she ambulatory?"
"My daughter has had an indescribably difficult life. Being constantly in the public eye has been part of the problem. I hope you'll respect my family's privacy."
She stood. So I did too, and thanked her for her time. I was halfway out the door when I stopped. "Just one more thing, ma'am, and I apologize if this is out of line, but your son-in-law, Roger Stafford, Sadie's husband, am I right that he wasn't Iris's father?" I'd waited until I was on her front steps for this one, because I thought if I'd still been inside, she might have thrown me out. But she didn't bat an eye, and responded as if the question were as mundane as whether the corner store was open on Sundays.
"No, Detective, he wasn't. Excellent deduction. Did you compare Iris's birth date to Sadie's wedding date?
As a matter of fact, I did, ma'am. But there was also Mr. Stafford's behavior the day after Iris died.
You mean his altercation with that policeman?
Yes. And his refusing to cooperate with the investigation. He never gave a statement. It seemed like something a little more complicated than grief.
It certainly was. Will that be all, Detective?
Iris is a real father, ma'am. Was it Sadie's psychiatrist, Dr. Von Urban?
I'm afraid I can't help you there, Detective. But now I have a question for you. You've jogged a memory. When you were a student at Cal, when you first met Gus, didn't you go by a different name? Alejo? Yes. Gus referred to you as Alejo Gutierrez. When did you become Al Sullivan? And why? Forgive me if I'm prying, but I have so much admiration for self-made men.
I felt the blood rush to my cheeks. Fortunately, I have a lot of melanin in my skin, so it didn't show. How the hell did she know so much? And had Vollmer actually blabbed to her about me? For some reason, maybe idiotic, I'd always assumed he wouldn't tell anyone. I tried to read her. Her expression was kindly, but was she trying to rattle me? Go for my weak spot? How would she even know what my weak spot was? Come to think of it, who said I have a weak spot?
Gus was terribly fond of you,
she continued.
He said you had a photographic memory. But if I'm not mistaken, Gus described you as a Spanish speaker. If memory serves, your father was from Mexico. I don't detect even a hint of a Spanish accent. You must be very good at languages. Did you train yourself to get rid of it?
That's actually exactly what I did. But I wasn't about to give her the pleasure of being right. Spanish was my second language. I lied. We spoke mostly English at home because that's all my mom could understand. Which was the opposite of true, since my dad was the dominant one in the family and ran the show.
Well, I genuinely admire you,
she said, sounding completely sincere.
I have great respect for people who reinvent themselves, and people who can blend seamlessly into any social setting.
I was almost positive she was toying with me. Thank you, ma'am. That's one of the nicest things anyone's ever said to me, I said. You've been a great help. I really appreciate your giving me the time, and I'll let you know if there are any developments. Good day, Mrs. Bainbridge. 4. It was probably exactly what the old matriarch wanted, to keep me from focusing on all the holes in her granddaughter's cock-and-bull country house alibi. But my whole way back to the station, all I could do was rehearse in my head all the good reasons I'd had for changing my name from Gutierrez to Sullivan. At the time, what I told myself was that I was washing my hands of my dad. After what he did to my mom, I didn't want anything to do with him, including his name. But if I was being totally honest with myself, there was more to it. When I got to Berkeley, I might have been the only Mexican in my entire freshman class, and I was only half. I was definitely the only Mex on the Cal baseball team. I don't think the other guys had ever heard the name Gutierrez. They had a good laugh and started calling me due to errors instead, and it stuck. Mostly I let it roll off my back. I made better grades than they did. I could run a faster 50-yard dash, and I was their best pitcher. But there was always a line I couldn't cross. I was the only guy on the team not in a fraternity. Wrong last name. Same with the girls. Plenty of girls liked me. But there was an upper echelon that wouldn't even look at me. The society girls, the cotillion set, the debutantes. They were in their own world. And they didn't have the time of day for a guy named Gutierrez. Anyway, the month after I graduated, I became a patrolman in the Berkeley PD, and I signed up as Al Sullivan. Only Chief Vollmer knew about the change, and he had no problem with it. That's the name he put on my tag and my locker, too. I always told myself the change wasn't a big deal. After all, taking your mom's name was kind of a family tradition. But then why was it so easy for Mrs. Bainbridge to get under my skin? That's what I was thinking about while I was climbing the stairs at the station up to my office, and I only snapped out of it when Holly collared me and told me that a young woman was in the waiting room, hoping to see me. She'd been there for 2 hours. "What's her name?" I asked.
She wouldn't say,
said Holly. "What'd she want to see me about?"
She wouldn't say that either.
5. The young woman was sitting alone in the waiting room with her arms hugging herself as if it were cold. She looked poor, but decent and clean. Mediterranean, I thought, judging by her dark hair and olive complexion. Maybe 23 or 24. Nice looking. But the moment she saw me, she leapt up from her seat like a bomb had gone off and started for the door.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, sounding pretty upset.
"I made a mistake. I don't think I should do this."
"Hold on there, miss," I said. "You waited a long time to talk to me." She stopped at the door. "Are you all right?" I asked. She just looked at me, frozen. You get a lot of cranks at police stations, but I didn't think she was one. Someone like her didn't sit in a police waiting room for 2 hours unless it was serious. "I tell you what," I said. "Come with me to my office and just sit down for a second. You don't have to say anything, and you can leave anytime you want. How does that sound?" She nodded and followed me to my office. I shut the door and we sat down, me behind my desk. I gave her a moment, then said, "Maybe we could start with your name, miss. Would you like to tell me your name?"
"Yes, but I don't know if I should."
She looked genuinely afraid. As in, afraid for her life. I had her figured for rape or domestic. Although there were no facial bruises, her boyfriend or husband could still have been beating her up. There was a lot more of that going on, a whole lot more than anybody wanted to talk about. The problem with these cases was that the woman was usually too terrified to work with the cops, and if she didn't press charges, there was nothing we could do. The worst thing was when we intervened, but then the woman got scared and backed out. What happened next usually involved her ending up in the hospital, if not the morgue. "Listen, miss," I said. "Anything you say in this room will be just between you and me, and I won't act on it without your permission. That's a promise. Is somebody hurting you?" She looked startled.
"No," she said. "But I know something, and if I tell you, they may come for me or my family."
Now I had no idea what was going on. "Who may come for you?"
"Rich people. Powerful people. People who—"
She stopped in mid-sentence. I thought she was going to pick up and leave, but then she gathered herself and said in a quiet, even voice,
"My name is Eliana Halikias. I know who killed Walter Wilkinson. Her name is Nicole. Nicole Bainbridge."
Part 3.
Chapter 18. Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial, prepared for District Attorney Dugan in connection with her deposition taken on the 15th of March, 1944.
One April day in 1941, my granddaughter Nicole announced she was now a communist. I instantly suspected a boy was involved. This required no genius on my part. It was a straightforward deduction from the fact that at the very same time, she began to denounce all her previous beaux. "What's wrong with me, Nana?" she asked. "How could I have had such mortifying taste? What could I possibly have seen in that ridiculous George Thatcher or Chip Abbott? Ugh!" I had to agree with her there. George was Nicole's first boyfriend, and never was there a wider gap between self-perception and reality. He thought of himself as brooding and stoic, when in fact he was thin-skinned and giddy, with an extremely low pain tolerance. Charles Abbott IV was Nicole's date to the Deb ball, and as pretentious as they come. He was an artist at heart, but only at heart. I want to make a difference, Nana. I want my life to have meaning. But what have I done? Nothing, except come out and dance with inane boys at cotillions. I haven't contributed a whit to humanity. For the rest of that year, Nicole was seized with class fervor. And in those pre-war days, labor strikes were still omnipresent. Nicole joined women warehouse workers striking at the Southern Pacific Terminal. She marched outside the Heinz Pickle Factory in Emeryville. She even picketed the Mark Hopkins. I doubt very much that anyone else in that line was a descendant of the great man. You will suppose, Mr. Dugan, that I abhor communism? Far from it. Although I am certainly not a communist myself, no one with a heart can fail to object to our society's gross inequities, our mistreatment of the working man, and our scandalous indifference to hunger. I admired Nicole's idealism, and I thought it important for her to learn through her own experiences, including her own mistakes. But, to be candid, I fully expected her new fervor to burn itself out within a few quick months. Nicole's dalliances with causes had always been like Sadie's, or Isabella's for that matter, with men. Passionate, but fleeting. In this, I was mistaken. Nicole's devotion to her new cause intensified, and soon we were all in her crosshairs, our whole family, our entire social strata. Later that year, I dropped by John's house in Pacific Heights to say hello to the twins, and found Nicole in a state. She was so angry she was shaking, and at first she refused to speak with me. When I pressed her, she finally burst out, "Do you know what happened today, Nana? The police beat up some longshoremen. They punctured the lung of one of the men and left him to die. The men hadn't done a thing, only exercised their right to strike." I was horrified. "That's terrible," I said, "reprehensible. Did you know any of them?" "What difference does that make? You don't understand, Nana. The police are disgusting, and they'll pay for what they did, but they're just pawns. The real villains are the ones hiding behind the scene, pulling the levers, the ones who turned the police into the shipowners' stooges, the financiers, the industrialists, the board of supervisors, with their avarice and indifference." This was quite a pointed remark. As Nicole knew well, the president of the board of supervisors was a cousin of ours. Nicole's matriculation at Berkeley the next year only added fuel to the fire. Now she was surrounded by hundreds of young people with the same views as hers, and, what was worse, by professors equally decrying the evils of the ruling class. But a change came over her at college. Her passion became more cerebral. Instead of attending marches, she read incomprehensible Frenchmen and attended lectures by German Jewish philosophers, now refugees at Berkeley. This intellectual turn didn't surprise me a bit, as it was much more in keeping with her natural temperament. Nicole has always been physically timid. She's afraid of heights and the ocean. And unlike Cassie, who can skin a whole deer by herself, tossing out entrails like Christmas ribbons, Nicole is squeamish like her father. She actually passes out at the sight of blood. For once I was glad of this timidity, because it kept her from being a true revolutionary. Nicole may be capable of grave mistakes, but she is utterly incapable of violence.